This is the...
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Feeling low,
feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense.
smoke a lucky,
To feel your level best.
smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
Millions of smokers are learning that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense.
That's what fine tobacco can do for you. And
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, puff by puff, pack by pack, you'll really enjoy this fine, light, naturally mild Lucky Strike tobacco. And you'll agree that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike, and get on the lucky level where you feel and do your level best.
Yes, smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, the Sportsman, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, for 16 years, I've been introducing the star of our show, and after all those years, you'd think I'd run out of things to say about him. Well, I have. So here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that wasn't a very nice introduction.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but after 16 years, I just couldn't think of anything new.
Oh, you couldn't, eh? Well, Don, I'm sure that if I were introducing you, I wouldn't have that trouble.
Oh, yes, you would, Jack. You've been saying the same things about me for years. Well, I'll bet you can't say anything that I haven't heard before.
Oh, yes, I can, Don.
What?
You're fired. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed...
Wait a minute, Jack. You're not serious, are you?
Well...
You can't fire me. After all, I've got a wife and 3 chins to support.
Don, stop worrying. You've been with me for 16 years, and I hope you're... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mary.
I'm sorry I'm late, Jack, but my car wouldn't start this morning, and I had to take the bus.
Oh, that's all right.
Well,
Don.
say, Mary, if your car ever gives you trouble again, why don't you call on me? I'll drive you down. You've seen my new car, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Don, and on you it looks good.
It certainly does. By the way, Mary, I understand you called me on the phone yesterday. What did you want?
Well, you always like to know when I get letters from my mother, and I got one yesterday. In fact, I brought it with me.
Oh, a letter from your mother, eh?
Uh-huh.
Well, what does the Ma Kettle of Plainfield have to say?
Well, just a second, and I'll read it to you.
Okay.
My darling daughter, Mary, as you'll notice from the stationery, I'm writing this from the Plainfield Hotel. The reason we're here is because 3 days ago, we shut the house up and had it fumigated on account of the pests. We got rid of them, all except your Uncle Lou and Cousin Willie.
Well, it's about time.
We really
Your mother didn't start out very funny, incidentally. Go ahead.
We really don't mind Willie, as he's very little bother. He spends all his time down in the basement with his printing press. He has to work night and day because his biggest competitor is the United States government.
Your mother writes them all right. You just can't read them. I was blaming the mother. The mother at all. Go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry.
Oh, there's more.
Oh, well.
Anyway, Mary, dear, I kind of like Willie because he's so sweet and thoughtful. Every Mother's Day, he gives me a $10 bill with my picture on it.
Well, I guess I was right in the first place.
Now for a paragraph or two about your sister Babe.
Ah, good. This is the part I like.
Since the warm weather is here, your sister Babe got herself one of those new French bathing suits. She tried it on yesterday, and I haven't seen so much of Babe since the doctor said it's a girl. However, she's very happy with the suit. Next month, she's entering a swimming contest.
A contest? Gee, I didn't even know that she could swim.
Oh, sure, Jack. Babe's a regular mermaid.
Well, I've noticed the resemblance, except the wrong half looks like a fish. I'm funnier than your mother today. Continue with the letter, Mary.
Okay. And Mary, dear, you'll be happy to know that Babe is also taking dancing lessons from Arthur Murray.
Well,
She got a swell deal, too. He teaches her dancing, and she fixes his plumbing.
I knew she could do it. You know, Mary, your mother writes some of the funniest letters, though, I've ever heard.
Ah, she certainly does, Mary. They're loaded with laughs.
Yeah, they're a scream.
Oh, hello, Dennis. When did you come in?
When they found out Mary's sister Babe was a girl.
Oh, then you missed the start of the letter. Would you like me to read it to you?
Oh, no, I'll hear it on tonight's rebroadcast.
Oh, yes, yes.
By the way, Dennis, you were off the program last week. Was anything wrong?
Oh, no, Mary. Mr. Benny gave me a week off so I could go away for a little vacation. I sure enjoyed myself. I went fishing on Lake Mead.
Well, how was the fishing, Dennis?
Oh, it was wonderful. And boy, was I lucky.
What'd you catch?
4 trout, 3 perch, 5 bass, and a high-button shoe.
A high-button shoe?
Yeah, but it was too small, so I had to throw it back.
Oh, fine. He caught a shoe.
You ought to see the hip boot that got away.
Oh, quiet.
I wish I could get away and do a little fishing. That's one of my favorite sports.
Fishing?
Yeah. Ah, what a thrill it is to hook a silvery rainbow trout, one of nature's loveliest creations. What a sight as it breaks the water in a shimmering shower of glistening drops, and the sunlight reflecting on its iridescent beauty.
Look how he describes the fish. Me, he can't see anything nicer.
Jack, what are you talking about?
Nothing.
Say, Dennis, how long were you at Lake Mead?
Oh, we were there for a whole week, and I spent all my time out on the boat.
A whole week on a boat?
Avast there, you landlubber! Larboard the starboard and drop the anchor.
Look, Dennis.
Shiver my timbers and man the pumps, or we'll all drown like rats.
Dennis, that's enough.
Ahoy, me hearties, batting the barton and pooping down the poop deck.
Back in the barton? What happened to Durston and Oswald? Now, Dennis, that's enough. Do you hear?
Stow that talk, Mr. Christian, or I'll swing you from the highest yard-arm of the British fleet.
Oh, for heaven. Mary, see what you can do with him, will you?
Dennis, Jack is right. Why don't you
Let
just...
the men mutiny, my lass, and don't worry. The ship may be rocking and pitching, but I'll sail it through this hurricane or...
Dennis, what's the matter?
I'm seasick.
Good. Now, look, Popeye, it's time for your song. What are you going to sing?
Careless hands.
Okay, let's have it.
Aye, aye, sir. I let my heart fall into careless hands. Careless hands that broke my heart in two. You held my dreams like worthless grains of sand. Careless hands don't care when dreams slip through. I brought you joy, and dear, I loved you so. But all that sunshine didn't make the roses grow. If you don't change, someday you'll know the sorrow of careless hands that can't hold on to love. I brought you joy, and dear, I loved you so. But all that sunshine didn't make the roses grow. If you don't change, someday you'll know the sorrow of careless hands that can't hold on to
sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to do our version of that Warner Brothers picture, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. And I better cast it right now. I, of course, will play the leading role.
Of course.
Certainly. Listen, I'll give a performance that'll...
Okay, folks, you're all in clover because Harris is here and this lull is over. So lay it on me. Yes, lay it right on me. Oh, yes.
Phil, why do you always have to come in here and ask the audience to applaud?
Well, I ain't going to get no laughs with the jokes you give me, and I want to hear some kind of noise.
Well, you got no right to complain about the jokes. You get as many laughs on this program as I do.
That's what I mean. I want to hear some kind of noise. Applaud me, folks.
Phil!
All right, all right. I'll read the stuff that's written here, but I thought a little ad-libbing would liven things. Hi, you live.
Hello, Phil. How are Alice and the children?
Oh, fine, Liv, fine. Just left them. You know, this being the first day of May, I drove them over to the park for a big May party.
A May party?
Yeah, you should have seen all them kids. They looked so cute as they danced around me.
Dance around you. Didn't they have a maypole?
Yeah, but I was prettier.
Let me sit down with you, Dennis. I'm seasick, too. Phil, you should have seen Mary's letter from her mother.
Nice, huh?
Yeah, she wrote the letter stuttering. She wrote it that way. But look at Phil. You know, between you and Remley, I've never seen...
Wait a minute, Jackson. Hold it, Dad.
What?
Just a minute, Bud. I don't care what you say about me, but don't pick on Remley.
Phil, calm down.
Yeah, what's wrong?
Well, may as well tell you why I've always tried to protect Remley.
What?
Well, you see, I promised Frankie's poor old mother that I'd always look after him.
Oh. When was that?
When she threw him out of the house. And I don't like to brag, Jackson, but I've taken pretty good care of Frankie during all these years.
By the way, Phil, it's none of my business, but how much do you pay Frankie?
Well, I don't give him no regular salary. I just take care of his needs, like room, board, and bail.
Oh, fine.
Say, Jackson, before I go, there was something I wanted to ask you. Oh, yeah, look, last week you told me you were going to buy a new car. What kind did you get?
I didn't get any, Phil, but I may get a new one this summer.
Well, look, be sure you get one of them new models that comes equipped with the Dynaflex Superflowing Unijet Turbo Vasculator, which is synchro-meshed with the multi-coil hydro-tension duo vacuum dynomotor. They come in the motor and fodder model.
Well, listen. Well, outside of that last word, listen, that was amazing. I mean, how'd you ever say that?
A Harvard man fixes my teeth. Well, I got to be leaving. So long, kids.
So long, Phil.
Hey, folks, I'm leaving. You want to throw just one more on me?
Phil, get out of here! Oh, boy, what a character.
You know, Jack, Phil is conceited.
Conceited? Mary, you should have heard the things he told me yesterday while I was giving him a Tony. Now, where were we?
Well, you were casting the play we're going to do.
Oh, yes, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre. Now, Don, you're going to be my partner when we go hunting for gold. And, Dennis, you're going to be the old prospector, the part that was played by Walter Houston. And let's see, where's Mel Blanc?
Here I am, Jack.
Folks, it's Mel Blanc. Give him a big hand.
Jack, we're all going to be in the play. Why don't you just give him applause?
Well, Mary, I have to. It's in his contract, you know.
You mean you give him money and applause, too?
No money, just applause. It's amazing, you know, how much you can save when you got a lot of hams working for you. Now, Mel, you're going to be the leader of the Mexican bandits. And, oh, yes, Dennis, besides being the old prospector, you'll come in later as one of the bandits.
Gee, 2 parts. It's hard to believe I can sing, too.
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our version of Warner Brothers' thrilling adventure story, The Treasure of the Sierra Madre.
As our scene opens, it's a hot, humid, sultry day, and a lonely, hungry, penniless American is roaming the streets of Tampico, Mexico.
Walking. Walking. That's all I've been doing for 2 whole days. Just walking. No place to sleep. Nothing to eat. Nothing to drink. Well, I'll see what I can do in this saloon. Gee, this place is crowded. Hey, bartender. Bartender.
Si, senor. What will you have?
Give me 3 fingers.
3 fingers of what?
Just 3 fingers. I'm hungry. Give me 3 fingers of anything. If I don't get something to eat pretty soon, I'll go crazy.
Hiya, big boy.
Huh?
Well, it's good to see an American down here, even though you do need a shave and your clothes are torn. You look like a derelict. What's the matter?
It's a long story. I used to be a famous radio comedian. I had a big house, a swimming pool, and everything. And all of a sudden, I'm a bum.
What happened?
Television.
Television? What's that?
I don't know, but the wrestlers have all the good writers now. Anyway, let's not talk about me. What's a girl like you doing way down here in Mexico?
I work in the Tampico branch of the Make Company.
They have a branch in Mexico?
Yeah, I'm in the Jose department.
That's better than your mother's letter. Well, look, sister. How about you and
Hey,
me?
Bogey, I've been looking all over town for you.
Who's your friend?
That's my partner, Curtin. Sam Curtin. He and I came down here looking for gold.
Yeah, gold. Every time I think of it, I go crazy. Gold! Gold! I can see it now. There it is. There it is. It's mine. It's mine. Gold! Gold!
Put that back. That's my pivot tool. You know, sister, he goes crazy every time he thinks of gold.
Well, doesn't gold mean anything to you?
Eh, I can take it or love it. I mean, leave it.
Well, if you boys are interested in looking for gold, there's an old prospector around here who knows every foot of the Sierra Madre. If you can get him to go with you, you'll strike it rich.
Where does the old prospector live?
Well, you can't miss it. You go right down Flamingo Road.
Flamingo Road. Flamingo Road. Flamingo Road.
Are you stuttering?
No, but I promised Warner Brothers I'd mention it 3 times. Come on, Curtin. Let's go. Hey, Curtin, this must be the house where the old prospector lives.
Yeah, knock on the door.
Okay.
Howdy, Bub.
Hello, old-timer. My name is Humphrey Bogey. What's yours?
Titus Houston.
Yeah, well, we've heard that you know all about the gold in the Sierra Madre, and we thought maybe you'd come up into the mountains with us.
Sorry, son, but I'm too old for that now. There was a time when I used to go up into them hills and stay for months and months at a time. Then it would get me. I was only human, you know. I'd have to come back, be back in town with a load of gold, and in a couple of nights I'd blow it all in.
Women, eh?
No Kleenex, I got hay fever.
Well, look, old-timer, if you won't go with us, maybe you can tell us where we can find the gold.
Sure, here's a map of old Mexico. See? You can't go wrong. You take the main road through Tampico till you pass El Paso. After you pass El Paso, you go through El Truo and turn left at El Lefto.
What if we turn El Rido?
That's El Wrongo.
Oh, is that where the gold is?
Nope, that's where you buy your burros.
Burros?
Yep, there's a place right on the corner. Madman Hernandez.
And he'll sell them to us?
Yep, but you'll have to carry an awful lot of water for them.
Why?
Hernandez wanted his burros to look like Buicks, so he cut holes in their sides.
Oh, well, we got to be getting along, old-timer. You sure you don't want to come with us?
Nope, but I'll see you later.
You will?
Yep, I come back on page 12 as a Mexican bandit.
Well, come on, Curtin. Let's go.
What's the matter, Bogey? You look unhappy.
Well, why shouldn't I be? We've got the map. We know where the gold is, but we can't get it because we don't have any money to buy equipment.
Oh, senor.
Huh?
In there, in the saloon, there is a telephone call for you. In there, for you. In the saloon. In there,
Huh?
for you.
For me?
In there.
Is it an important call? Gee, an important call.
For you.
A telephone call for me. Who could it be? I'm 2,000 miles away from home. Well, I might as well find out. Come on, Curtin. Wait for me at the bar, Curtin. I'll answer the phone.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah, speaking. Huh? Sure I can answer that. The Pilgrims landed at Plymouth Rock in 1620. Thank you. Goodbye. Hey, Curtin! Curtin!
What's up, Bogey?
We got the burros, the picks, the shovels, the sleeping bags, and a refrigerator.
Where'd you get them?
That phone call, I just won them on a quiz program. Tacos or leave it.
Good. Now let's go and find that gold.
All right, before we go, I want to buy drinks for the house. Okay, everybody. The drinks are on me. Hooray! Come on, everybody, up to the bar.
Hey, Bogey, those 4 Mexicans just came in waving at you.
Where? Oh, yes. Buenos dias, amigos. Come on, boys, I'll pay for it. Let's have a song.
Tampico, Tampico, on the Gulf of Mexico. Tampico, Tampico, that's the place where you should go. Feeling low, feeling tense, these 8 words make common sense. Smoke a lucky like the rest, you will feel your level best. From Sonora to Monte de Vista, there's a lucky in everyone's vista, and they please every missus and mister. My uncle, my aunt, and my sister. LSM, 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 feeling low, feeling tense, smoke a lucky, and you'll always be feeling your best, best, level best.
You know, Curtin, we've been digging in these mountains for weeks, but it was worth it. We got 10 sacks of gold.
Yeah, 10 more sacks, and then we...
Wait a minute. Look, coming up the trail. Mexican bandits. Curtin, quick, take out your gun.
But I haven't got a gun.
What? What did you say, Curtin?
I haven't got a gun.
Ah, that's ridiculous. Who ever heard of a curtain without a rod? Thank you. Hey, that was pretty...
Quiet, quiet. Here they come now.
Oh, yeah. Look, Curtin, they're getting off their horses. They're walking this way. Well, we'll just have to try and bluff them. Hey, you, come here. Are you a Mexican bandit?
Si.
I suppose your men are tough.
Si.
Guess they would kill us at a drop of a hat.
Si.
What's your name?
Si.
Si?
Si.
Now, look, Si. I mean, Si. We don't have anything you want. We're hunters. That's all we are.
You do not fool me. You have some gold and we want it. If you don't give it to us, we will kill you. I think.
Look, me and my partner have been out in these mountains for 3 months. Yeah, we found some gold. But don't take all of it. Let us keep half. That's a fair proposition, isn't it? We'll give you half.
I will talk it over with my lieutenant. Oh, Henry. Henry Sierra.
Coming, madre. What is it, El Capitan?
The gentleman here with the gold had made a proposition.
Oh, sí. What is it?
Estas personas dicen que si no los matamos, ellos nos darán la mitad del oro.
Si los matamos, tendríamos que cagar con todo. Por lo tanto, con ya el oro y matarlos después.
What did he say? What did he say?
He said you better give us the gold because these 8 guns make common sense.
What?
When these guns are smoking, you ain't lucky.
No, banditos. Please, don't shoot us. We'll give you the gold.
El Capitan, if we take the gold, we will need a burro.
Si, we will take the little burro. It is equipped with the Dynaflex superflowing unijet turbovasculator, which is synchromesh with the multi-coil hydrotension dual vacuum dynamometer, I think.
Look, bandits, take our gold. Take our burros, but don't kill us.
I will tell you what I do, senor. I give you a fighting chance. Here's a weapon for you and a weapon for me.
What?
You count to 10, and may the best hombre win.
All right, I'll count to 10. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, not yet. 4, 5, 6. Ooh, wait a minute. 7, 8. Ooh, you're cheating. I think. 9, 10. You missed me. That's better. Ooh.
Bogey, when he started shooting, why didn't you shoot back?
I couldn't. He gave me a knife. Goodbye, Curtin.
Ladies and gentlemen, your life, your property can be lost through fire. Don't let it happen in your home, in public places, or in the country. Be careful. Be on guard against fire. Prevent fires in your community. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Feeling low.
Feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense.
Smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
Smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
To feel your level best, smoke a Lucky. For it's a fact that Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense.
It's important to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Light, ripe, naturally mild tobacco.
No wonder more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined.
So when you choose your cigarette, remember Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. Put you on the right level to feel and do your level best.
Yes, be sure to make your next carton of cigarettes Lucky Strike.
Smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
Smoke a lucky.
To feel your level best.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes another program, and we'll be with you again next
Jack.
Sunday night when we... Huh?
Jack,
What?
while you were doing the sketch, a wire came for you from Humphrey Bogart.
From who?
Humphrey Bogart.
Not from Humphrey Bogart? Mary,
Jack.
what's the matter with you today? A wire came to me from Humphrey Bogart?
Yes.
Well, read it to me.
This wire you don't read. You twist it around your neck.
I see. Well, good night, folks.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day in a day in the life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Your level best. That's how you'll feel when you light up a Lucky. Because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's important to you as a smoker to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And every smoker knows
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, mild, ripe, light tobacco. Remember, more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined. It's good to know that fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. By putting you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's the Lucky Level.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Get on the Lucky Level, where it's fun to be alive. Get a carton of Luckies and get started today.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, in the life of Jack Benny, Saturday is a hectic day of rehearsals. Sunday is an exciting day of the broadcast. But Monday, Monday, that's the day for rest and relaxation. So if you promise not to disturb him, I'll take you out to Jack's home in Beverly Hills and see how he spends his day of leisure.
This is wonderful. Nothing to do but just sit here by the fire in this easy chair and smoke a cigarette.
Are you comfortable, boss?
Oh, yes, very comfortable. Rochester, move that ashtray a little closer, will you, please?
Here you are.
Rochester, move my chair a little closer to the fireplace, please.
Yes, sir.
What a way to relax. Rochester, flick the ashes off my cigarette. Will you, please?
Yes, sir. Do you want me to lift your eyelids so you can see the fire?
No, I'll do it myself. But with these long lashes, they are kind of heavy. Yes, sir, there's nothing like sitting by the open fireplace. What was that?
I just threw one in to help you out.
Thanks. Gee, this is wonderful. You know, I think I'll doze off for a while. This chair is so comfortable. Whoops. I'll have to get that spring fixed. You know, Rochester, I hope nobody stops in today. I just want to sit here and forget everything.
Boss, what are you fidgeting for?
My back itches. Scratch it for me, Rochester, will you please?
Okay.
A little higher. To the left. Lower. Up a little. Higher. Higher. Rochester, remember that Chinese back scratcher I used to have?
Yeah, why'd you ever fire him?
Now, Rochester, stop with those jokes. You know, your irrevocable propensity for jocularity is just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Well!
Now, look, I want to be alone, so just let me... No, there's somebody at the door.
I'll get it. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilson.
Well, hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
Yeah, he's right in the den. You know, Mr. Wilson, the boss was kind of upset last week after you got in that argument with him about Rudyard Kipling and Shakespeare.
He was?
Yes, sir. When he found out he was wrong, he felt so ashamed, he ran upstairs, threw himself across the bed, and cried like a baby.
No.
Yeah. What a pathetic sight. A gray-haired old baby.
Who's out there?
It's me, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don. Come on in the den.
Hey, how come you're not dressed?
Well, Don, this is my day off, and I'm sort of relaxing. Later on, I'm going to have a masseur come over and give me a massage.
Well, Jack, I did the same thing yesterday, only I had 2 masseurs.
2 masseurs?
Yes, they started working on me at noon. And at 6 o'clock, when they came up over my stomach, I introduced them.
Don, a masseur couldn't get over your stomach with a pick and a rope. I'm just kidding, Don.
Well, by the way, Jack, regarding that argument we had last week about Shakespeare and Kipling,
Yes,
I
Don.
want to thank you for that letter of apology you sent me.
That's quite all right. Forget it.
Did you receive my reply?
Forget it, Don.
No, Jack. This whole argument was ridiculous.
Forget it, Don.
And I meant every word when I wrote to you and said that my irrevocable propensity for jocularity was just an inept endeavor to be facetious.
Uh-oh.
Where are you going, Rochester?
When that line came out of you, I thought you were delirious and called the doctor.
I didn't tell you I made it up, and besides, it wasn't easy memorizing it. Now, Don, what'd you come over to see me about?
Well, Jack, your quartet's here, and they prepared a commercial that they want you to listen to.
The Sportsman?
Mm-hmm.
But, Don, not today. I want to relax. I'll hear it tomorrow.
Oh, you've got to hear it now, Jack. They're going away on a little vacation tomorrow.
They are? Well, where are they now?
In the living room.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Fella tries to have just one day to himself, and all he gets is... Don, who's that guy on your back?
I'm his third masseur. He hasn't met me yet.
Well, get off of him. We got work to do. Oh, hello, fellas. Boys, Don tells me you're going away for a few days. Where are you going?
If you know what we know, then you'll go where we go, where they grow tobacco. Oh, LSSSMFFF, LSMFT, you'd be so happy when you'd see a Lucky. You cannot measure the pleasure that you will get from smoking Lucky Strike.
Very good, Don.
So
Very
Jackson, bye-bye, and don't
Boy.
cry. We're
Boy,
on
stop
our
marching
way.
around the
Happy,
room.
happy day.
Boys, be
So
careful.
take it, Don.
Hey, fellas, watch out for that goldfish boat. Watch out.
That's where we belong. Forward men and stay in line. It's onward, onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSSMFFF, LSSSMFF, it's LSMFT for me.
How do you like that? They marched into the closet. Fellas, the front door is over there.
Forward men and stay in line. It's onward, onward to Caroline with Lucky Strikes in hand. Our favorite brand. Oh, LSSSMFFT for me.
How do you like that? What dumb guys. Imagine them going into my closet.
Boss, they aren't so dumb.
What?
They marched out wearing 4 of your suits.
My suits? Hey, fellas! Fellas, Don Wilson! Oh, darn it, he's gone, too. Oh, well, I'll see him when they get back. I'm not going to let it spoil my day of relaxation. Now, let's see, what'll I do? Read a book or a magazine or maybe...
Read a book. Read a book.
Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Boss, is there anything you'd like me to do for you?
No, Rochester, I'm fine. I just want to take it easy.
Well, the television's on. Why don't you watch that?
Say, that's a good idea. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee-da-da-dum, da-dee. Ah. Hey, look at that prize fight. Gee, television is wonderful. Say, those two fighters are really mixing it. A right, a left. Wow, he's on his knees. The referee's counting. 1, 2, 3. Oh, darn it, the Colemans pulled their shade down. Gee, I wish I had a television set. Hey, maybe my cast will chip in and buy me one for Christmas. Maybe my writers will give me one. Say, maybe my sponsor will give me one. Or maybe on New Year's Eve, I'll have an extra glass of sherry and buy one myself. Oh, well, I'll see what happens.
Miss Albany, my money, please.
Huh? Gee, Polly. Polly, you sounded just like my violin teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Come to think of it, you look a little like him, too. Well, I think I'll go back in the den now. Oh, darn it. I'll get the phone, Rochester. Hello?
Hiya, Jackson. Hey, Jackson, I'm all alone at the house, and I want you to help me out.
What is it, Phil?
Well, I'm writing a letter to a friend of mine, and I'm stuck. How do you spell entertainer?
For heaven's sake, Phil, why do you call with the silly things like that? Why don't you look it up in the dictionary?
I did, and it ain't in there.
Entertainer? Of course it's in the dictionary.
No, it ain't. I looked all through the ends.
Phil, naturally you won't find it in the ends. Entertainer begins with an E.
Entertainer starts with an E?
Certainly, the E is silent, like the P in your first name.
My name starts with a P?
Phil, don't you even know how to spell your name? What do you do when you sign a check?
The same as you. I cry a little.
I don't mean that. Look, Phil, today is my day off. I'm trying to relax.
All right, Pops, relax. Maybe if you rest up real good, you can come along with me on the next hunting trip. The one I went on last week was a pip, Jackson. We went up in the high Sierras.
I know. You told me you were going. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt bear?
Well, one day we... Hey, wait a minute, Jackson. Hey, ask me that again.
Oh, no, he caught me on that last week. You're not going to catch me this
Come
time.
on, Jackson, ask me that again.
Okay. Tell me, Phil, did you hunt grizzly?
No, we shaved every day. Oh, Harris, the P in your first name may be silent, but the rest of you's dynamite.
Philsy boy.
Hey, no kidding, Jackson. I wish you'd have been with us. Really exciting, especially when you've got good hunting dogs. You shoot down them ducks and the retrievers bring them right back to you.
Oh, the retrievers, eh? Who went on the trip with you?
Just me and Remley.
Say, you guys are really pals, aren't you? You never go hunting without Remley.
I have to take him. He's one of the retrievers.
Remley?
Yeah, you ought to see him, Jackson, swimming across the lake with a duck in his mouth.
Oh, for heaven. Why doesn't he carry it in his hand?
What, and let go of the bottle?
That does it, Phil. Goodbye.
So long, Marcia.
I never saw a guy like Phil. Doesn't worry about a thing. Gee, I was hoping that call was from Daisy.
Daisy who, boss?
Daisy Dickinson. She's Mr. Osborne's secretary of Batten, Barton, Durston, and Osborne. I got a date with her tomorrow night. She's cute, too. She makes $85 a week. Her take-home pay is $63.40. Well, what'll I do now? Maybe I'll read a... Say, Rochester, what's this package here on the table?
It came in the mail this morning, boss. It's for you.
For me? I wonder what it is. Gee, it's a little phonograph record. That's funny. I can't understand. Well, I might as well play it and see what it is.
Hello, Jack. This is Eddie Cantor. Hey, Jack, I just want to remind you you're going to be a guest on my program Friday night.
You didn't have to send me this record. I knew I was going to be on.
So long, Jack. I'll sign off now. This is Eddie Cantor.
Rochester, lift up the arm. The record is stuffed.
No, it isn't. I made it this way. Cantor.
What a hand! Now, imagine making a record just for that? Say, while I'm relaxing, I might as well put some other records on. Let's see, here's Brahms' Lullaby by Spike Jones. Here's White Christmas, sung by Bing. The last name is scratched out. I wonder who that is. Here's a new one. Who put the microfilm in Mrs. Murphy's pumpkin? Here's one. Oh, What a Beautiful Morning by Patrick J. McNulty. Hey, here's one that Dennis Day made with Phil's orchestra. You Must Have Been a Beautiful Baby. See, that's an old favorite of mine. I think I'll play it.
Must have been a wonderful child when you were only starting to go to kindergarten. I bet you drove the little boys wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, you must have shown the other kids how. I can see the judge's eyes as they handed you the prize. I bet you made the cutest bow. Oh, you must have been a beautiful baby. 'Cause baby, a little baby, look at you now.
Gee, that's a good number, and Dennis sings it so well, too. Phil's music didn't spoil it a bit. Well, what else can I do to while away the time? I think I'll read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. I must have been a wonderful child. When I was I don't know what to read. When I was only starting to go to kindergarten, I really drove the little girls wild, oh yes. And when it came... Oh, here's Billy Rose's new book, Wine, Women, and Words. Yeah, I read that. It's great. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, I really showed the other kids how. I can see... Gee, I don't know whether I'd like to read a mystery or something romantic. I can see the judge's eyes as he handed me the prize. I'll get the door, Rochester. I made the cutest little bow. Oh, I must have been a beautiful baby.
But, brother, get a load of you now.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. I'm going to do a little Christmas shopping. Would you like to join me?
No, I'm not going to shop till next week. This is my day of relaxation. You know, Mary, a man should begin to take things easy, when he's pushing 40.
Pushing 40?
Yeah.
You went through it like a Michigan halfback.
All right. Come on in for a minute. You can shop later.
Okay. You alone?
Yeah, Phil called a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip up in the High Sierras.
The High Sierras, eh? Did he hunt bear?
Well, he... Uh-oh. Hey, Mary. What'd you say?
I said, did he hunt bear?
No, he took his razor with him. Oh, Jackson, you may not be a retriever, but anyone who throws you a lead is a dead duck.
Jack, what are you talking about?
It's over your head, sister. It's over your head. Come on in the den, Mary. I want to get back to that old fireplace again.
Don't bother, Jack. I'll answer it.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello, can I please speak to little old Jack Benny?
Just a second, I'll call him.
Oh, are you his mother?
No, are you?
old Daisy Dickinson. Will you please call Mr. Benny for me?
Okay, just a little old while. Oh, Jack, it's for you, Daisy Dickinson.
Well, hello.
Hello, Sugar.
Hello, Daisy.
Oh, I just called to thank you for the lovely bouquet of flowers you sent me.
Oh, did you like them?
Oh, yes. Oh, and I just loved what you said on the card. Daisies for Daisy.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I wrote that without my writers.
You did? Oh, but golly, Sugar, you know, when I saw Daisies for Daisy, it made me wish my name were Orchid.
But that would sound silly, Daisies for Orchid, you know? You know, I've been waiting for your call, honey.
Well, everything's okay for our little old date tomorrow night.
Good. We'll do something special. You know, we'll have an early dinner, and then I know the most romantic place to park on Wilshire Boulevard.
But, Sugar Boy, Wilshire Boulevard romantic?
Have you ever watched the moon come up over the Bank of America?
Oh, you're so cute. I'll see you tomorrow night, you little old boll weevil.
Okay, you little old possum, you. Goodbye. Gee, Mary, she's so nice, you know? She's awfully nice.
How'd you meet her, Jack?
She's a secretary at my advertising agency, Batten, Barton, Durson, and little old Osborne. You know?
Oh, well, Jack, I can't wait any longer. I've got to go shopping.
Okay, Mary, see you later.
So long. Oh, by the way, Jack, maybe you can help me out. Can Rochester hear us talking?
No, he's in the kitchen. Why?
Well, I want to know what to get him for Christmas, and it's kind of tough to think of a suitable gift.
Yeah, Rochester is a problem at Christmas time. What can you get him? He's been with me 10 years. He's got nothing.
I know. Say, Jack, do you think Rochester would like it if I got him a pair of bedroom slippers?
Sure, Mary. Bedroom slippers would be fine.
Well, thanks a lot for helping me. I'll be running along now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, size 8.5.
Rochester, that wasn't very nice. You know what happens to people who eavesdrive?
Yeah, they get the right size.
I guess you're right. I just didn't get the right line. You got the right size. Well, I think I'll go back in the den and read a book. I must have been a beautiful baby. See if there are any books that I haven't read. Here's a good one, The City Boy by Herman Wouk. Oh, he's the fellow who used to write for Fred Allen, and then he left Allen and went to war. The coward. Say, I think I'll read that one. Oh, darn it, why can't I? Come in! Come in! Oh, hello, Dennis.
I came to say goodbye. I'm going to jail.
Jail?
Unless you can straighten out this traffic ticket.
What'd you get a traffic ticket for?
I took a 4-way cold tablet on a 1-way street.
Dennis, let me see that ticket.
Here.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Dennis, you got this ticket for riding your bicycle up the escalator in the May Company. I don't blame him for being mad.
Neither do I. I bought it at Bullock's.
Look, kid, I'm trying to have one day of complete rest, so I don't want any more of this silly talk. What'd you come over here for?
I thought Phil was here. I wanted to talk over an arrangement with him.
Well, he's not here. He called me up a little while ago. He just got back from a hunting trip in the high Sierras.
Oh? Did he hunt bear?
Hey, Dennis. Dennis. Ask me that again.
Ask you what?
Did he hunt bear?
No, he had his clothes on.
I'm glad I got rid of him. How can a kid think of such silly things out? Hello?
Oh, Dennis, you've got 2 shows and a head for each one of them.
Dennis, how did you get to a phone booth so fast?
My bicycle's got a motor on it.
Goodbye! That kid's gonna drive me nuts. One of these days... Oh, now who can that be?
Goodbye.
Well, I'm too tired to try and figure it out now. I'm going in the den and relax.
Oh, Mr. Benny! Mr. Benny! Look at him curled up in that chair fast asleep. I won't wake him. I'll just pick him up and carry him upstairs and put him to bed. Just look at him. Not a care in the world. Look at the way he snuggles in my arms like a little child. He must have been a beautiful baby. He must have been a wonderful child. When he was only starting to go to kindergarten, I'll bet he drove the Indians wild. And when it came to winning blue ribbons, he must have shown the other kids.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. You see, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense. It's good to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And that's why it's so important that you select and smoke the cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
And as every smoker knows,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. No wonder Lucky Strike is the overwhelming favorite of tobacco experts. For more independent auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky's regularly than the next two leading brands combined. So...
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Get on the right level, the Lucky level, where there's real joy in living, where it's fun to be alive. The Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
And remember, here's a gift every smoker on your Christmas list is sure to appreciate. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes in beautiful holiday wrapping. And for that special someone, get Lucky Strike 500s, the handsome gift box of 25 packages of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
I'm sorry I woke you up, boss.
That's all right, Rochester. I'll go right back to sleep again. Good night.
Good night.
Well, I guess my day is just about over. I'll have to make the cutest little bow. Next is Phil and Alice Faye, Dennis Day on Saturday. Be sure to listen, they're a wow. Oh, they must have been such comical babies. 'Cause, brother, get a load of them now. They both got 2 shows. Brother, get a load of them now.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to hear the Lucky Strike Hit Parade starring Frank Sinatra on Saturday, and don't forget the Lucky Strike program, Your Lucky Strike.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends, and bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-price field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of 1 every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation. with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny. Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World's Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's Orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World's Fair, Chicago. Molly and Dietrich just arrived representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finished his 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. When last seen, he was mistaken for a panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked there, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky's Theater, New York. Wanted 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. What's that? Girls wanted to knit sweaters for Katz, Broomberg, and Riley. The boys must be told. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremony for Chevrolet program.
Graham. Wanted. Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. You'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas,
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank. thank you. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen... we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Garbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X?
Oh, pardon me.
Yes. Watch those cues. Huh? Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Nelson, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Planey, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Planey?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has the Fisher no-drop ventilation.
That's great. Now all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing, huh?
Franz Lehar's Frostita Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest.
That was the Frostita Serenade, sung by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only 1 more hour until 7:15.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock's home, but Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last bottle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello? Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Boston. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings to payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming. Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson, we have much work ahead of us. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson.
Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a litvack. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve. Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet, I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sleep.
And much safer. At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence.
You have just heard what these two famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable.
That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away.
You have just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building, where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did you come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Hex?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deduction. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes, I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very family, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Milton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Kim. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone.
That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company.
102nd floor. All out.
Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and trap him. This fella King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
With mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me. The drummer just dropped his cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't we come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. Carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al!
You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Philip?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look, he's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that brute. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's only for sport, and I just love the fresh air. Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up again sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer, eh? Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X.
Then who did?
Mr. X was killed
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night.
But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice.
Play, Frank.
the mother where I first learned how to cook. They look so out of place without your smiling face. In that little second-hand store, I found a little armchair and the oriental rug. The cold sofa where we used to kiss and hug.
My Mary, folks.
So dusty there, and no one can compare in a little second-hand store. March and end that we got from a friend. How they thrill my heart.
I'm screaming.
Bring me back a day, wedding day of May, when we said we never part. I seem to hear them whisper, you're to blame for you to wrong. Why don't you kiss and make up, take us back where we belong? It broke my heart to see the home you planned for me in that little second-hand store.
Whenever you see or hear the figures 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve and head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Yeah. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEOS, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
The Chevrolet program starring Jack Benny with Frank Black and his orchestra. Frank Black opens the program with Charlie's Home. Throughout the United States, a series of big, colorful posters are going up on the billboards, reading, "Every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet." Watch for these new signs, my friends. And bear in mind when you see them, they're signs of better times. They're signs of bigger business for the world's largest builder of motor cars. Also, they're sure signs that the one best buy in the low-priced field must be Chevrolet. America certainly wouldn't buy Chevrolets at the astonishing rate of one every minute unless Chevrolet were the one best buy at its price. And that's exactly what it is. The only car in its field with a Fisher body. The only one with Fisher no-draft ventilation, with a cushion-balanced engine mounting, with a time-proved six-cylinder power plant, a starterator, an octane selector, and no other full-size car in the world is so economical on gas and oil and upkeep, or so dependable. In view of all these things, do you wonder why every minute someone buys a new Chevrolet? And now, Jack Benny.
Hello, some more. This is your New York correspondent, Jack Benny, the Earth Galloper, coming to you with all the late news reports with the courtesy of the Weekly Watch. The news that brings out all the dirt. Okay, Frank, let's go. Thank you. Chicago, Illinois. World Fair gets off to a good start with many notables arriving daily to represent their respective countries. Sam Insull will represent Greece. Jimmy Walker will represent France. And Black's Orchestra will represent Russia. Scotland sends Harry Lauder, C.O.D.
Jack, another wire just came.
All right, what is it, Mary? Quick.
World Fair, Chicago. Molly and Dietrich just arrived representing Pennsylvania.
Mary, go away, will you, please? Bombay, India. More Gandhi news. Mahatma Gandhi finishes 21-day fast and is now wearing a cigar band. When last seen, he was mistaken for a Panatella. Babylon, Long Island. Man and wife discovered here with 16 children. Stork found dead on stoop. Overworked, you know. Special cable dispatch. Frank Buck and Jimmy Walker will sail for America shortly. Buck will bring them back alive, and Walker will bring them back a wife. Glasgow, Scotland. Harry Lauder also sailing for America. Local citizens give him big blowout by putting tack in his rear tire. Pretty good for Scotland. And now, folks, we have also added a want ad column to our paper as we cannot exist on circulation alone. So take down these addresses if you are interested. Traveling salesman wanted. Must be familiar with traveling, salesmanship, farmers, and farmers' daughters. Address Box 482, this paper. Wanted 30 chorus girls. Apply Minsky Theater, New York. Wanted 3 more chorus girls. Apply to Melton, Black, and Benny. Got you in on this, Frankie. For sale, baby grand piano by lady with electric attachment. What's that? Girls wanted to knit sweaters for Katz, Broomberg, and Riley. The boys must be told. Woman 55 will trade a Pekingese dog and a canary for slightly used husband. Realizes mistake. Address RFD 4, Pump Handle, Ohio. Female help wanted. Good secretary. If good looking, don't have to be so good.
Jack, can I read one now?
Go ahead, Mary.
Wanted. Good master of ceremony for Chevrolet program.
Graham. Wanted. Howard Claney to say something about Chevrolet.
Oh, yes. You'll find that Chevrolet saves you on oil, gas...
Play, Frank. Don't wait for this. Play. Don't wait. Play, Frank. Thank you. That was My Darling from the Vanities, played by Frank Black and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen... we continue with our penthouse murder that was started last Friday. You all remember our terrible murder mystery last week? Well, it's terrible this week, too. Who killed Mr. X? You remember, folks? Mr. X was killed in his penthouse a week ago tonight between 8 o'clock and the bathroom. And the only clue found was a hot dog running away from a stand in Coney Island. You may also remember that during the trial we were unable to place the guilt where it belonged. Garbo had to go home, Mae West had a date, and the other prisoners were not interested. So it still remains a horrible unsolved mystery. Who killed Mr. X? I said, who killed Mr. X?
Oh, pardon me.
Yes. Watch those cues. Huh? Now, what could have been the motive for this crime? Let us analyze it. Mr. X was the landlord of 3 apartment houses, so you see he had no enemies. He lost every cent in the market, his wife was pressing him for back alimony, and he had incurable rheumatism, so there was no reason for suicide. Now, what was it?
How old was he, Jack?
95.
Then he did not die of old age.
Neither will you, Mary.
What did he have to suffer the night of the crime?
Liver.
Then it couldn't have been a heart attack.
No, Mary, it couldn't. A pipe was pulled out of his mouth, and he was examined carefully.
What kind of a pipe?
A gas pipe.
Oh, well, a little gas never hurt anyone.
I know. Well, anyway, folks, we've had 2 detectives working on this case. Detective Nelson, you've been out on this case a week.
Yes, sir.
What have you found?
I found a place where you can get a sandwich and a glass of beer for a nickel.
Mary, take down the address, but that doesn't help solve the mystery. Detective Planey, what did you find?
I find that every minute of the day someone buys a Chevrolet.
Well, now we're getting someplace. After all, that's what we're here for. Did you find anything else, Planey?
Yes, but the Chevrolet has the Fisher no-drop ventilation.
That's great. Now all we have to find out is who killed Mr. X.
Jack, why not put it in the hands of Sherlock Holmes, who understands crime?
You're right, Mary. We'll get Sherlock Holmes, the man who sees all, knows all, and plays the fiddle.
Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Yes, Jimmy?
I hate to interrupt your mystery, but do you mind if I sing my song now?
Oh, no, pardon me, Jimmy. Go right ahead. What are you going to sing, huh?
Franz Lehar's Frosty Serenade.
I know that, Jimmy. I just couldn't pronounce it. Play, Frank, please.
In the silence of the night, when the moon is shining bright, and the world at last is fast asleep, every creature goes to rest in his cozy little nest, just his very own, alone to keep. There's a little...
That was the Frosty Serenade, sung by James Melton. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our mystery and take you to the residence of Sherlock Holmes.
A 7:15. Only 1 more hour until 7:15.
And just an hour ago, it was 6:15.
What a strange world. Answer that, Mary. I'm not in.
Hello? You want to speak to Sherlock Holmes? Yes, this is Sherlock's home, but Sherlock isn't home. He's working on a case right now. Yes, he's on his last battle.
What is it, Mary?
It's about that penthouse murder of Mr. X. They want you to start working on it at once.
Oh, yes. I was expecting that case. Tell him I'll take it.
Hello? Mr. Holmes just came in and said he'll take the case. Tell Mr. X not to worry. Goodbye.
Mary, call in Dr. Boston. We have work ahead of us.
Mr. Sherlock, I hate to ask you this, but can I draw 5 shillings to payday?
That's elementary, Mary.
I get it, Sherlock.
Sherlock to you. Call Dr. Watson.
Dr. Watson, the boss wants you.
Okay, I'm coming. Well, Sherlock, what's new?
Watson? Watson, we have much work ahead of us. Mm-hmm. By the way, you've been eating herring. Is that right?
Sure. But tell me, Sherlock, how did you know it?
That's elementary, Watson. Besides, I can smell it.
Sherlock, you're a genius.
Watson, you're a litvot. You know, Watson, you're really supposed to be an Englishman.
Well, I say, Mr. Holmes, I'll try, you know.
I like the other dialect better.
All right. What do you want?
Watson, we have a strange mystery to solve. Mr. X was killed in his penthouse, and we start working on the case today.
All right, but before we start, why don't you eat something? You're always working. Now, I just made some nice homemade soup.
What kind of soup?
I made some chicken, vegetable, and noodle. Which do you want?
Quick, Watson, the noodle. We leave, Watson. We leave for the Empire State Building in 10 minutes. The Empire State Building. Pack your bag and hand me my violin. I've got a lot of thinking to do. I must think.
They laughed when he picked up his violin, but when he started to play, they screamed.
Quiet, Mary. Quiet, I must think. Come, Watson. A thought just struck me. We must get to the Empire State Building in a jiffy.
Why in a jiffy? My Chevrolet will get us there just as sweet.
And much safer. At times, Watson, you show signs of intelligence. You have just heard what these two famous detectives have said about the Chevrolet. It is quick, safe, and dependable. That's elementary, Claney, and get out of my study. Come, Watson, we must hurry. And by midnight, we will find the murderer of Mr. X.
Sherlock, you're uncanny.
Watson, you're nuts. Come, let us away.
Just heard Playing with the Devil. And now we take you to the lobby of the Empire State Building where we meet Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson.
Tell me, Sherlock, why did we come here to the Empire State Building? What has this got to do with the murder of Mr. Hex?
Watson, I'm surprised at you. While playing the violin, I made the following deduction. Mr. X was killed by some gorilla here in New York. Do you follow me? A gorilla was seen climbing up the Empire State Building with a girl in the palm of his hand. And is at present on the tower.
How do you know?
I saw the picture. Now, if he could climb up a building the size of the Empire State, why couldn't he have climbed up that penthouse and killed Mr. X?
You mean the gorilla is King Kong?
Of course. Who else is covered with hair like that?
George Bernard Shaw.
Well, he didn't do it. Well, here's the elevator.
What floor, Captain?
We want to go to the tower.
That's the 102nd floor, boss.
Yes. I know that. When will we arrive?
Sunday night, sir.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Sherlock, that elevator boy looks very suspicious and very friendly, too.
I think so. What's your name, son?
My name's Jim Milton, sir.
Oh, sure, Jimmy. He's our tenor, Watson. Say, Jimmy, I hate to ask you this, but did you kill Mr. X?
No, sir, Captain. I didn't kill him. I was a lady killer.
Quick, Watson, the needle.
Ow!
And cut out those jokes. Well, we have 2 days in this elevator. 2 days. I must keep my mind occupied. Hand me my saxophone. That was Stormy Weather, brought to you through the courtesy of the Chevrolet Motor Company.
102nd floor. All out.
Sunday got here quick. Now be careful, Watson, and very quiet. Very quiet. Please follow me around the edge of the roof. We must use our wits and trap him. This fellow King Kong is the biggest creature you have ever seen. He eats elephants like you eat salami.
With mustard?
That's elementary, Watson. Come, follow me.
What's that? The drummer just dropped the cymbal. Frank, keep the boys quiet, will you? Just a moment. Watson, don't move.
It's so dark up here. Why didn't we come up here in the daytime?
Quiet. Go ahead. I'm right behind you.
I'd sooner be behind you.
Watson, look. Look carefully. Carefully. You see that figure standing there in the doorway?
Yes.
Look. Somebody is handing him some money.
Oh, that's Al Smith. He runs this building and he's collecting the rent. Hello, Al.
You're wrong again, Watson.
What is that, Philip?
That's King Kong. He's here, all right. Keep down, Watson. He mustn't see us.
Be careful, Sherlock. I think he sees us.
Grab him, Watson, and don't let him get away.
Thank you. Look, he's got the girl right in the palm of his hand. It looks like Mary Livingstone.
Wait. It is Mary. Mary, what are you doing there with King Kong?
There's something in his eyes that makes me realize he got me in the palm of his hand. The thrill of his caress.
Mary, we must rescue Mary from that roof. I'm not afraid of him. Hey, King Kong. What's the idea of climbing buildings and carrying women with you?
Well, it's oozed with sport, and I just love the fresh air. Is that King Kong? I'll get him.
Wait, Watson. It may be a trick. Now, look here, Kong. You've been climbing buildings, dragging people out of their beds and murdering them. Did you climb up to the penthouse on Park Avenue and kill Mr. X?
No.
You lie. You did murder Mr. X. Why, you're big enough to eat him alive.
Well, I did have eggs for breakfast this morning.
Then you admit that you killed him.
No.
Take him away, Watson.
Goodbye, Mary. I'm sorry. I can't play with you anymore.
Goodbye, Paul and Harry. Come up against sometime.
Well, it didn't take us long to get him, did it, Watson?
Yeah.
Who's that?
It's me, the voice of the shadow.
What do you want?
You think you've got the murderer, eh? Well, King Kong did not kill Mr. X.
Then who did?
Mr. X was killed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this mystery will be continued next Friday night.
But there's no mystery about the Chevrolet motor car. It's the best buy in America today and the nation's choice.
Play, Frank.
for you to gone. Why don't you kiss and make us take us back where we belong? It broke my heart to see the home you planned for me in that little second-hand
Whenever you see or hear the figures 445 FOB Factory, always think, my friends, of Chevrolet, of the new Chevrolet Standard 6, the car that made $445 famous, of the smart, fast-stepping Chevrolet that gave a new meaning to 445 by giving so many wonderful new features for that wonderful low price. A Fisher body, a big, comfortable interior, Fisher no-draft ventilation, safety plate windshield glass, an octane selector, a low-to-the-road chassis that rides smoothly and steadily, and a six-cylinder valve and head engine that's not only one of the snappiest on the road, but listen to this. Some Chevrolet Standard 6 owners report gasoline mileages as high as 26 miles to the gallon, and nearly all of them are getting between 18 and 24, depending on how they drive. So if you have a minimum of money to spend on a new car and want that money to do you the most good, to bring you the most fun and the greatest savings in return, save with a new Chevrolet Standard 6, the big General Motors value that made $445 famous.
Well, folks, this concludes our program for tonight. Be sure and listen in next Friday. Try and figure out for yourself who killed Mr. X.
Mary, hand me my violin. I must sing. Yeah. Good night, folks. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. WEOS, New York.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Feeling low,
Feeling tense.
these 8 words are common sense. Smoke a Lucky,
To be your level best.
smoke a Lucky,
To be your level best.
Yes, to feel your level best. Smoke a Lucky, because Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best. That's what fine tobacco can do for you. And remember, LSMFT, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So the next time you buy cigarettes, ask for the cigarette of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. For remember, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best. Yes, smoke a Lucky to feel your level best.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, television is not only here, it's here to stay. And like other stars in radio, Jack Benny is preparing for the future. So now we take you out to Beverly Hills. At the moment, Jack is sleeping while Rochester is going about his morning chores.
Well, first I better clean up the living room. What a mess. Television sure has Mr. Benny worried. Every night he rehearses a different act. But he's certainly serious about it. Last night he even had a dancing teacher here. Imagine him trying to do that kind of a dance. Oh, well, I might as well pick up his clothes and let the air out of the balloons. Isn't that cute? He even put an ironing board up on 2 chairs and used it for a runway. Let's see, where'll I put these balloons? Oh, hello, Polly.
A pretty girl is like a melody.
Oh, were you here last night when Mr. Benny was taking his dancing lesson? He'll be happy to hear that. Now, Polly, I'll get you some breakfast as soon as I straighten up the... Coming! Oh, good morning, Mr. Mailman.
Good morning, Rochester. Well, there was too much mail to put in the box, so I thought I'd bring it in. Here are the letters.
Thank you.
And here are Mr. Benny's magazines. Body Beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Women's Home Companion.
Uh-huh.
True Story.
Uh-huh.
Lonely Hearts.
Uh-huh.
And this book, The Manly Art of Self-Defense.
Say, I didn't know...
Oh, pardon me, that goes to Mike Romanoff. Well, I must be getting along.
Is that all the mail you have for Mr. Benny?
No, I'm still carrying that letter with postage due on it. But I guess there's no use going through that again.
No, I guess not. How long ago was that letter mailed?
I don't know. It was handed down to me by my father. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, I think I'll take this mail to Mr. Benny's room. It's time he got up anyway. Mr. Benny, it's 11 o'clock. Mr. Benny, wake up. Mr. Benny. Gypsy Rose.
A pretty girl.
Boss, it's only me.
Oh, good morning, Rochester. What time is it?
It's 11 o'clock. I brought you the mail. Do you want to look at it?
Oh, yes, give it to me.
Aren't you going to put your glasses on?
I can't. I broke them last night when I fell off the runway. I mean, the ironing board.
It's all right, boss. I know.
Well, Rochester, take the ironing board down and hide the balloons. I don't want anyone to know about my dancing. Now, let's see the mail. What's this one? Oh, it's from my violin teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Monsieur Benny, as you know, tomorrow I must give you a violin lesson. I will be there unless I catch pneumonia. Please excuse the writing, as it is dark here in the deep freeze. Open the next envelope, Rochester.
Yes, sir. Oh, here's a letter from Max Factor.
Max Factor? What does he say?
Dear Mr. Benny, this is the 3rd letter we have sent you reminding you of your March payment is past due. Either pay it immediately or we'll snatch it off your head.
Let him snatch it. It's got moth holes all over it. Now, let's see. What's this? This is from the California Bank. It's another letter about that loan.
What are you going to do, boss?
I'm going to turn him down. Now, let's see. That's funny. Here's one from the barber shop on the corner. Dear Mr. Benny, we are writing to all of our customers who got shaved here last Saturday. Are you missing an ear? P.S. If not called for in 30 days, we will add it to our collection. Is there anything else, Rochester?
Just the circular. You won't be interested in it.
What is it?
Here.
Automobile prices reduced. Buy a new car now and save money. Liberal allowances on trade-ins. You know, Rochester, maybe I ought to try and...
I'll get it.
Oh, say, Rochester, no matter who it is, don't mention anything about the new dance I've been working on.
I won't.
Remember.
Coming!
Hello, Rochester.
Hello, Miss Livingston. Come on in.
Mr. Benny home?
Yeah, he's getting dressed. He'll be down in a minute.
Well, then I'll wait. And don't let me interrupt you, Rochester. Go ahead and finish your ironing.
Ironing?
Yes, you've got the ironing board up, haven't you?
Oh, I wasn't using that. You see, Mr. Benny was... Uh-oh.
Mr. Benny was what?
Well, he was getting ready to wallpaper the living room.
Well, back home I used to help my mother paper our house, and Mr. Benny is going at it the wrong way. It seems to me that...
Well, good morning, Mary.
Oh, good morning, Jack. Rochester told me what you were doing with the ironing board.
Oh, he did, eh? Rochester, I told you not to say anything about what...
But, Jack, you should be glad he told me. I can show you a few tricks.
What do you know about it?
Oh, I used to do it with my mother.
What?
Oh, Mama was wonderful. She used to work with a brush in each hand.
A brush in each hand? Didn't your father object?
No, if she didn't do it, he'd have to.
Mary, dollface, what are you talking about?
Wallpapering the house.
Oh, wallpapering. Oh, of course. Good boy, Rochester. I'm going to do that later, Mary, but right now I'm trying to make a big decision.
What big decision?
Well, I just received this circular from an automobile company, and I've been thinking maybe I ought to trade in my car and buy a new one.
Well, it's about time. What are you going to get, a Chandler or an Essex?
Oh, don't be funny. I'm going to get a real... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Jackson. I'm calling from the country club. I thought maybe you'd come out and play some golf.
Well, I can't today. I'm going out and buy a new car.
Operator, you gave me the wrong number.
She did not! It's me. And I am going to buy a car.
Oh. What kind of a car are you going to get, Jackson?
Well, I don't know. I was thinking of getting a Cadillac.
Operator, why can't I get the right
number? I told you it's me.
Oh.
He asked me if I wanted to play golf, and I told you I couldn't.
Well, look, Jackson, I'm running a picture at my house tonight. Would you like to come over and see it?
Gee, I'd love to, but I can't. You see, last night I broke my glasses.
Oh, how'd you break them?
I fell off the runway.
Operator, I wish you'd give me the right...
You got it! Phil, it's me, Gypsy. I mean, Jackson. Phil, I'm sorry. Phil, I'm sorry I can't play golf with you. Why don't you call Remley?
I called Remley. He's right here now.
Oh, Frankie's with you, eh?
Yeah, he's sitting over there at the table drinking a glass of milk.
Operator! Somebody else is on.
No, Jackson. It's me.
Oh. Well, what's this about Frankie drinking milk?
Doctor's orders. Drinking too much bourbon.
Oh.
That caused a shortage of calcium in his system.
Uh-huh.
So the doctor made him drink milk.
So Frankie could get more calcium?
Yeah, that'll make his teeth stronger.
Why does he want to strengthen his teeth?
So he can pull the corks out of the bourbon bottle.
What?
You can't gum them things, you know.
I know. Anyway, I'm proud of Frankie drinking milk. Let me talk to him, will you, Phil?
Okay. Hey, Frankie. He can't hear a thing since he got a shave last Saturday.
Phil, do you mean that...
So long, Gypsy. We got 8 holes to play.
All right, goodbye, Phil. I generally play 18 holes, but I guess Phil isn't as strong as I am. Mary, Phil wanted me to play golf with him, but I'm going out and look at some of those new cars. You want to go with me?
Oh, sure, Jack. But while you were on the phone, Don Wilson of Sportsman came in. They're waiting for you in the library.
Oh. Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hiya, fellas. Well, Don, I know what you're here for, but make it quick, will you? Mary and I have to leave in a few minutes.
Okay. Now, Jack, we've got a wonderful arrangement of Mendelssohn's Spring Song. And as a surprise, we put in a special violin part for you.
Oh, Don, really? You shouldn't have done that.
Well, we can take it out.
Oh, no, I've got the violin right here, under my chin. I've got it. Just give me the music.
Here you are.
Okay. Now, all right. Now, just a second while I tune up here. Just 1 second, Don. I get it. Now, let's see. Mendelssohn's Spring Song. Oh, yes. I started, don't I?
Yeah, Jack.
All right. Here we go, fellas. Mendelssohn's Spring Song.
Spring, a young man's fancy lightly turns to lucky stride. So round, so firm and fully packed, so easy on the draw. For lucky strike means fine tobacco, LSMFT. Oh, yes, you'll see that men who know tobacco best are happy to confess that Lucky Strike will always make you feel your level best. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they're better than the rest. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you feel your level best. If you are low, if you are tense, then these 8 words make common sense. Smoke a lucky.
Jack.
Huh?
You can stop curtsying. The boys have gone.
Oh. Well, come on, Mary. Let's go downtown and look for a new car. Rochester, we're ready to go. Rochester, the traffic's pretty heavy. Take it easy, will you?
Jack, what kind of a car are you going to get?
I'm not sure, Mary. You know, all the new models look so nice, and they have so many novel features. Like the Nash, for instance. I mean, the way the seats make up into twin beds. You know, maybe that's what I'll get. What are you laughing at?
You'll have the only car in the country that takes in boarders.
I wasn't thinking of that, Mary. I just thought that maybe...
Say, boss, how long have we been driving?
Exactly 14 minutes. You better start looking for a service station.
Yeah, no time to lose.
Jack, why do you have to hurry for a service station?
Well, you see, Mary, every time the car drives for 15 minutes, the water in the radiator boils over, and then it takes...
There goes Old Faithful!
Stop the car, Rochester. Well, I guess we'll just have to sit here for a few minutes until it cools off. That's about all.
Say, Emily, isn't that Jack Benny over there?
Where?
Over there in that Stanley steamer.
That isn't a Stanley steamer. It's a Maxwell that blew its top.
Then it is my dream man. Steady, girl, steady.
You really have a crush on him, haven't you?
Yes, and you know, Emily, I've got a confession to make. Last February, I sent Mr. Benny a Valentine card.
Did he get it?
He must have. I put it in my laundry bundle.
Oh, does he do your laundry?
Yes. When I think of him ironing my petticoats with his own little hands, I break out in goose pimples.
How romantic. What did you say on your Valentine card?
It was a beautiful poem. I wrote it myself. It went, Dear Jack, when I think of you this Valentine's Day, I can throw my vitamin pills away.
Well, I'll bet he didn't answer it.
He did, too. He said, Your lovely poem made me shake and shiver, and starting May 1st, we pick up and deliver.
Martha, open your eyes. I think they're going to drive off.
Rochester, the car should be cool enough now. Let's go.
Jack, the street we're coming to is Figueroa. That's Automobile Row.
Yeah. Turn right here, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Gosh, look at all the automobile dealers on this street. Honest John, the Smiling Irishman, Madman Muntz, Psychiatric Sam, Wild Man Pritchard. Ah, here's the place we want. Just Plain Bill. Stop in front of this place, Rochester. Now, Rod, you can park down the street a little ways and wait for us. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Gosh, Jack, they certainly have some beautiful cars on display here.
Yes, I hope this doesn't take too long. I wouldn't want Rochester to get a ticket. He can't afford it. And besides, I have to...
Oh, here comes the salesman.
Where? Oh, yes. Oh, mister...
How do you do?
How do you do? I'm thinking of buying a new car.
Oh, good, good. Were you thinking of any particular type?
Well...
Would you like a hydromatic?
A hydromatic?
Yes, that car comes without a clutch.
Look, brother, when I pay for a new car, I want a clutch and everything. Say, this car here looks pretty good.
Yes, Jack, it's really a sporty-looking number.
Get inside and see how roomy it is.
Okay. It sure is comfortable. And say, what are these buttons?
Oh, yes. Those are for the windows. I'll show you how they work.
Gee. What other new features do they have?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. This is the only car in the market that comes equipped with a Dynaflex superflowing unijet turbovasculator, which is synchромeshed with a multi-coil hydrotension duo-vacuum dynamometer.
Gosh. What does that do for the car?
It empties the ashtray.
Well, that's quite a feature. Mary, do you think I ought to get this car?
Well, certainly. I wouldn't think of having a car that's not equipped with a Dynaflex superflowing unijet turbovascular, which is synchro-meshed with a multi-coil hydrotension duo vacuum dynamometer. Dynamometer.
Mary, you mispronounced the word with. Gee, the more I see of this car, the more I like it. But tell me, Mr.
Call me Plain Bill.
Well, look, Plain Bill. What are all these other buttons for?
Well, they're for the heater, the radio, the lights, and the top.
Uh-huh. But what's this red button for?
Oh, that red button is for emergencies.
Emergencies?
Yes, like if you stall the car on the railroad tracks and the train is coming at 100 miles an hour, you press the red button.
And that gets the car off the tracks?
No, it makes a reservation for you at Forest Lawn.
You know, Jack, this is one of the prettiest convertibles I've ever seen. Why don't you take it?
I think I will, Mary. Tell me, plain Bill, what's the price of this car?
$4,200.
Say, mister, do the windshield wipers on this car squirt water when you press the button?
Yes.
Well, squirt some on him. He fainted.
I didn't faint, Mary. Just that $4,200 is a lot of money.
But don't forget, we do make liberal allowances on trade-ins.
Well, my car's right outside. Suppose you come along with us and appraise it.
Yes, well, I'd be very glad to.
Right this way.
Now, which one of these cars is yours?
Oh, it's parked down the street a little ways. There it is, right there.
You mean that blue Kaiser?
No, it's behind the Kaiser.
Oh, the gray DeSoto.
No, my car's between the Kaiser and the DeSoto. Here it is. Well, I'll admit it doesn't look like much right now, but a little paint and polish and she'll be as good as new.
What did you get, boss? A convertible or a sedan?
Nothing yet. This gentleman is going to appraise ours.
Tell me, has this car been in an accident?
No.
Well, then how come it bulges so much in the rear?
Middle-aged spread.
Don't be silly. That's the way this car was built. And it has a lot of advantages that the new cars haven't got.
Yeah, if you like tea, it boils water every 15 minutes.
Oh, stop. This man is a good judge of cars. Now, plain Bill, get in and I'll show you how it runs. Come on, Mary. Start the car, Rochester.
Yes.
The motor needs a little... Plain Bill, where are you going?
To get a whip and a chair. This thing is dangerous.
No, it'll be all right. Try it again, Rochester. See? I told you it'd be okay.
Do you want me to drive around the block, boss?
Just a second. If I am going to appraise this car, I had better drive.
No, I'll drive. You shovel the coal.
You better let him drive, Bill. He's more used to it.
Well, it's irregular, but okay.
See, I told you, it rides very smoothly, doesn't it?
Not bad.
Now, how much of a trade-in do you think you can give me on it?
Well, now, let me see. There's a little rubber on the tires. The body needs a paint job. The upholstery isn't too bad. The motor runs. Look, would the deal include the car's radio?
Yes. Now, how much will you allow me on the car, including the radio?
$3.
$3?
You'd better grab it fast, Jack. The ride's made him dizzy.
I will not. I wouldn't think of trading in this car for $3. It's perfect mechanically. They don't make cars like this today. Everything built to last for years and gives you excellent service. And all the way...
Plain Bill.
Yes?
Lemon or cream?
Lemon in mine, Mary. Mary! Now, Bill, all kidding aside, how much will you allow me on my car?
$3.
But this car...
There is no use arguing. This thing is without a doubt the oldest, worst, most beat-up piece of junk I have ever seen.
Well... That settles it. Rochester, stop the car. Plain Bill, I'll thank you to get out. Rochester, open the door.
That won't be necessary. It fell off.
Well, goodbye to you, sir.
Goodbye.
Rochester, drive on.
Yes, sir.
This car's good enough. I can keep it for quite a while yet.
You know, boss, if you're not going to get a new car, why don't you have this one fixed up? Put some of those modern things on it.
Like what?
Like the Dynaflex Superflowing Unijet Turbo Vasculator, which is synchronized with the multi-coil hydrotension dual vacuum dynamometer.
No, then I'd have to go out and buy an ashtray. Step on it, Rochester. I want to go home.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Feeling low, feeling tense. These 8 words are common sense. Smoke a lucky to be your level best. Smoke a lucky to be your level best.
Yes, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level to feel and do your level best.
It's important to know that fine tobacco can do this for you. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes,
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
It's not surprising that more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined.
So when you choose your cigarette, remember, Lucky's fine tobacco picks you up when you're low, calms you down when you're tense, puts you on the right level, the Lucky level, where you feel your best and do your best.
Yes, the next time you buy cigarettes, ask for a carton of Lucky Strike.
Smoke a lucky to be your level best. Smoke a lucky to be your level best.
Jack, you going to stop off at any other car dealers?
No, Mary, I made up my mind. I'm going home. This car'll just have to do until I get up.
Jack, what happened? Your hair is gone.
It's my fault, Miss Livingston. I never should have driven by Max Factors.
All right. Let him keep it.
Be sure to hear Dennis Day in a Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. If you're not getting all the enjoyment you should be getting from your present cigarette, switch to Lucky Strike and see for yourself how much more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you get from Lucky's better taste. A Lucky tastes better because it's the cigarette of fine tobacco and it's toasted to taste better. It's toasted is the famous Lucky Strike process that tones up Lucky's fine, naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, find out for yourself. Buy a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another television show, but right now it's radio time. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills. As we look in, Rochester, with the help of his best friend Roy, is cleaning up the house after Christmas.
Jingle bells, jingle bells.
Jingle
it is to ride
in a one-horse open sleigh. Now, Roy, if you'll get up all the wrapping paper, I'll pick up the ribbons and twine.
Okay. Say, Rochester, I noticed that a lot of these boxes that Mr. Benny's gifts came in still have the price tag on them.
Oh, those. Those are gifts from the people who work for him.
Why do they leave the price tags on them?
It saves about 6 months of arguments.
Now, here's a box that hasn't been opened yet.
I know lots of people haven't come by to pick up their presents. Put it in the pile behind the tree.
Okay.
Careful you don't tip it.
Yeah, don't worry. Say, Rochester, what's that little package lying on top of the pile?
Let's see. Oh, that's Mr. Frank Remley's gift.
And what's the big package on the bottom?
That's Mr. Remley.
Why is he gift wrapped?
He keeps better that way.
Say, Rochester, what did Mr. Benny get from his neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman?
They gave him that chair over there in the corner.
Gee, that doesn't look like much of a gift. The chair looks so dull and drab.
I know, but it gets mighty lively when you plug it in.
You mean...
Yeah, that thing hanging over the top ain't no reading lamp.
Rochester, you're kidding, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Say, Roch, next week is New Year's Eve. You got any plans?
Yeah, I got a date with Susie.
Say, that reminds me. Susie spoke to me about you the other night.
She did?
Yeah. She says that you two have been going together so long, she's kind of disappointed that you haven't proposed to her yet.
Well, Roy, I've thought about it a lot. I've been with Mr. Benny so long, I'm a confirmed bachelor. I've picked up too many of his ways.
Yeah, but you ought to think about getting married. You know, you're not getting any younger.
I'm not getting any older either. That's something else I picked up from Mr. Benny.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Mr. Benny keeps rolling along like Old Man River. Say, how old is he really, Rochester?
That's something I'll never tell anyone.
Well, I know he's not 39. Can't you at least give me a hint about how old he is?
Well, all I'll say is, if they do his story on This Is Your Life, it'll have to be an hour program.
Man, what a spectacular that'll make with Indians and everything.
Good morning, Rochester.
Oh, good morning, boy.
Merry Christmas, Roy.
Merry Christmas to you, too, Mr. Benny.
Would you like some breakfast, boy?
No, it's so late and I'm quite hungry. What can you fix me for lunch?
Well, I can get you some sliced turkey, cranberry sauce, candied sweet potatoes, turkey dressing, and gravy.
Is that what's left over from Christmas dinner?
That's what's left over from Thanksgiving.
Do you want me to answer the door, Mr. Benny?
No, Roy, I'll go. You help Rochester. Ding dong bell, da dum bum bum dum dum dee dee.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Benny. Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Well, Joey and Stevie, my little beavers. Merry Christmas, boys.
Mr. Benny, it is our pleasure, as the duly selected representatives of the Beverly Hills Beavers Club, to come here and present you with this gift for which we all chipped in and bought you as a token of our esteem.
Oh, boys, this is very touching. Of all the many nice things that happened to me this Christmas, this is the nicest. Come on in while I open it. Oh, gee, a pair of hairbrushes. God, isn't that nice?
I thought it was stupid, but they voted against me.
Well, boys, come on in the next room. I have a gift for all the beavers.
Gee, thanks. That's swell. By the way, Mr. Benny, don't forget your promise to come over to the Beavers' annual party for giving this Friday night.
Oh, I'll be there.
You know, this year we're going to have girls, and we're going to dance with them and play spin the bottle in post office.
Gee, I bet you can hardly wait.
Yeah, I want to see what's so great about it. see, you'll see.
Yes, you will, Stevie. Well, here you are, boys. A present from me to the Beavers.
Gosh, a printing press. And what a big one. Boy, the Beavers will love this present, because now we can print our own newspaper and bulletins and circulars.
Yeah, and maybe next year we'll even be able to make Christmas cards.
First Hallmark, now them. Oh, well. Merry Christmas, boys.
Merry Christmas, Miss Benny.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Benny, at our last meeting, we decided to raise the dues next year to 10 cents a week.
10 cents a week?
I thought it was stupid, but they voted against it.
Well, I'm going to use my veto. Goodbye, kids.
Goodbye.
Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Gosh, those kids are cute. Dum 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 da ding dum dum.
Say, boss, what's this Christmas package doing up on the mantel? It has no name on it.
Let me see it. Oh, my goodness, I forgot to deliver it. I better do that right now.
Who's it for?
Ed, the man who guards my vault. I'll take it to him right now. I'm going down to my vault, Rochester, and I'll be right back if there are any calls for me. Out across the bridge over the moat. Gosh, look at those alligators. They make wonderful guards. Especially this one right under the bridge. Hey, what's that swimming behind her? Oh, my goodness, I must call Luella Parsons. She's had a blessed event. Isn't that cute? I got to get into my vault.
Friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Cleaner, fresher, smoother.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, it's me, Ed.
Oh, nice. Did you come to put some money in the vault or to take some out?
Neither, Ed. This is a social visit. It's Christmas.
Christmas?
Yes. And next week, it'll be New Year's.
Gosh, another year's gone by already.
That's right, Ed. It'll soon be 1955.
19? Yes, Ed. Now, I just came down to give you your Christmas present.
My, this is exciting. May I open it?
I wish you would.
Oh, gosh, just what I've always wanted. An umbrella.
Yes, it'll come in handy in case a pipe ever breaks. Well, I got to get back, Ed. See you soon.
Goodbye.
Gee, that Ed is always so nice and pleasant. Never complains or anything. I think the next time I come down, I'll lengthen his chain. Oh, Rochester, were there any calls for me?
No, but while you were down in the vault, Malin Merrick, your musical arranger, came in. He's waiting for you in the den.
Oh, I'll see what he wants. Now, hello, Malin.
Merry Christmas, Jack.
Same to you.
Jack, the reason I came over is your producer suggested that we do this tune on the show this week, and I wanted to see if you'd like it.
Let me see the music. Well, it's topical. What do you think?
I'm not sure. Hum it to me.
Da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-dum, ding, da-dum. You know, Malin, you'd save yourself a lot of trips over here if you'd learn to read music. Believe me.
Well, I would, but I don't want the boys in the band to think I've gone hi-hat.
Well, that reminds me, Malin. I wish you'd tell the boys that from now on, whenever we do a broadcast, not to bring their friends and have them sit up there with them on the bandstand.
Oh, they're not friends. They're parole officers.
That's what I mean. See if you can do something about it, will you? Excuse me, Malin. I have to answer the door. Jingle bells, dum-dum-ding, dum-dum-dum.
Merry Christmas, Jack.
Merry Christmas, Don. Come on in.
Oh, Merry Christmas, Malin.
Same to you, Don. Did you get a lot of presents this year?
I'll say I got the greatest collection of wild ties and gaudy sports shirts you've ever seen. Gosh, I'll be busy all next week exchanging gifts.
Me too. People certainly send you silly things, don't they?
Yeah, unless they know you very well, like my wife. She's the one person who gave me a useful gift.
What'd she give you?
A side of beef.
No.
Yes.
Don, a whole side of beef? Were you able to get it in your freezer?
I don't have a freezer, so I made a sandwich.
Your front lawn must look like an elephant's graveyard.
Oh, say, Jack, here, I brought this over for you. It's a record of a song by Dennis Day.
A record?
Yeah, I dropped by his house, and he has a cold, and he asked me to bring this over so you could hear it.
Gee, I hope he feels all right.
No, you'll be okay.
Good, let's hear the song. Put it on the phonograph now.
Okay. Hey, Dennis's cold is worse than I thought.
Don, you forgot to wind it up. Now go ahead.
Okay.
Better, I got a new one.
The girl that I marry will have to be as soft and pink as a nursery. The girl I call my own will wear satins and laces and smell of cologne. Her nails will be polished, and in her hair she'll wear a gardenia, and I'll be there instead of flitting. I'll be sitting next to her, and she'll purr like a kitten. A doll I can carry, the girl that I marry must be. Her nails will be polished, and in her hair she'll wear a gardenia, and I'll be there instead of flitting. I'll be sitting next to her, and she'll purr like a kitten. A doll I can carry, the girl that I marry must be.
sounded real swell. It's the same. The kid has a cold.
Say, why don't the three of us go over and visit Dennis and cheer him up? Huh?
I'd love to, but I've got work to do.
I'm just over there, Jack, but I'll walk part of the way back with you. It's on my way home.
Okay.
Shall I answer the phone, boss?
No, I'll get it. You just keep doing what you're doing.
Thanks, I'm resting.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gertrude, the CBS telephone operator.
Oh, is someone trying to reach me around the studio?
Now, this isn't business. I called to thank you for the lovely Christmas present you gave me. It was very original.
Well, I knew you had earrings and bracelets and beads and a lot of jewelry.
So you gave me a jar to keep them in.
Yeah, but first eat the mayonnaise. It's delicious.
Anyway, Mr. Benny, it isn't the gift that counts. It's the sentiment behind it. That's why Mabel and I like you. You treat us like human beings. Most people aren't nice to us at all.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Gertrude. You don't go talking like that. No wonder you and Mabel have inferiority complexes.
We haven't any complexes. We are inferior.
Oh.
Well, thanks again and Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, too, Gertrude. Okay, Don, let's go. Hey, where's Malin?
He went out while you were talking on the phone.
Oh, well, Rochester, I'll be back in time for dinner.
Mr. Benny.
Huh?
Did you forget to thank Mr. Wilson for the gift he gave you?
Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Don, I want to thank you for that lovely sunbeam toaster you gave me.
You're welcome, Jack. I was wondering if you needed one.
Need one? Before we got that, we used to toast our bread with genuine sunbeams.
Never mind. Come on, Don. I'll be back in time for dinner, Rochester.
It's such a nice day for this time of year.
It certainly is. And I love to walk, especially on a sunny day.
Oh, Jack, look at that beautiful bird on your lawn.
Ah, look, he's hopping over to us.
Come on, Bertie. Come here. What's that, Bertie?
Well, what do you know? He said LSMFT.
That's right, Bertie. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Say, you're a smart bird. I'll be darned.
Hey, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. I want to try something. Bertie, listen to this. If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Oh, this is amazing. Look, he's flying away.
You think he'll come back again?
Only if he needs work. That's the only bird I've ever seen with a mustache. Well, I better hurry over to Dennis Day's house.
Say, Mother. Gee, Mother, I wish I could get rid of this cold.
Well, if you'd only take this medicine, son, it would help you a lot.
But I don't like that medicine. Are you sure it's good?
Certainly. When I was a working girl, I always used to take it.
Did you have a lot of colds then?
All the time.
I guess that was on account of where you worked.
That's right. The only time I ever got any fresh air and sunshine was when John L. Lewis called a strike.
Gee, Mother, I don't feel like taking that medicine because...
Dennis, let me feel your head and see if you have any temperature.
Do I have any?
Well, it is a little warm around the point.
I'll probably be up in a day or so.
Son, shall I get you another hot water bottle?
No, thanks. I already drank 3 of them, and I don't feel any better.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Dennis. You were supposed to put them on your feet.
Now she tells me.
Oh, there's someone at the door.
Hello, Mrs. Day. Merry Christmas.
What do you want?
Well, I've come to cheer Dennis up.
You couldn't cheer up a laughing hyena.
Well, for your information, Mrs. Day, a laughing hyena doesn't really laugh. What sounds like laughter is just a peculiarity of the hyena's vocal cords.
Well, it takes one to know one.
Look, Mrs. Day, I didn't come over here to...
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm in the bedroom.
Hello, Dennis. How'd you get your cold?
Oh, last night I went out all over town singing Christmas carols.
Gee, Dennis, it's awfully stuffy in here. Shall I open a window?
You can't. I nailed them all shut because I walk in my sleep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. One night last week I walked all over town. I finally wound up in the Brown Derby. Boy, was I embarrassed.
Well, I should imagine with all those people there and you in your pajamas.
Who wears pajamas?
Gosh, that must have been awful.
Yeah, Gus, the manager, threw me out because I didn't have a tie on.
Oh, well, I don't blame him.
Here, Dennis, I brought you some soup.
Mrs. Day, that's a hot water bottle.
He likes it that way.
Well, I better be going. Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Oh, by the way, Dennis, you haven't thanked me yet for the Christmas present I gave you.
You call that a Christmas gift?
Look, Mrs.
My
Day.
Dennis has been with you over 15 years. And after all that time, you gave him a ticket for a lousy 89-cent car wash.
Well, tell him to use it on Saturday. It's $1.25 there. Anyway, it's not the gift that counts. It's the sentiment behind it.
I'll let you know about sentiment. You wouldn't give Arthur Godfrey a tea bag if he was stranded on the Mojave Desert with a cup of hot water.
Now, just a minute, Mrs. Day. You listen to me.
I'm not listening to anybody. One more word out of you, and I'll put black circles around those baby blue eyes of yours.
Oh, you will, eh?
Hit him, Mom.
What?
Our television set is broken, and I haven't seen a good fight in weeks.
Well, I've settled it. I came over here out of the goodness of my heart. I wanted to cheer up Dennis because the poor kid is sick. And all I get out of it is insult.
How? Right in the kisser.
I'm very fond of Dennis, Mrs. Day, and I've been very good to him all these years. And you should be the last one.
Ah, shut up!
That settles it. I'm going home.
Happy New Year!
Happy New Year!
Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on at 7 p.m. tonight over the CBS television network. But first, here's a word for anyone who enjoys a good cigarette.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
I guess everybody knows Robert Montgomery was for years a famous movie star, and now he's a star in television. Matter of fact, his TV show is sponsored by Lucky Strike. He told folks that he didn't have to smoke Luckies for that reason, but he does anyway. Let me give you his own words on the subject. I smoked Luckies and have for years. I like the way they taste. Yep, those are Robert Montgomery's own words, and they sure make a lot of sense. Luckies do taste better. They taste better because LSMFT, Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. And then that fine tobacco is toasted. Yes, it's toasted to taste better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process tones up Lucky's naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So the very next time you buy cigarettes, friends, be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton Lucky Strike. Remember, it's toasted to taste better.
Who's there?
It's me, Rochester.
How's Dennis Day?
Oh, he's all right.
Want me to get you something to eat?
No, I don't feel hungry. Gosh, I don't know what to do. I think I'll just sit here and watch television. Turn it on, will you, please?
Okay.
From Television City in Hollywood, the Jack Benny program presented by Lucky Strike.
Oh, my goodness, that's me. I'm supposed to be on TV in a few seconds. So long, Rochester. Gee, I don't want to miss any of my show. I'm going to be so good tonight. See you in a minute, folks.
The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks.
Filter smokers, true tobacco taste, real filtration, famous Tareyton quality. They're all yours when you smoke Filter Tip Tareyton. Filter Tip Tareyton gives you all the full, rich taste of Tareyton's quality tobacco and real filtration, too. Because Filter Tip Tareyton incorporates activated charcoal, renowned for its unusual powers of selective filtration. Look for the red, white, and blue stripes on the package. They identify Filter Tip Tareyton, the best in filtered smoking.
The Jack Benny program is brought to you by the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I'm Bubbling Over from the motion picture Wake Up and Live. Gay new hats, bright new suits, bright spring flowers. Those are some of the sights that make the Easter parade the bright and colorful scene it is. A scene that you can see only once a year. But here's a delight to the eye and a thrill to the taste that you can enjoy the year round. Jell-O for dessert. Yes, indeed, when you bring on a colorful mold of Jell-O, you certainly give your family a treat. For dessert should look as good as it tastes. And that's one of the many grand things about Jell-O. It looks delicious, and it is delicious and refreshing with a flavor of real fresh fruit. Jell-O has that extra-rich fruit flavor, which makes it the most popular gelatin dessert in the world. So brighten up your menus with a gay Jell-O dessert. Order Jell-O in any of its 6 delicious flavors tomorrow from your dealer. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. I'm Bubbling Over, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra in Hollywood. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the Dearborn Street Station in Chicago, where we find Jack and the rest of the gang about to board the train for California. Take it away, Chicago!
Harmony transfer, baggage transfer.
Hey, Redcap, carry my grips a little higher. There's some things hanging out.
Yes, sir. All aboard. Train leaving on track 7 for Kansas City, Dodge City, Sioux City, Carson City, Salt Lake City, and Pottstown. Boys!
Hey, just drop the grips down here till I get my crowd together.
Yes, Mr. Bunny.
The name's Benny.
Well, this is Easter.
Come along, Millicent. The train will be leaving any minute.
Oh, look, Ma, there's Jack Benny. I want his autograph.
Wait till we get to Hollywood and you can get a good one.
Say, Don.
Yes, Jack?
Have you seen Mary and Kenny? We haven't got much time.
Well, I saw Mary standing in front of the hotel a little while ago.
That's fine. Why don't she get over here?
She's waiting for a cab to match her new Easter hat.
Oh, hopes the depot matches her dress. See if you can find her, will you? And Kenny, too.
Okay.
All aboard! Train leaving for San Pedro, San Diego, San Jose, and San Francisco, starring Clark Gable and Jeanette McDonald.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Mary. You all set?
Yeah. Where's the train for San Hollywood?
Right over there. Gee, but you're all bundled up. I bet you're glad you're leaving all this ice and snow, huh?
You said it. I'm so cold I'm all geese pimples.
That's goose.
Well, I got more than one.
Oh. Hey, Redcap.
Yes, sir.
Take my grips to car 24, drawing room A.
I did that 3 times already, and a lady keeps throwing them out.
Oh, that's right. I'm in lower 7. I was thinking of taking a drawing room, folks. Say, conductor, where does that train leave from? The one to Los Angeles.
Tracks 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12.
It's a pretty long train, isn't it?
No, the engineer brought it in sideways.
It's a fine depot.
All aboard! Train leaving for 1, 2, Kalamazoo, 3, 4, Baltimore, 5, 6, Battle Creek, 7, 8. Don't be late, boy.
I'll have to take that trip sometime.
Jack, we better get into our car.
Don, I'm not getting on till Kenny gets here. Say, Mary, run over to the newsstand and buy me a magazine, will you?
Which one?
Oh, anything. Get me a copy of The Nudist. I like those outdoor scenes.
Okay.
Oh, I got to send a wire. Say, information clerk.
Yes?
Where can I send a telegram?
To my wife. It's her birthday.
Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Benny?
Yes?
My daughter insists upon getting your autograph. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all.
I'm so glad you're going to be on the train. Here you are, darling.
Thanks, Mr. Benny.
Well, so you're the little girl who wants my autograph.
Yeah, ain't I screwy?
Millicent.
Pardon me, lady. I'm looking for my gang. Oh, Mary, did you get me that magazine?
Here it is, Jack, The Nudist.
Thanks.
And here's some smoked glasses.
Smoke glasses. What are they for?
Wait till you get to page 10.
Give me that. I'm reading a continued story.
Oh, Jack, here's Kenny.
Hello, everybody.
Hey, Kenny, where have you been? The train leaves in 2 minutes.
Well, I was taking a bath.
You picked a fine time. What's that towel sticking out of your shirt?
I'm not dry yet.
Oh, you're not dry yet. What do you got in that bucket?
I'm taking some snow to California.
Oh.
My mother never saw any.
No, isn't that silly, Mary? It'll be water by the time we get there.
My mother will believe me.
No doubt. Well, go on, let's get on the train, fellas. Gee, we haven't got much time.
All aboard! Train leaving on track 9 for Fort Madison, Kansas City, strawberry, raspberry, Wichita, cherry, orange, lemon, Albuquerque, and lime.
That's us. Say, Don, did you bribe that announcer?
No, but I'll reward him.
Well, let's go. Our car's up forward.
Come along, Millicent. You can get the fireman's autograph later.
Let's see, where's car 24? Oh, here we are, Mary.
Gee, Jack, our car must be awfully crowded.
Why?
Look at those 3 men riding under it.
Well, they're probably fresh air fiends. Come on. Here, Mary, I'll help you up. You too, Don. And Kenny, don't spill that bucket of snow.
I won't.
Here you are, Redcap. Here's 50 cents.
This is a dime.
Look at your script, not the coin. Goodbye, Chicago. Here we go. Goodbye.
Oh, Jack, what do you think I forgot?
What?
My snowshoes.
What do you want with snowshoes on the train?
I bet he wants to go for a hike in the bucket.
Yeah.
Oh, get in the car. right, isn't it, Don?
Yeah. Where are we now, Jack?
I don't know. Looks like New Mexico. How'd you rest last night?
Oh, not so good. I'm not built for an upper berth.
No. You look more like a compartment. You must have slept on your back. You were snoring Jell-O all night.
Yes, I had a conscientious nightmare.
Oh.
Say, Jack, are there any windows in an upper berth?
No.
Then who was I waving at?
You got me. How'd you sleep, Mary?
I was up half the night writing an Easter poem. You want to hear it?
Not now, Mary. No.
Dear old Easter.
Hey, Porter.
Yes, sir?
What time do we get to Albuquerque?
Who?
Albuquerque.
I don't know. Do we stop there?
Well, certainly we stop there.
My. I better go up and tell the engineer about that.
Yeah, do that.
What's the name of that town again?
Albuquerque.
Albuquerque. What's they going to think of next?
Fine porter we got.
Well, maybe we don't stop there, Jack.
Go on. I've made this trip 1,000 times.
Do you want to hear my poem now?
1,000 times no. I'm going into lunch.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the lady whose daughter wanted your autograph at the station.
Oh, the little girl is going to Hollywood.
Yes, she's going into pictures.
Well.
Millicent, dear, Mr. Benny wants to meet you.
Well, I was going to lunch, really.
Oh, thank you, but we've just had ours.
Oh.
Come here, Millicent. You know she sings just like Lily Pond.
Well, I heard Miss Pond, so don't bother with Millicent. I must...
She's so modest, I always have to force her.
Not for us, you don't.
Mary.
No? Come, Millicent, sing for Mr. Benny.
Oh, don't bother. She's probably nervous. No, look. I don't... No, it's good, but look. No. No, don't... Now, look, I wouldn't... That's very good. No, really, she has great possibilities.
Thank you. And take your hands off her neck.
Oh, pardon me.
How about lunch, Jack?
Who can eat now? Oh, conductor.
Yes, sir?
What time do we get to Albuquerque?
Albuquerque? Is that on this line?
It always has been. What time do we get there?
What time is it now?
12:20.
Thank you. La 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 la.
I'll bet he's going into pictures, too.
Yes.
Oh, listen to my poem, will you, Jack?
Oh, Mary, I'm so tired. I don't want to go.
Dear old Easter, you are with us once again.
You know, Mr. Benny, my daughter...
Oh, lady, please.
My daughter won a contest, and that's why she's going into pictures.
Oh, so you're going to be in pictures, Millicent?
Yeah, until a director gets fresh with me. What a long career you'll have.
Mary, Millicent won a contest.
Contest? He looks like a water buffalo.
You've never seen a water buffalo.
I've never seen anything like Millicent either.
Quiet.
Dear old Easter, you are with us.
Hello, fellas.
Well,
hello, Kenny. How'd you sleep last night, Kenny?
Oh, I had more trouble.
You did?
Every time I hung my pants on the rope, the train stopped.
That kind of a train. Where have you been all morning?
Gee, when the porter closed my upper berth, you'd think he'd wait until I got out.
And you mean he folded you up in it?
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you do something about it?
Before I could think of anything, I fell asleep.
Oh.
Gee, I sure do need air.
Sit down and open the window.
Here, I'll help you, Kenny.
And don't stick your head out.
Say, Kenny, you want to hear my Easter poem?
Sure, Mary.
Oh, boy, an audience. Dear old Easter, you are with us once again. With your gorgeous Easter lilies and your product from the hen.
Wow.
How I love your Easter bunny.
Apples, oranges, magazines, and programs. Get your programs here. You can't tell one pasture from another without a program.
Hey, what kind of a train is this? Hey, boy, what time do we get to Albuquerque?
We certainly do. Apples, oranges, magazines, and Albuquerque. You can't tell one
Isn't that awful?
How I love your Easter bunny. Some are wild and some are tame.
Yeah.
And the Jell-O so delicious. How it wobbles on the train.
Hey, I've noticed that. Hey, Porter.
Yes, sir?
When I got on the train yesterday, I gave you a suit to press. Where is it?
Gee, I'm lazy. Don't I remind you of Step and Fetch It?
Yeah, what did you find out about Albuquerque?
He can't press it any better than I can.
Albuquerque's a town.
You better check on that.
I better get off this train, too.
Say, Jack.
Yeah?
What's this hanging around my neck?
That's a mail bag, and I told you to keep your head in. Now look at you. What are you laughing at, Mary?
I just saw a picture of a water buffalo.
Some witty answer. Well, Kenny, what are you going to sing on the program when we get to Hollywood?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'll sing Trust in Me.
Well, rehearse it now and brush up a little bit. That's a clever way of getting into a song while we're on a train, isn't it, folks?
You sure fooled me.
I thought I would, yeah. Sing, Kenny. Where did we get the orchestra?
Darling, do you doubt my adoration? Hesitate about love's invitation? Come to me without more speculation. Have no fear. Give me your hand, my dear. Trust in me in all you do. Have the faith I have in you. Love will see us through if only you trust in me. Come to me when things go wrong. Cling to me and I'll be strong. We can get along as long as you trust in me. While there's a moon on high, while there's a bird to fly, while there's a you and I, you can be sure I'll love you. Stand beside me all the while. Face the future with a smile. Trust in me, and I'll be worthy of you. Trust me,
Very good, Kenny. I'm sure your song will be a big hit Sunday.
I'll say it was.
Say, Jack, looks like we're pulling into a station.
That's right, we're slowing down.
Hey, Kenny, look out of the window and see what town this is.
Okay.
The train stopped, Jack. Where are we?
What does the sign say, Kenny? What town is this?
Waiting room.
Waiting room, New Mexico. It's fine. Let me look out there. Hey, Don, we're in Albuquerque. I knew the train stopped here.
Boy, I'm going out and get some air.
Yeah, me too.
Wait for me.
Hey, Porter.
Yeah, Lou?
How long do we stop here?
Well.
In Albuquerque.
There you go again.
Well, there's no use talking to him. Come on, Mary. I got to send a wire.
Watch your step.
Hey, Jack, look at those Indians selling things.
Where?
Right there. I'm going over and buy a Tommy Rock.
That's a Tommy Hawk. Go ahead, Kenny. Don't be late for the train. John, send that wire for me, will you?
Okay.
Oh, Jack, look at Kenny buying something from that Indian.
Yeah. Look at
Hello, Indian. Parlez-vous English? What? Oh.
Tell him what you want, Kenny.
Me want Tommy Hawk. How much cost him?
White boy, some dope.
You said it.
Come on, Mary. We haven't much time. I want to go into that little novelty shop and buy some moccasins.
Well, now I got to get something for my mother, too.
Yeah, let's go over. Hey, Mary, look at that sign. Heap Big Bargains. Let's go in.
Well, customers, step into my wigwam and look around.
Is he an Indian?
Am I a Indian, she's asking.
He's an Indian, all right.
What can I do for you, my pale-faced landsman?
I want to get a pair of moccasins.
Right feet or left feet?
One of each.
Sorry, we don't split them up.
Hey, Papa, give me a nickel.
Quiet. That's my little papoopsie.
Oh.
Jack, look at those purses. I'd like to buy one for Mama.
See this bag here? It's a real rattlesnake purse.
It's pretty.
Hey, wait a minute. This one is moving.
Take it. It'll be dead by sundown.
Better not handle that, Mary. I'd like to see a pair of moccasins.
Here you are, the finest moccasins made by our tribe.
Yeah, what tribe is that?
The Pony Shoppies.
Well, I've heard of them. Say, these moccasins aren't bad. You haven't got much of a selection here.
Who am I, Florsheim?
Well, I'll take this pair. Wrap them up.
Would you like him wrapped in a blanket?
Don't rush me. I just want moccasins, that's all.
Papa, I want a nickel.
Quiet, rain in the face.
Could be nose in the face, too.
Here you are, sir. This will be $2.98. Is there anything else?
No, thanks.
Wait a minute, tenderfoot. Could you use a couple of igloos, Chief?
Igloos? What's an Indian doing with an igloo?
I used to be an Eskimo. I'm stuck with them.
Never mind. Come on, Mary.
Oh, Jack, look at that totem pole.
That's my wife. I'm stuck with her, too.
Well, goodbye.
Thank you. Call again.
Yes,
Hey, Jack, hurry up. We'll miss our train.
Be right with you. Come on, everybody. Oh, Don, did you send that wire to Phil Harris?
Yes.
That sure is a swanky place. And look, fellas, I saved a menu from the dining room. Is that class? Hey, look at this, Andy.
Gee whiz. 2 eggs, 90 cents.
Yep.
Say, Buck, can I take this home? I want to show it to my chicken.
Go ahead, Andy, but break it to him gently.
Here, let me see that menu a minute.
Here you are, Don. I know what you're looking for. It's at the bottom of the page, under dessert.
Yep, there it is, right between the coconut custard pie and the chocolate pudding.
Yes, sir, and it looks just as tempting as ever.
I wonder if they mean Jell-O.
Oh, Kenny, you spoiled it.
Say, Jack, you sure did a lot of stepping in New York, didn't you?
Did I? Come here, Phil. You too, Andy. Listen, I got some stuff to tell you. Wait a minute. You know, we gotta be... Listen, you can talk all you want to, boys, but let me tell you something. There are plenty of rubes in New York, too.
There are?
Certainly. Listen, I tipped the waiter at the Waldorf Astoria, and he told me it was the first dime he'd ever seen. Imagine that?
Huh? Jack, tell us about those nightclubs.
Yeah, and how about those chorus girls? Were they pretty?
Well, I don't know. Wilson was always in front of me. I don't know. But say, fellas, no kidding. I got so much to tell you it'll take days. Hey, come on over. Come on over here in the corner.
Okay, you know what to do, boys.
Phil, you have no idea what goes on.
Here's a tip on how to get the spirit of the new season. Do something different. Get a little gay with your menus and serve this new and exciting salad, Jell-O Fruit Mold. It's attractive, delicious, and easy to make. You simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, then fold in 1 1/2 cups of diced fruit, whatever kind of fruit you like best, apples, pears, oranges, canned pineapple, or berries. Then mold and serve. Everybody will make a big fuss over this grand springtime salad, so try it and try it real soon. Be sure that you make the Jell-O Fruit Mold with genuine Jell-O.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with My Wonderful One, Let's Dance. Here's a dessert, ladies and gentlemen, that's just as gay as a morning in May. Yes, you're right. It's Jell-O. Rich, radiant Jell-O, a brilliant dessert that brightens up the table like a bowl of gay spring flowers. Jell-O is truly a delight to the eye and an inspiration to every appetite. Even the simplest meals take on a special attraction, become a real feast of flavor when there's a big dish of shimmering Jell-O for dessert. No matter which one of Jell-O's 6 glowing colors you choose, you'll have a dessert that looks like a million. And no matter which one of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors you select, you're in for a lot of swell, satisfying refreshment. Jell-O is simply full of extra rich flavor, as tempting as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. So enjoy some real soon. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O, and be sure to look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O, and Jell-O spells a treat. My Wonderful One, Let's Dance, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our program tonight, we're going to reenact the events which occurred on our recent airplane trip from New York to Los Angeles. The time is last Monday morning, and as the scene opens, a taxicab carrying Jack and Mary is approaching the New York Municipal Airport on Long Island.
Well, Mary, we sure had a lot of fun in New York, didn't we? Shows, nightclubs, and everything.
I'll bet it was pretty expensive, eh, Jack?
All right, so it ran into money. But who cares? And how often do I go to New York? How often do I get on a spree?
How often does Paramount pay your expenses?
I don't care. I still feel like a playboy.
That's you, a nice, on-the-cuff playboy.
Anyway, I had fun. Hey, driver, step on it, will you? I don't want to miss the plane.
Your wish is my command.
Well, polite fellow, isn't he?
Oh, boy, wait till Paramount sees your expense account.
Mary, there's nothing wrong with it. Here it is right here, itemized and everything. Look, meals, room, tips, taxicabs, it's all legitimate.
How you going to explain this item? Blue suit, $85.
I bought that suit to make a personal appearance at the Paramount Theater. I wore it on the stage and everybody saw it.
Underwear, $4.50. What did you do, a striptease?
Mary, let Paramount worry about my underwear, will you? And driver, a little faster, please. We want to get there.
It is yours to request, mine to obey.
Well, thanks. My, isn't he formal?
Say, Jack, what's this on your list? Tips, $18. Gratuities, $37.
Now, what's wrong with that?
They mean the same thing.
They do not. Tips is dimes, and gratuities is from a quarter up. So mind your own business. Gee, look what time it is.
Well, jeepers creepers, this tops everything.
Now what?
Shoelaces, 5 cents.
Give me that list. You're not supposed to see it anyway. Hey, driver, that's the airport right ahead, isn't it?
It's mine to drive, yours to point out.
Oh, stop! Yep, that's the airport, all right.
Wow, look at all those planes.
Yeah. Just think, 18 hours and we'll be in California. You know, Mary, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
Unquote. I read the folder, too.
Well, it's very impressive. Well, here we are. I hope the rest of the gang are here. How much do I owe you, driver?
That'll be $2.
$2. Here you are. And, oh, yes, here's a tip for you.
Couldn't you make that a gratuity?
All right, here's a quarter. Goodbye, driver.
Goodbye. If you like me, tell your friends. If not, tell it to Sweeney.
16,000 cab drivers in New York, and I have to get a philosopher. Come on, Mary. The others are probably inside.
Here comes Don Wilson now.
Where? Oh, yes, and Dennis is with him. Hey, fellas.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
All ready for the trip?
Well, Dennis, a few minutes more, and we'll all be flying back to California.
Are you thrilled?
I'll say. But you know, Mr. Benny, I've never flown before. Is it scary?
No, there's nothing to it. I love it.
What are you talking about? You've never been up in a plane before in your life.
I've never been up in a plane.
No.
Then how come in Waukegan they used to call me Wings Benny?
That's because your shoulder blade stuck out.
Oh, sister, are you pressing? Now, where's Rochester with the luggage?
Maybe he's in the waiting room.
Yeah, let's go in. Come along, Dennis.
Say, Jack, did you have any trouble persuading Rochester to fly?
Well, he was pretty scared, Don, but I finally convinced him that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world. That sold him. Gee, it's a beautiful station, isn't it, Mary?
Yeah, I'm going over to get a magazine.
Okay. Bring me a couple of cigars.
You want those stinkers, or is Paramount paying for them?
Never mind. Get good ones.
Attention, please. TWA Flight 9, the Sky Chief to Los Angeles, now loading at gate number 10. All aboard, please.
You hear that? They're loading the plane, and Rochester isn't even here yet.
You don't have to worry about Phil Harris. There he is over there.
Oh, yeah.
And look at that beautiful girl with him.
Yeah.
That's for me.
Dennis, come back here. Well, I'll go over and get Phil. Be right back, fellas.
Well, we'll be shoving off pretty soon, honey. Gosh, I hate to leave you.
Gee, Philby, I'll be so lonesome without you.
Sure had a lot of fun these last couple of weeks, huh, Sugar?
It's been heavenly.
Oh, hello, Phil. I didn't see you.
Hiya, Jackson. You all set to leave?
Yep. And, well, who's this gorgeous creature?
Oh, pardon me. Jackson, I'd like you to meet Miss...
Oh, fine. Some romance.
What is your name, honey?
Minnie Jerkpinkle.
Jerkpinkle?
Yes, my brother Logan is one of your most
ardent fans. I know. I met him. Well, it's a pleasure, Miss Jerkpinkle. Give my regards to your brother. Come on, Phil. We got to get going.
Goodbye, Philzy.
So long. See you next year,
Minnie. Hey, that's a good-looking girl, Phil. Where'd you meet her?
My guitar player introduced her to me.
Oh. Well, how did he meet her?
I pointed her out to him.
Oh, the old one, too, eh? You know, Phil, if you... Well, look who's here.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Rochester. Have you got the luggage weighed and everything?
Uh-huh.
Well, then come on. Let's get on the plane.
You know, boss, I've been pounding on this, and I think I'll go by train.
What do you mean?
You take the high road, and I'll take the low road. And I'll be in Los Angeles behind you.
Now, Rochester, don't be such a coward. Why, flying today is wonderful. It's just as safe as walking down the street. In fact, it's safer.
Boss, you're talking to a man that comes from a long line of Pullman porters.
I'm not going to argue with you. You want to go back to Hollywood, don't you?
Yes, but I don't want to ride on nothing where there's nothing under it.
Oh, Rochester, you're silly. Flying is the greatest thing in the world. Did you ever see a bird that wasn't happy?
Well, the day I wake up with feathers on, I'll try it.
Listen, Rochester, I've told you 1,000 times that the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable...
Okay, let's go.
More like it. Come on.
Here's your cigar, Jack.
Thanks. What's that you got there?
It's a movie magazine. It's got your picture on the cover.
Let's see that. Oh, yeah. In color, too. See, my eyes sure look blue, don't they? Hey, fellas, look at this magazine with my picture on it.
Oh, Jack, take it easy.
I'm going over to get a few more copies of this.
Attention, please. TWA Sky Chief Flight 9 leaving immediately. All aboard.
Hurry up, Jack. Never mind the magazine.
Yeah, the heck with them. The heck with them, nothing. It'll only take a second. Hey, young fella, give me a half a dozen copies of that magazine with my picture on it.
Take a dozen. They ain't selling.
All right, give me all of them. Here's your money.
Come on, Jack. The plane's ready to leave.
I'm coming. Here, Rochester, take these magazines.
Are you sure you want me to go with you, boss?
Yes, get going.
Okay. Doggone, if this plane is eighth wonder, I'm the ninth for getting on it.
And stop talking to yourself.
Come on, Jack.
We're coming. We're coming. marvelous up here? Hey, Mary, see the airport way down there?
Yeah, it sure looks small, doesn't it?
Yep. How do you feel, Dennis?
Oh, boy, this is fun.
It sure is. Hey, Rochester, look at the airport way, way down there.
Describe it to me. I ain't looking.
What a baby.
Jack, we're flying over the East River now. Look at the skyline of New York below us.
Oh, yeah. Isn't that thrilling? Rochester, look at that skyline.
Boss, please.
Open your eyes. Hey, Phil,
What do you want, Jackson? Excuse me a minute, honey.
honey. A fine way to talk to the air hostess. You don't even know her.
I don't, huh? Her name is Miss Rutherford. She's single, comes from Texas, hasn't got a steady boyfriend, and what am I waiting for?
We've only been on this plane 2 minutes. She is pretty, though.
That's for me.
Oh, you and your that's for me.
Say, Jack,
What?
we're up in the air now. Why don't you unstrap your safety belt?
Because you're not supposed to. I'm not taking this belt off until we get to Los Angeles. That's the rule.
Why, Jack, you're only supposed to strap yourself when the plane takes off and when it lands.
Don, you're not talking to a greenhorn. I've been up before.
Go on, you haven't been up in the air since you played Little Eva in Uncle Tom's Cabin.
It wasn't me. That was my sister Florence. I played a bloodhound in that. And I got a blue ribbon, too.
Well, is everybody comfortable up here? How are you, Mr. Benny?
Oh, I'm fine, Miss Rutherford. Just fine.
You know, Mr. Benny, you can unstrap your belt now.
Oh. Have they changed the rules? You see, in the old days, when I was a test pilot, we used to stay strapped in all the time.
Oh, were you a test pilot?
Yes.
He used to try out pitchforks in a livery stable.
Mary, will you stop dreaming things up? Oh, Miss Rutherford, my ears have been buzzing a little bit. Is that on account of the altitude?
Yes, that's caused by air pressure on the eardrums. Now just swallow real hard and you'll be all right.
Oh, okay. Oh? There, that did it. Thanks.
Oh, Mr. Benny, my ears are buzzing, too.
Well, just swallow, Dennis, like I did. Go ahead, real hard.
Okay. Oh.
Dennis, you ought to have your skull x-rayed sometime. I think there's something wrong there.
Oh, Miss, when are we going to have lunch?
Right after we leave Chicago, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you.
You just had breakfast. Oh, Miss Rutherford, would you adjust my seat for me, please? I want to sit back and relax.
Why, certainly. There you are.
Thanks. No, we seem to be climbing higher all the time. Oh. There I go again.
Me, too.
I wonder what does that. Just think. 5 hours ago we were in New York, and now we're pulling out of Chicago.
Say, Jack, look at that little old lady that just got on.
Oh, yes.
She's reading that movie magazine with your picture on the cover.
She is. Well, pardon me, madam. You know, that's my picture there on the cover.
Eh?
I said that's my picture on the cover.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Well, a little, but I think it's a good likeness. Hey, Rochester, you feel better now?
Oh, I feel fine, boss.
Good. How about playing a game of casino?
I left the cards at home.
Well, what of it? We can get a deck of cards from the hostess.
I can't win with them.
Oh, ho! So that's it. Well, Rochester, that $9,000 I owe you is automatically canceled.
Oh, Mr. Benny, if you look out of the window now, you'll notice that we're passing over Waukegan.
Waukegan? Oh, boy! Everybody stop reading and look out the window. Hey, Phil, look at Waukegan.
Don't bother me. I'm doing a crossword puzzle.
Look, Mary, there's the city hall.
Oh, yeah, I see the dome.
Well, I'll be darned. There's Mayor Tallcott sitting on the flagpole. Hey, Bidey!
Hiya, Jack.
Gee, he must have known I was going to pass through.
Do you recognize everything, Mr. Benny?
Sure, there's the Waukegan Hotel. There's Genesee Street. And there's my father's clothing store.
And there's your father out on the sidewalk wrestling with a customer.
He is not. He waits until they get in the store.
What's all the rumpus, young man?
We just passed over my hometown, Waukegan. I was born there.
Eh?
I said I was born there.
They sure touched it up, didn't they?
Oh, forget it. Gee, that was a thrill.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a three-letter word meaning opposite of woman?
Man. M-A-N.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Mary, he's been working that crossword puzzle ever since we left New York.
Miss Rutherford, we're going to have lunch pretty soon?
In just a minute, Mr. Wilson.
Well, thank you.
Pardon me, young man. Are you John Wilson, the radio announcer?
That's right, madam, and I broadcast for Jell-O.
Eh?
Jell-O. Go to your neighborhood grocer and ask him for a package of Jell-O.
What's that you sell again?
Jell-O, madam. It comes in 6 delicious flavors, and look for the big red letters on the box.
I sure will.
Don, if I didn't know that lady was a total stranger, I'd swear this was a plug. I really would.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
What's a 9-letter word meaning musical organization?
Orchestra.
Oh, yeah, that was a toughie.
And he's a musician.
Say, Mr. Benny.
What is it, Dennis?
Well, Sunday is Mother's Day, so I was wondering if I could sing my song now and dedicate it to Miss Rutherford, our hostess.
Dedicated to Miss Rutherford? What for?
Well, all during this trip, she's been just like a mother to me.
Me too. Drat it. Go ahead and sing, Dennis.
Hey, Jackson, orchestra don't fit. I gotta have a 9-letter word.
Well, how many letters do you get out of orchestra?
Hey, O-R-K-I-S-P...
Phil, just take your pencil and make the white squares black. That's your speed. Sing, Dennis.
Okay.
And stop swallowing. O-R-K-I-S. What a guy.
Sometimes in the hush of the evening hour, when shadows creep from the west, I think of the twilight songs you sang and the boy you loved to rest. A wee little boy with troubled head that long, long ago was thine. I wonder if sometime you long for that boy. Oh, little mother of mine. And now he has come to man's estate, grown stalwart in body and strong. You'd hardly know that he was a lad you loved with your slumber song. The years have altered the form and the life, but the heart is unchanged by time, and still he is only your boy as of old. Oh, little mother of mine, oh, little mother.
That was very good, Dennis. Ought to go over swell on the program Sunday.
I hope so.
Say, Mary, that fried chicken looks pretty good. Give me a bite, will you?
Why didn't you order some when we did?
I wasn't hungry then. Oh, Miss Rutherford, I'll have a luncheon tray, please.
I'll bring it right in, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Hey, wait a minute. Who took this magazine and drew a mustache on my picture? Did you do it, Mary?
No, I didn't think of it, darn it.
Well, someone did. Did you, Phil?
Not me.
Was it you, Dennis?
No, Mr. Benny.
Well, who did?
I did. You want to make something out of it?
I don't think that's very nice, madam. Hey, Rochester, get an eraser. Get an eraser and remove this mustache from my picture.
Okay, boss. Should I uncross your eyes, too?
Yes, and fix up that tooth she blacked out. Now, go ahead.
Why can't Mr. Harris do this and I'll do the puzzle?
I don't care who does it, but get it done. By the way, Rochester, how do you like flying now?
Just fine. You know, boss, I think I'll buy an airplane when I get to California.
You better wait till your yacht is paid for. You're the down payingest man I ever saw. You buy more things that you can't keep.
You're right, boss. I've had everything repossessed but my first wife.
I'm not surprised.
Here's your soup, Mr. Benny. I'll have your chicken ready in a minute.
And some mashed potatoes, please. Gee, isn't this marvelous? Imagine eating soup while sailing through the air at 200 miles an hour. See, just like we were right at home. Who pushed me?
Nobody pushed you. We just hit an air pocket.
Well, get me a towel. I got clam broth all over my blue suit.
You mean Paramount's blue suit?
I mean, get me a towel. Wish the pilot would watch where he's going. Now cut that out! Oh, Miss Rutherford, tell the pilot to watch what he's doing.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't be a baby.
I'm not a baby.
Whoop!
Now we're pitching.
Oh, boy, this is fun.
Fun? Gosh, I'm getting started.
Are you dizzy, young man?
No, I'm all right. I'm fine.
What's the trouble, Jack?
No trouble at all, Don. I said I'm all right.
You look kind of pale, Jack. Are you sick?
No, I'm not sick.
And what's that you got in your lap? The Davis Cup?
Mary, this is no time to joke. Now stop.
Here's your fried chicken, Mr. Benny.
Oh. Later, please. Open that air vent a little more there, Rochester. And put down my chicken. I'll be all right in a few minutes.
Okay, boss. I'm sorry.
Take the chicken, Rochester. Go ahead.
Thanks, boss.
Can I do something for you, Jack?
Yeah, stop staring at me.
Oh, Mr. Benny, why don't you drink a glass of water and hold your breath?
Dennis, holding your breath is for hiccups.
That's all you need.
Gosh, I can't understand it. I felt so good just a minute ago. And now... Oh. Everything happens at once. Wish we were in Los Angeles already.
Why, Jack, this is a swell trip. You're the only one that's complaining.
Can't help it. I don't feel good.
But, Jack, an old test pilot once told me that the modern aeroplane, winging its way through the
All
clouds,
right,
is a
all
veritable eighth wonder of the world.
That's very interesting. Now, let me alone.
Okay, Wings.
Mary, please.
Hey, Jackson, how do you spell lobster?
Lobster? Now cut that out, Bill! The heck with your puzzle.
How do you feel now, Mr. Benny?
Not so good, Miss Rutherford.
Well, I'll sit right by you and hold your hand.
Gee, thanks. You know, you're awfully sweet to me.
Now, just relax, Mr. Benny, and I'll stroke your forehead.
Ah.
Look at the big movie star.
Let me alone, Mary. See, Miss Rutherford, your hand is so soothing and so cool. So cool. Yeah, your hand is so cool. So cool.
Thanks, boss.
Rochester! Where's Miss Rutherford? Where's everybody?
They got off the plane. We've landed.
Oh, my goodness. You mean we're in Los Angeles?
Sure, boss. Let's go.
Well, gee, we're here already. And I feel swell. Rochester, wrap up that fried chicken. I'll eat it on the way home.
Okay.
Don't wrap it in my picture. Boy, just think. 18 hours from New York to Los Angeles. You know, Rochester, the modern airplane winging its way through the clouds is a veritable eighth wonder of the world.
It sure is, boss. It sure is.
And now, let me tell you about one quick, easy way to answer that day-after-day question of what shall we have for dessert. Now, here's the whole trick. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for a box of strawberries and some lemon or orange Jell-O. Then when dinner time comes, surprise and delight the family with a swell new Jell-O dessert, Jell-O cubes with strawberries. Well, the very name tells you here's something that's going to be mighty easy to eat, and it's just as easy to make. All you do is first prepare one package of lemon or orange Jell-O in the usual way and turn it into a pan to chill. Now, when it's firm, cut into cubes and arrange these cubes in sherbet glasses along with sweetened sliced strawberries. Then serve it either plain or with cream, and believe me, the smiles around the table will be just as bright as this gay Jell-O dessert itself. Yes, for full, rich flavor and tempting appearance, Jell-O cubes with strawberries certainly rates for the best. So, friends, try this new Jell-O creation tomorrow. Juicy crimson strawberries, sliced and sweetened, and mingled with tiny glistening cubes of bright lemon or orange Jell-O. It's a grand dessert, quick and easy to make, a joy to look at, and downright delicious.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood, California. Before saying goodnight, I want to wish a happy Mother's Day to mothers everywhere. Oh, Mary, did you send your mother a wire?
Yes, I sent her a wire, some flowers, a box of candy, and a check.
How much was the check?
You'll find out.
Good night, folks.
Be sure to listen to the Aldrich Family, heard in most communities every Tuesday night. Consult your local newspaper or movie or radio guide magazine for the day and exact time of the Aldrich Family.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Front page news. The Crossley Poll, famous impartial research group, has just finished asking independent tobacco experts,
what cigarette do you smoke?
More named Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes, for their own personal smoking enjoyment.
Independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
This impartial Crossley poll shows Lucky's first choice with independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen. These leaf experts really know tobacco, so you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Remember, for their own personal smoking enjoyment,
independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny and his troupe have been on tour, campaigning for the March of Dimes in Denver and Pueblo, Colorado. So now let's pick them up on the California Limited en route to Los Angeles. Mary and Jack are playing a game of gin rummy.
You sure are lucky, Mary. I play better gin rummy than you do, and yet you always win.
Well, it's your own fault, Jack. You don't concentrate on the cards.
I do, too. Now, let's see. I know you have 3 nines, 3 queens, and the 6, 7, and 8 of hearts. So I know you can't use this card. Here's the deuce of spades.
Gin.
Gin? Let me see your hand.
There you are. 3 8s, 4 kings, and 3 deuces.
Wait a minute. Where are those 2 9s you picked up?
That was yesterday.
Oh. Well, go ahead and deal the cards again.
Gee, I never played in such bad luck in all of my life.
Hey, Jackson, you got a corkscrew?
Here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
Gee, I hope I have better luck with this hand than...
Pick up your cards.
Okay.
Jack, pick up your last card.
Whoops. Oh, boy, what a hand this is. Mary, I'm warning you. Any card you throw, I can use. Go ahead, throw one.
It's your turn first.
Oh, yes. Here.
Gin. Jack, it wasn't my fault. Stop pulling my hair.
No, I'm sorry, Mary. Well, that's enough gin rummy for me. What do I owe you?
$5.20.
All right, I'll pay you tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you always say that. Why don't you pay up as soon as you lose?
But, Mary, it's so inconvenient.
I don't care. Take off your shoe and pay me now.
All right, I'll pay you. Turn around.
Turn around just because you're going to take your shoe off?
The fives are pinned to my underwear. Here's your money.
Thanks.
You're welcome. You know, Mary, you're the luckiest person.
Hey, Jackson, you got a bottle opener?
Here you are, Phil.
Thanks.
You know, Mary, you're the luckiest person I've ever seen.
Oh, what's the difference? You win once in a while, too.
Yeah, I guess so. But, you know, we certainly did have a wonderful time in Denver. And, gee, wasn't it exciting when we arrived in Pueblo? They picked us up in those police cars and drove us to the hotel.
Yeah.
What are you laughing at?
When the police were helping Phil in the car, he started yelling, "You ain't got nothing on me."
Yeah. You know, Mary, it was too bad that Dennis couldn't have made this trip with us. He'd have gotten a kick out of all that snow.
Uh-huh. But I don't think he could have stood the train trip. It's awful cold in here.
Yeah, but you can't blame the train. I mean, the weather outside is freezing here. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello. Oh, say, kids, the conductor just told me we're crossing the border into California.
Right now?
Yes.
Gee, it's warm.
Will we be home soon, Don?
No, California's such a big state, we don't get in till tomorrow morning.
Gosh, another night on the train, huh?
Hey, Jackson, you got any extra glasses in here?
Yeah, Phil. There are 3 of them over there.
Thanks.
Say, Don, I haven't seen you since we left Denver. Are you on this car?
No, I'm 2 cars back.
2 cars back? Wait a minute, Don, that's the diner.
I know.
Oh.
Say, Jack, I'm a little hungry. How about sandwiches?
All right, Mary, I'll go and get some. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay.
Now, let's see. The diner's down this way. Who knows how much I love you? You do. Who has the charms that very few do? I do. Who has the... You do. Dum-da-dum-dum-dum.
I beg your pardon, mister.
Yes?
Could you tell me which way the engine is?
The engine? Oh, yes, you're going in the wrong direction. It's the other way. Why do you want to know?
I'm the engineer.
I don't know why. The engineer? Hey! Gee, I hope he finds it before we reach Los Angeles. It's the first time I ever went to Catalina by rail. And with this fog, you know, it could happen. Oh, well, the diner should be in the next...
From what you tell me, Rochester, I can't understand how Benny ever got along without you.
Me neither.
Uh-oh. There's Rochester in the washroom talking to one of the porters. I gotta listen to this.
Say, Rochester, besides writing his radio show, what else you do for Mr. Benny?
Well, I'm his publicity agent, manager, and last but not least, I'm his personal advisor. He won't even make a picture unless I okay the script.
Well, what about the horn blows at midnight?
I was out of town when that one came
Too bad Mr. Benny wasn't.
No, fine.
Yeah, Mr. Benny won't do a thing without my approval.
Well, tell me, Rochester, do you help him handle his money?
My friend, when you discuss Mr. Benny's money, remove your hat and bow towards the Bank of America.
Well, I can't understand why Mr. Benny saves his money like that. Don't he know he can't take it with him?
Well, several people have told him, but he's never heard it direct from headquarters.
Say, Rochester, another thing I've been wanting to ask you. How old is Mr. Benny?
38.
38. Well, Rochester, I thought it was just a joke on the radio.
Well, in the vernacular we show people, that is known as a running gag.
Well, how long has it been running?
2 years longer than the Mississippi.
How do you like that?
Now, come on, Rochester. We old friends and we all alone. You can tell me his right age.
Well, all right. Lean over here and I'll whisper it. Mr. Benny's real age...
Rochester!
You knows how much I love you.
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, I don't like you discussing my private affairs.
Yes, sir.
And will you please go to the diner and get some sandwiches for me and Miss Livingston? Bring them back to my car.
Yes, sir.
I think he'd know better than to talk about me in front of strangers like that. Now, let's see. Oh, here's Mary's compartment.
Gee, Jack, it took you a long time. Where are the sandwiches?
Rochester will bring them in a minute. Want to play some more cards, Mary?
No, I'd rather listen to the radio.
Say, this is Wednesday night, and Dennis's show is on right now. Tune him in, Mary.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for his final vocal selection tonight, Dennis Day will sing his latest victory recording, A Few More Kisses.
Oh, gee, we just caught the end of his program.
Things happen, though I may be to blame. I love you more than ever, and hope you feel the same. A few more sweet words and a few less teardrops. I'm sure they never would start. If you just give me a few more kisses and a few less heartaches, sweetheart. Gee, the kid has a great voice. You know, it'll be good to see him again, won't it, Mary?
Say, Jack, I wonder if we'll have time.
Hey, Jackson.
What?
You got a couple of aspirins?
you finally got yourself a little hangover. Well, don't expect any sympathy from me, Phil.
Jackson, gee, you know how it is. Train trips are dull, all cramped up in a tiny compartment all by myself and away from home. And, well, I got kind of moody. So, I don't know. I just sat down and started thinking.
Oh, well, I can understand that, Phil. What were you thinking about?
Bourbon.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
By the way, Phil, I heard your program last Sunday. It was a wonderful show. Robert Taylor did a great job filling in for you.
Robert Taylor. Some guy to pick out as my replacement.
Why? What's wrong with Taylor?
What's wrong with him? His real name is Spangler Arlington Brew. Spangler Arlington Brew.
Well?
That sounds like the last names of Manny, Mo, and Jack.
My right name is Benny Kabelski. What are you mad about?
Why don't you and him move in together? Let him take him. I don't want him.
Oh, Phil, stop being jealous. Bob was wonderful on your show. And the audience gave him a terrific hand when he sang. That's what I like about the South.
I'll never see what people understand about that lousy song.
Oh, fine. Look who's talking.
Say, Jack, I'm starved. Where's Rochester with those sandwiches?
I don't know. I'll go out and look for him. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, bum-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dee-da-dum. Well. Oh, what a cute little baby. Do you mind if I play with him for a second, madam?
Why, no, not at all.
Hello, baby. Come up here in my arms. Come on. Ups the daisy. Oh, look at him. He's so cute. And his eyes are the same color as mine. Lake Louise blue. How old is he, lady?
38.
What?
Weeks.
Oh, weeks. He's such a cute little thing. Here, take him back, lady. You have a lovely child.
Thank you.
What a little doll that baby is. Just think, someday he may run for president. The Republicans will make up their mind pretty soon, or maybe this year. Where can Rochester be with those sandwiches, I wonder? Dum bum 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 bum. The best things in life are free. What a song. I'm sure this is the car where they...
Well, Rochester, what else do you do for Mr. Benny?
Everything. There ain't nobody works harder than I do.
Instead of getting the sandwich, he's still talking to the porter there.
Well, if he works you so hard, why don't you leave?
Oh, I couldn't quit, Mr. Benny. That would be cruel.
What do you mean, cruel?
I'm the only man alive who knows how to put him together in the morning.
To put him together?
Yeah, first I get his hair and all the other accessories.
Rochester!
Coming, Mother!
Rochester, why don't you get those sandwiches?
I ordered them, boss. They're sending them down with the waiter.
Oh, well, then Miss Livingston must have them by this time. I'll go back to my compartment and go to bed. See you in the morning. Yum, bum, bum, bum. Pardon me, madam. Pardon me, sir. Pardon me, please.
Just a minute, you!
Huh?
Say, aren't you Jack Benny?
Yes, yes.
Well, I'm a fan of yours. I listen to you all the time on the radio.
Oh, really? What's your name?
Joe Besser.
Messer?
No, Besser!
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you on your way to Los Angeles?
Yes, I'm going to be there for 2 weeks. And I sure would like to get tickets for your program. Say, how do I go about it?
Well, I don't handle the tickets myself, but if you call my business manager, Mert Blum, at Hollywood 6265, he'll put you in touch with my secretary, Bert Scott, at Hollywood 6234, you see. And if Mr. Scott hasn't any tickets, he'll have you call the advertising agency.
Not so fast! Ooh.
Well, look, I'll write it down and give it to you before we get off the train.
Well, do that.
I will. What a character, that guy, isn't he? Well, we get in early in the morning. I better get some sleep, I think.
Last call for breakfast.
Oh, Jack.
Hey, Jackson. Oh, good morning, Mary. Hello, Phil. Hey, kids, according to the timetable, it won't be long now. We've already gone through San Bernardino, Fontana, Anaheim, and we've got...
There goes Azusa.
Oh, yeah. You know, Mary, that's where they had to put off that taxi driver. Remember the one that was so sentimental he couldn't say goodbye to us when he left? You remember?
Wasn't he a strange character?
Yeah. What a silly guy. Hey, look. Look, the train is slowing down.
That's right, Jackson. We're coming into Cucamonga.
Well, Jack.
What is it, Don?
Your quartet wants to say goodbye to you.
The sportsmen?
Yes, they're getting off here.
In Cucamonga?
That's where they live.
No kidding, fellas. Do you live here in Cucamonga? Well, what do you know about that?
Oh, bunga, we get off at Cucamonga, and we're glad to be back. For there in Cucamonga, girlies never wear 'em longer. You will love it, Jack. Just smell those orange trees, lime trees, apricots, smudge pots. We want it clear that no matter how you coax us, we'll stay right here. Oh, bunga, we get off at Cucamonga, where we'll meet every boom. He will be there auctioneering, and the crowd will all be cheering as he chants that tune. About those luckies, first choice, your choice, our choice, we all agree. That Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, LSMFT. Oh, lucky, from Azusa to Kentucky, they're the best in the land. All the native sons and daughters save their nickels and their quarters just to buy that brand. Because they're round and firm and free and easy.
Easy on what?
We're glad you asked us, cause we had no rhyme for easy. But what we got in Azusa and Anaheim takes for Lucky Strikes all the time. So Cucamonga, take it away.
That was wonderful, fellas. Very, very good. And so long, fellas. I'll see you at the studio. Huh? Goodbye. Goodbye, fellas. Goodbye.
Los Angeles Union Station. Your luggage will be taken to the cab stand.
Well, Mary, here we are. We're home.
Can I brush you off, Miss Livingston?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Brush you off, Mr. Benny?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Brush you off, Mr. Wilson?
Please.
Now, Don, if you'll turn around, he can brush your back.
Say, Jack.
What?
The people seem to be getting off the other end.
Well, let's go.
Now, watch your step, please. Everybody off.
Jack, what's holding up the line?
I don't know. There's somebody up in front with a lot of bags. Hey, you get moving.
Well, give me time to get my luggage!
Well, pick it up and get going. Come on, come on.
Not so fast!
Well, we want to get off here. Come on, move, will you?
Oh, stop pushing! Oh, you crazy you!
All right. Come on, kids. Come on. Mary, Phil, we can get off right here.
On track 5, train just arrived from Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Come on, kids. We better get out of the cab stand. I hope we won't have to wait too long for our luggage there.
Train just arrived on track 5 from Anaheim, Azusa, and
There goes the red cap with our baggage, Mary. Let's follow him, huh?
Good. He'll take him to the cab stand, then we go right home.
He must have gone to Anaheim between Kook and Amanga.
Oh, Jack, look. There's Dennis.
Well, what do you know? Hey, Dennis! Dennis, here we are.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary. Boy, am I excited. We better hurry or we'll miss the train.
Missed the train?
Yeah, aren't we going to Denver?
Going to Denver, Dennis, we just came back. We did last Sunday's show there.
That's right, Dennis. We talked to your doctor, and he wouldn't let us take you out of town.
Yeah. How you been feeling, kid?
Gee, last week I had to visit my doctor 5 times.
You visit your doctor 5 times for a cold?
Cold? He's got pneumonia.
Well, Dennis, if your doctor's sick, why did he want you to visit him?
He's delirious. He thinks I'm a basket of fruit. You should have seen the trouble I had last Sunday.
What?
And I wanted to get away from him so I could go to the studio and sing on your program.
On my program? Dennis, you couldn't have. I wasn't even in town.
Gee, I wish you'd have told me.
So, Dennis, when you got to the studio and you didn't see Don, nor Phil, nor Mary, no musicians, what did you think?
I thought you were cutting down expenses.
Now, come on, Dennis, let's go home. I see you still have your luggage.
All except my coat.
Oh, is your coat checked?
No, it's my doctor's.
Jack, it's been a long train ride. I want to get home.
Okay, Mary, here comes the taxi. Dennis, we'll see you later. Huh?
Okay.
Oh, taxi! Taxi! Driver, would you take us out?
Oh, it's you, mister. You're back. You're back.
Mary, this is the taxi driver that brought us to the station.
I didn't want to come to the station, but you made me. You made me. And I couldn't say goodbye.
Look, fella, look.
But you're back now. You're back. That's all that matters.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Look, fellas.
I hope you had a nice trip, but don't ever go away again. I was lost without you. And you too, lady. It's so good to
Stop
see you.
Stop kissing her hand. Look, driver.
Come on. Put your bags in the car. Put your bags in the car. We're going home. We're going home.
Driver, you're creating a scene here.
I don't care. I'm so glad you're
Taxi
back.
driver. Look at that.
Happy days are here again. Skies above are clear again.
Not so fast. Driver. Driver, for heaven's sake. Driver.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree there's nothing more pathetic than a helpless child suffering from starvation, exposure, and sickness. Thousands of kids in the devastated countries are exactly in this predicament and can't do a thing to help themselves any more than yours or mine could. So it's up to us to give them a chance to survive. We must help them grow up to be healthy, clear-thinking citizens, or our own children will have to face more serious problems than even we do now. So let's help those unfortunate children by sending our contributions to Crusade for Children, New York City. Incidentally, they have a great slogan, Save a Child, Save the Future. Thank you. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Basil Rysdale.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
Front page news. In the nation's great tobacco markets, the impartial Crosley poll asked independent tobacco experts,
"What cigarette do you smoke?"
More said Lucky Strike than any other brand. Yes, for their own personal smoking enjoyment.
Independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice.
These experts are independent tobacco buyers, auctioneers, and warehousemen. The men who see who buys what tobacco. Friends, when independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice in an impartial Crosley poll, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember, for their own personal smoking enjoyment,
independent tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike, first choice.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen in next Sunday night when our guests will be my next-door neighbors and very good friends, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just lent Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Droop. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet.
Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Droop?
It's gotta be Droop.
Well, look, Mr. Droop, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. Four names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Droop, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, and if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, now look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle out of court, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellas, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? Oh, that was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now, let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What you done do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginner's class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capital of those that have them.
Those that have them, Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boys Town.
That's Boise. Boys Town. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell them what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally, the menu was all in French.
All in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy watch your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him, don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Yeah. Now, look, Mr. Drew, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Drew. Now, Drew, tell the trucking company. What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for repair headlights, 64 cents for a wing fatigue on radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I said it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenêtre.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now, let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care. We're in Hollywood. Now, let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth-On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. Innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was at my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night, I...
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
I'll never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell from top. For when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliff of Dover. Tomorrow, when the world is free.
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens, lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, what makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap. Bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, manger la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't...
Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. Doesn't see the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Frightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Rooley.
O'Rooley? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, O'Rooley, O'Rooley, O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormi dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors je m'habillais immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent, je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Oh, let's not talk shop, Cappy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Aha. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas. I want
here to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup.
You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas they claim that your chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To wit, You're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out, poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death.
Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at March Field. And everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figueroa, 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 Figueroa.
What's that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figaro, 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 Figueroa.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days, 30 days. You get Gilligadoochie, Gillimaroochie, Balleralla, all 30 days, 30 days.
For heaven's sake,
30 days. You get Gilligadoochie, Gillimaroochie, Balleralla, all 30 days.
Now, that's about the silliest. I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. A treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember, when you buy, to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester fixed up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Beloit.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch pudding. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
Jell-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines. Grandma wanted to serve the folks a particularly fine dessert, the dessert she chose was pretty apt to be rich, shimmering Jell-O. And today, housewives still reach for that familiar red-lettered package, still depend on Jell-O for their most tempting treats. Yes, Jell-O is now more than ever America's favorite gelatin dessert. Because Jell-O today is better than ever. That famous Jell-O flavor has a new vividness, a new thrill to it. It's now locked in, protected for your pleasure by a new and exclusive Jell-O process. A process that locks Jell-O's intriguing goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you an exciting new richness and extra delicious flavor that will have you shouting hurrah for the first time you taste it. But why not prove all this for yourself? Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O just as you would in making a Jell-O dessert. And notice how the captive flavor rushes out marvelously rich. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and discover for yourself how Jell-O's new process makes Jell-O better than ever. Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as this evening marks the halfway point of our radio season, I think it only fair that we pay tribute to the man who has contributed his invaluable services to the Jell-O show.
Well,
a man upon whose broad shoulders rests the burden of maintaining the high comedy level of this program.
Gee.
And here he is, folks, our sound effects man, Mr. Virgil Reimer.
Hey, what is this? Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the happiest day
Wait a minute. What's going on here, Don?
Well, Jack, I thought the public might be sort of tired of hearing me introduce you week after week. So, for a switch, I thought I'd introduce one of the men behind the scenes.
Oh, you thought you'd pull a little surprise on your old boss, huh?
And you certainly fell for it.
I did at that. Well, Don, I've got a little surprise for you, too. Remember one day in New York when I was having lunch with Harry Von Zell?
Uh-huh.
And you got all upset about it, and I told you not to worry?
Yes?
Well, knit your eyebrows, brother. The heat's on again. Now, let's get going with the program.
Okay. Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way...
Virgil! Go away, will you, and stick to your sound effect.
Oh, give him a chance, Jack. After all, I introduced him, so let him say a few words.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Virgil, but make it snappy.
Thanks, chum. Ladies and gentlemen, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I was walking down the street. And the traffic was something terrible.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
When all of a sudden a panhandler walked up and asked me for a nickel for a cup of coffee, so I gave it to him.
Oh, fine. Now listen, Virgil.
Just then it started to rain.
Rain? It's a wonder it didn't thunder. Now cut that out! All right, Virgil, you gave the panhandler a nickel, so what happened?
It was a lead nickel, so he took out his gun and killed me. I thank you.
That was very clever, Virgil. Now get up off the floor and go back to your clinks and clanks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the sound man doing on the floor?
Virgil? Oh, he's just trying to be funny. Everybody working for NBC wants to be a comedian.
Well, what's wrong with that? Give the kid a chance.
Listen, Mary, comedians are born, not made. Take me, for instance. I got the biggest laugh you ever heard when I was only 3 months old.
What'd you do, make off like a fan dancer with your diapers?
No, I used to stick my feet in my mouth and roll around like a rubber ball. I can go along with a gag, sister.
Jack, you say comedians are born and not made. Now, did you get into show business as a comedian?
No. As a matter of fact, Don, I started out as a concert violinist.
You started out as a janitor at the Barrison Theater in Waukegan.
As a janitor?
Yes, I found an old picture of you, and you were holding a broom.
I was holding that broom because I was cast as a witch in a Halloween play. That takes care of the broom.
Good. Now explain the dustpan.
Well, you got me in a corner again. You know, someday I'd like to broadcast from a roundhouse. You know? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
He's fine. I just got a letter from my dad this morning.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. Anyway, thanks for asking, Phil.
Say, Phil, how are you coming along with your French lessons? Have you learned anything new?
Oh, yes. How's our French scholar progressing?
Well, remember last week how I learned to say je mange la fenêtre?
Yes, you ate the window, yes. Yes, I remember.
Well, get a load of this one. Je dormais dans la encrière.
Very good, Phil. What does that mean?
I sleep in the inkwell.
What? What are you talking about? You sleep in the inkwell?
He must have had a fight with Alice.
Look, Phil, as long as you're studying French, why don't you learn something that makes sense?
Jackson, it's a tough language. I gotta take it any way I can get it.
All right, sleep in the inkwell. Eat the window. It's your life. All I ask is that you don't show off when Humphrey Bogart gets here.
Humphrey Bogart? Is he going to be on the program tonight?
Yes, we're going to finish the murder mystery we started last week. And Bogart has had a lot of experience along that line in pictures, so I thought he'd be just the right guy for my assistant.
Let me get this straight. Humphrey Bogart is going to be your assistant?
Yes. That is, he's going to be one of my assistants. Phil will be my first assistant, and Bogart will help Phil. It'll work out fine. Now, Dennis.
Yes, please?
You, of course, are going to be the murdered man, and you'll have to lay on the floor again tonight.
I figured on that, so I wore my old clothes.
You can't wear old clothes. You're supposed to be Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a wealthy stockbroker.
Have you seen the market reports lately?
That's not the point. Anyway, take this carnation and put it in your buttonhole so you look a little more convincing. And here's another thing.
Say, Jack, he's here.
Who? Who's here? Oh, well, hello, Humphrey.
Hello, Jack. Glad to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Mr. Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you.
Well, Humphrey, it's darn nice of you to come over here tonight and help us solve our little murder mystery.
I'm glad to do it, Jack. I heard you play last week, and I figured somebody should do something about it.
Good. Say, Humphrey, we'll start casting in a minute, but first I want you to meet the members of my gang. This great big fellow here is Don Wilson.
It's a pleasure, Don.
Put her there, Humphrey. Out!
Watch out, Don. He's as strong as a 3-cent cigar.
You ought to know.
Quiet. And, Humphrey, this is Mary Livingston, our little comedienne. Say something funny for Mr. Bogart, Mary.
Oh, shut up.
Well, shake hands with him anyway.
Okay.
Glad to know you, Miss Livingston. Put her there.
Ouch! Mary. And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor, and Phil Harris, our musical genius.
Hiya, fellas.
Bonsoir. Come on, Talibou, Humphrey.
Humphrey? Is that French, Humphrey? Phil, stop showing off, you know?
You know, Mr. Bogart, I took my girl to see you and all through the night, and did you make a hit with her? Did you make a hit?
Dennis.
Oh, she kind of liked me, eh, kid?
Well, she talks out of the side of her mouth now, if that means anything.
Well, that's real hero worship. I guess we can get started with the casting, Humphrey.
Say, where's Rochester? I'd like to see him.
Oh, he won't be with us tonight, Humphrey. He has a cold. He'll be all right next week, though. He's got the strongest cough medicine. Well, Let's get started. You've met everybody.
What about me? Am I an old shoe or something?
Believe me, Virgil, he's not interested in meeting you. But if it'll make you happy, all right. Humphrey, this is Virgil Reimer, our great sound man.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Reimer. I've admired your work on this program for a long time.
You see?
Okay. Now, let's get on with our sketch. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the second episode of our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or That Rug Will Have to Go to the Cleaners. Now, Dennis Day will be Mr. Frightwig, the victim.
Howdy, folks.
Lay down. Mary will be his wife, who misses him now but didn't when she shot him. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be Jurgen, the butler. Only this week, I wish you'd be a little more highbrow. Can you talk with an English accent?
Well, I'll try.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you toddle down to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask the clerk for a package of Jell-O?
Package?
You will find that it comes in 6 terribly divine flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and pip-pip.
Don, if it weren't for the fact that you were talking about our product, I'd say that your accent was about as English as Sambo and Tambo, you know? Now, where are we? Oh, yes. I, of course, will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. Phil Harris will be my assistant, and Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be Phil's assistant. Now, in this drama...
Just a minute, Jack. Hold it. Would you mind repeating that?
Why, certainly. I said, I'll be Detective Captain O'Benny, Phil will be my assistant, and you'll be Phil's assistant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to you about that.
Uh-oh. What are you uh-ohing about? Why, what's on your mind, Humphrey?
Well, frankly, I don't like the idea of being Phil's assistant.
Well, all right, then you can be my assistant, and Phil can be yours. Now, in this drama...
Just a second, Blue Eyes.
Well, thank you. What is it, Humphrey?
Now, let's get this straight. Here's the way it's going to be, see? I'm the captain, Phil's going to be my assistant, and you're going to be his assistant.
But Humphrey...
Now, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm a nice, easygoing guy, but I didn't come over here to get kicked around.
Well, who kicked you? Did you kick him, Dennis? Did you kick him, Don?
You know what I mean. I'm going to be the captain, and that's final.
All right. And you don't have to grab my coat while you're talking to me. Now, let go. And another thing, Mr. Bogart, I'm paying you for being here on this program tonight so you can be a little more civil.
Oh, are you going to pay me?
Yes. Well, I'm not exactly paying you in cash, but I was going to send you a lovely present. A fountain pen or something.
Now, you send me a fountain pen, I'll squirt it right in your eye.
Is that so?
Oh, Jack, let him be the captain.
What else can I do? Got a good mind to punch him right in the nose.
Well, why don't you?
Because he's carrying a gun.
He's what?
A gad. He's packing a gad. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny.
I want my own name.
All right, so be O'Bogart. And Phil, I will be your assistant. Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, then let go of me. How many times do I have to tell you? Now, this exciting drama, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Play, Phil. Here's my part, Humphrey. Get familiar with it.
was Popocatepetl, rendered by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Render meaning to tear apart.
That's the Lulu!
Virgil!
Now, Virgil, get away from that mic. And stop trying to be funny on my program.
What's the matter? Do you see the handwriting on the wall?
Now, listen, Virgil. Virgil, if I have any more trouble with you, you're getting out of here. And I'd also like to get rid of Bogart.
What was that? What did you say?
I said when I was a kid, I had a go-kart. Do you mind if I had a little fun? If I hadn't given a quart of blood to the Red Cross, I'd tear him to pieces.
A quart of blood?
Yes.
You've been down there 10 times and haven't even found a vein yet.
They'll find one, don't worry. Now, settle down, everybody. Let me announce our play.
Pardon me, Jack. I'm announcing it.
All right, announce it. Boy, I never saw such a ham. Ought to have my head examined for inviting him over here.
And will you cut out that mumbling?
Listen, I've been talking to myself for 20 years. I'm not going to stop now. Go ahead, announce the play.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to offer the second episode of our mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or All Through the Night.
Had to give his new picture a plug. I like the picture, though, but what I could have done with his part, boy.
Jack, pipe down.
Oh, poof.
Now, as you may remember, last week, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig was found murdered in his den. He was shot several times. In fact, his chest looked like a well-patronized punchboard.
Boy, I'd have gotten a yell with that line. A yell.
They'd have screamed at me.
Virgil! Go ahead, Humphrey, you gangster.
Captain O'Benny was called into the case, but was unable to make any headway. So this week, I will solve the crime.
I'll bet. Go ahead, you thug.
As the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants.
Had to make a mistake.
We find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants. Yeah. In their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. Oh, Sergeant O'Harris.
Yes, Captain.
What's new on the Fenchel robbery? Did you find out if the chauffeur had anything to do with it?
Well, it couldn't have been the chauffeur, Cap. He had an airtight alibi.
Alibis. This is the third month of the investigation, and we're no further than we were when we started. Something has got to be done, I tell you. I want action. Do you understand? Action.
Yes, sir.
Not scaring me, I can tell you that.
Now, listen, O'Harris. What makes you think the chauffeur is innocent?
Well, at the time of the robbery, he was out of town. We traced him as far as Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Altoona, eh?
Boy, what a hit I used to be in that town. Stopped the show every night.
Well, what happened after he left Altoona?
Well, we traced him as far as Chicago, and then we lost track of him until last week when he turned up in Los Angeles with a blonde.
With a blonde, eh?
Shut up!
All right, but if you ask me...
There's a phone. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right, take it. Such a little guy, I can't understand why I don't slug him.
You're a coward.
Oh, yes. Oh, well.
Hello, police headquarters, Captain O'Bogart speaking.
Hello, Bogey. This is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig.
Oh, yes. What is it, Mrs. Frightwig?
Listen, Cappy, why don't you come over and investigate my husband's murder?
It's no use. I can't find any clues.
Well, drop in anyway. It's a rainy afternoon. Come on over.
Okay, madam. But I'm going to find out who killed your husband.
Well, if you're real nice, I'll tell you. Come on over.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Swell. Bring some olives. I've got the toothpicks. So long.
So long.
Who was that, Cap?
Yeah, who was it? Fine part I've got. Wish
wish I had my violin with me. Well, who was it?
That was Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Come on, men. We're going over to her house right away. And I'm going to solve this crime, or my name ain't Go Bogart.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Enjoy your ride. You'll soon be walking. That is all.
Well, here we are, Cap.
Yeah, this is the place, all right. Break the door down, oh, Benny.
Yes, sir. Stand back. Open this door, I'll break it down. Open this door, I'll break it down. Well, what are you waiting for, Virgil? Break down the door. Please.
You won't hear a single splitter until you apologize.
All right, I'm sorry I bawled you out. Now go ahead with the door. Very good. Well, who's this?
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
Ring? This guy's the butler, Cap.
I know who he is. Now listen, you, where's the body?
That ain't a bearskin rug grinning at you.
That's Mr. Frightwig, all right. And he's laying there just the way he was shot.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Some tough guy. I bet anything he faints.
What was that?
Well, come on, Humphrey. Find out who done it.
Just a minute, miss. Who are you?
I am Fifi, the French maid.
Oh, yeah? Now listen, Fee.
My name is Fifi.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Sit down, will you?
Say, let me talk to her, Cap. I speak the language very fluent.
Fluent?
Now listen, Fifi. What do you know about this murder?
Je ne sais rien du tout de ce meurtre. Je suis seulement la bonne ici. Et naturellement, je ne l'ai pas commis.
Oui, oui.
Je ne suis dans ce pays que fort peu de temps et je ne connais pas beaucoup de monde. Je mène une vie solitaire.
Oui, oui.
J'aimerais bien un rendez-vous avec un Américain. Voulez-vous me rencontrer at the corner of Sunset and Western at 8 o'clock?
What'd she say, Harris?
I don't know, but I'll be there.
So will I. She must have a friend.
Fine policeman. Why don't you get on with the case and grill Mrs. Frightwig?
Where is she?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. Pull up my husband and sit down.
Now, listen, Mrs. Frightwig.
You keep out of this.
All right, all right. I'm going to take a look around this house, see if I can find some clues.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Frightwig, what do you know about this murder?
Grill me, Cap, grill me. What's on your mind?
Now, I want the truth. Did you shoot your husband?
Couldn't have been Cupid. There's no arrows in him.
I don't believe you killed him, Mrs. Frightwig. And we're going to stay right in this house until we find out who committed the crime.
Okay, boys, how do you like your eggs?
Say, Cap, I just heard a noise in that closet.
A noise?
Yeah, there's somebody hiding in there.
It might be the murderer. Let me have your gun.
I didn't bring it with me.
Here, take mine.
Now, thanks. Now, listen, you. We know you're in that closet, so come out. And come out with your hands up. Come out, do you hear?
Hello, fellas. Surprised?
Oh, it's you. What were you doing in that closet, oh, Benny?
I'll tell you what I was doing there. I can't keep it a secret any longer. I committed that crime. I murdered Mr. Homer J. Frightwig.
What are you talking about?
I killed him, I tell you. Killed him. He was a dirty rat and he had it coming to him. And I'm glad I did it, I tell you. glad.
You did nothing of the kind. You're just trying to build up your part.
I am now. Come on, fellas. I confess. Slap the handcuffs on me. Take me to jail. What are you waiting for?
What a ham. Come on, Mrs. Frightwig. Let you and I go out and have a cup of coffee.
Okay, Kathy.
I'm going with you.
No, you can't go until you arrest me. I'm a killer. Do you hear? A killer. And I also committed the... Oh, nuts. Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, where did they go?
They went out for some coffee, Mr. Frightwig.
Oh.
That stupid Bogart doesn't believe I killed you.
Well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah,
Say, do you play gin rummy?
sure.
Well, lay down and start dealing.
Okay, hit it, boys.
Say, won't you be proud? Won't the family be pleased when you serve this grand dessert? Imperial Peach Mold, a swell Jell-O treat that's bound to win you compliments galore. Yet a treat that's delightfully easy to make. All you do is simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained, or if you wish, a box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a mighty attractive, mighty good dessert. Delicious blend of juicy golden sliced peaches and bright shimmering orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and combine them with orange Jell-O for a really delightful treat. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, friends, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you extra richness, makes Jell-O more tempting and delicious than ever.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the Courage Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Humphrey, thanks very much for coming up here tonight. You kind of took over the program, didn't you?
I did at that. No hard feelings, Jack.
No. You were very amusing. Let's take him out in the alley and give him a couple of pokes.
What was that?
I said good night, folks. I always say that. Good night, folks.
Humphrey Bogart appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. The tune Call Out the Marines is from the picture of the same name.
Jell-O puddings, please. Just say that to your grocer tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't make the acquaintance of some of the swellest desserts you ever tasted. Jell-O puddings. Rich, creamy puddings made by the same folks who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding. Smooth, mellow, and thrillingly rich. Tops for delicate, tempting flavor. And not only grand as a pudding, but perfect as a creamy filling for pies, tarts, and cakes. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. The Jell-O program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
This is Don Wilson. You know, that song tells an important story to smokers. Simply, it's this. Lucky's taste better. First, because Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then this fine tobacco is toasted. Yes, the fine, mild, good-tasting tobacco in every Lucky is toasted to taste even better. It's toasted. The famous Lucky Strike process brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its very peak of flavor, tones up this naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So next time you buy cigarettes, make it a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike. Be happy. Go Lucky.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another of his regular TV shows over the CBS network. But this is the Halloween season, and Halloween is synonymous with fun, whether you live in Beverly Hills, Brooklyn, Sioux City, or Portland. So let's go back to last year, the day after Halloween, and see what went on in the Jack Benny household.
Oh, Rochester, has Don Wilson come over yet?
Yes, sir. He's waiting for you in the den.
Good. No, I also called Dennis and told him to be over. Is he here?
No, sir. He phoned and said he'd be a little late.
That's funny. Dennis is always on time. I wonder what delayed him.
He said that last night was Halloween and some kids took the wheels off his bicycle.
Well, why didn't he take the Sunset bus?
They took the wheels off of that, too.
Well, that's what Dennis gets for living in that kind of a neighborhood. I'm glad the kids around here aren't that rowdy.
Me too, boss.
By the way, Rochester, go out and take the bathtub off the front porch and put it back in the house again. Well, what are you waiting for? Take the bathtub off the front porch.
Okay, but there ain't much gas in the car.
Gas in the car? What's that got to do with it?
The front porch is in Pasadena.
What?
And Pasadena's in Pomona.
Oh, stop being silly and do what I tell you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to the library and talk to Don. Shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had... Uh-oh. I better hide those bicycle wheels. Dennis is liable to get sore. I'll put them in the closet. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. La, la. The other months weren't so good either. Oh, well. Hi, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack.
No, Polly. Polly, you're supposed to call me Daddy.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Isn't that a little silly, having a parrot call you Daddy?
I don't think so, Don. After all, I take care of her, feed her, talk to her, and I was the one who nursed her when she was sick.
Polly was sick?
Terribly sick. No, Polly, you're over it now. So cute, isn't he? Or he's so cute, I don't know. Yes, Don, she was very sick, and... Well, there's the phone. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, we're waiting for you. What's taking you so long?
I couldn't get a taxi.
Oh.
So my mother's driving me over in her steamroller.
Your mother? I thought it was your Uncle Herman that drove the steamroller.
Not anymore.
Why, what happened?
Well, yesterday something was wrong with the front roller, so he got out to take a look at it, and some kids played the meanest Halloween trick.
Dennis, that's terrible. Where's your uncle now?
Well, you know that white line that runs down the middle of Wilshire Boulevard?
Uh-huh.
The dark part of it is Uncle Herman.
Now, Dennis, will you stop making up things like that? Your uncle passed here this morning.
Didn't he look thin?
Oh, hang up and get over here, will you?
Yes, sir.
What a kid. He gets sillier every day. I remember once he called me... Don, stop eating Polly's crackers. For heaven's sake.
I was just picking them up to feed to her. Jack, how long do parrots live?
Oh, a long time, Don. Some of them live for years and years.
How old is this one?
63. And she's still got all her feathers.
That's more than you can say.
Don, don't be so comical, will you? Be the straight man that you always are, will you, please? And lately, you always try to be... Rochester, will you answer the phone, please?
Yes, sir. Jack Benny's residence, star, stage, screen, radio, television, and will sell 2 bicycle wheels at ridiculously low prices.
Hello, Rochester. This is Dennis. Please tell Mr. Ben... Hey, what did you say about 2 bicycle wheels?
Uh-oh, me very sorry. You have long number. Maybe you have better luck by and by. So long, egg foo young.
Rochester. I try talking to Rochester, and all the time I talking to Chinese boy.
So sorry, no Rochester, nobody here except us chop suey. Chop, chop. Goodbye, please.
Rochester, give me that telephone. Hello, who is this?
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. This is Dennis, and Rochester said you had a pair of bicycle wheels.
So sorry, long nubla. Goodbye.
Mr. Benny.
Dennis, let's stop this kidding. Believe me, kid, if you'd only take my advice and stop talking silly all the time and just sing, you'd really go places.
No, I won't.
Why not?
I've got no wheels on my bicycle.
Oh, goodbye. You know, Don, sometimes I don't know why I waste my time talking to that kid.
Oh, Dennis is okay. Well, speaking of wasting time, Jack, I've been here now nearly a half hour, and you still haven't told me what you wanted me to come over for.
Oh, yes, Don, it's about the quartet.
The sportsman?
Yes. Now, I've been thinking this over seriously for quite a long time now, and I finally made up my mind. I'm going to fire them.
Fire them? But, Jack, they're one of the best singing groups in the country.
I'll admit that, but they never sing what I want them to. They're always singing crazy songs and embarrassing me. They have no respect for me. The other day when I asked, I practically begged them to do a certain tune. I think the baritone called me a dirty name.
You think?
Yes. Who knows what means? And anyway, Don, I want you to come with me to a lawyer because you're the one who's responsible for them.
Jack, you don't have to go to your lawyer.
Yes, I do. I want them to break their contract.
But you don't have enough reasons to fire them.
Yes, I have.
But they're wonderful singers, Jack. They're very popular, too, and they have a lot of fans. In fact, plenty of people tune into your program just to hear them, not you.
That's another reason. Believe me.
Now, look, Jack, don't be hasty. Why don't you give them another chance?
Well, I don't like to fire people. In fact, during my entire career in show business, I don't think I ever fired anybody.
Well, what about that bald-headed writer you used to have? You fired him, didn't you?
No, I didn't. I stopped paying him his salary, and after a couple of years, he quit. That's all that happened.
Well, his partner didn't quit, and he's not with you anymore.
Well, he starved to death. But, Don, if I give the sportsmen another chance, do you think they'll mend their ways?
I'm sure of it,
something
Jack.
instead of those silly, crazy songs?
I'm just sure of it, Jack. In fact, I'll talk to them myself.
Well, all right. Well, let's forget about it.
Jack, I'm just as positive as I can be you won't regret this. Well, I'm going to be running along.
Oh, where are you going, Don?
Oh, nowhere in particular. I'll probably drop into the drugstore for some lunch.
Say, I'm kind of hungry, too. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, Mr. Benny?
Look, Mr. Wilson and I are going to have lunch at the drugstore. Come on, Don.
Okay, Jack. Well, Jack, here's the drugstore.
Yeah, this is a good place to eat. Come on, let's go in. All the tables seem to be taken. Let's get those 2 stools at the end of the counter.
But there are 2 right here, Jack.
Oh, yes. I'll see if we can have them. Oh, waitress. Waitress.
What do you want, Mac?
Are these 2 stools available?
No, they're reserved for the Duke and Duchess of Windsor.
Come on, Don. Let's sit down.
What do you want to eat?
Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. Better take my friend's order first. What do you have, Don?
I can't make up my mind either.
Miss, maybe we better look at a menu. Have you got a menu?
Here.
Now, let me see.
Don't bend it. It's the only one we've got.
Look, I'm not.
And stop drooling. There's nothing on it that good.
Look, miss, all I want is a chicken sandwich.
I'll have the same.
Okay, I'll be back with the grub in a minute.
You know, Jack, I just can't understand how a girl like her can hold a job here.
Now, wait a minute, Don. Don't be too hard on her. You know, she's had a tough time of it. Do you know that she used to be a big star on Broadway?
Really?
Yep. For 3 years, she played the title role in The Voice of the Turtle. Notice the way her head keeps coming in and out all the time. What'll you have, Mac? You know? Say, Don.
Oh, excuse me a minute, Jack. Excuse me. The sportsmen are sitting over there.
The quartet? Where?
Yeah, over there in the corner. I want to talk to them a minute.
Well, remember, Don, will you give them a warning about what I said?
I'll talk to them about it.
Good do. It'd drive me nuts. Shine on, harvest moon up in the sky.
Hey, Mac. You want milk to drink with your sandwich, don't you?
Yeah, how'd you know?
Our coffee would knock you right off that stool.
All right. Just bring the milk. Yeah.
Now, fellas, please, do yourselves a favor. Take my advice. Don't sing that song for Jack. This is neither the time nor the place.
Oh, here he comes with that quartet again.
Now, look, fellas, I'm telling you, for your own good.
What's the matter now, Don?
They want to sing a new number for you.
Here in the drugstore? I should say not. It'll be embarrassing.
I told you, fellas.
You see, Don, they won't listen to anybody. That's why I want to fire them.
But, Jack, they claim that this is a very beautiful song.
I don't care how beautiful
Boys,
it is.
he's mad at you anyway. Now, you better not do a thing.
Don, will you
boys,
keep him?
hold it.
Don, will
hold
you
it,
keep him
boys.
from singing?
Hey, nonny, ding, dong,
See, Don, this is why I want to fire him.
Tara shaboom.
Shaboom?
Badoo, badoo. Life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom?
If I could take you
What does that
up
mean,
in
Don?
paradise
Shaboom.
above. Shaboom.
Shaboom.
If you would tell me I'm the only one that you love, life could be a dream, sweetheart.
What happened to Shaboom?
Hello again, shaboom, and hope we'll meet again. Oh, life could be a dream, shaboom.
Shaboom.
If only all my precious
I'd like
plans
to know
would
what
come
shaboom
true.
is.
Shaboom. If you would let me spend my whole life loving you, life could be a dream.
Shaboom.
Sweetheart.
Sweetheart? Don, you got to do something about these guys.
Something is on my mind. If you do what I want you to do, baby, we'll be so fine.
Right here in the drugstore.
Life could be a
It's so
dream.
embarrassing. I gotta
If
fight.
I could take you up to paradise up above. If you would tell me I'm the only one you love.
Life could be a dream, sweetheart, sweetheart. Shaboom, da boom, da boom, da boom, shaboom, sweetheart.
The
Shaboom,
only
da
thing I
boom, da
understand
boom.
is sweetheart, Don. Now look at us.
Shaboom,
Fellas, we're in the drugstore.
Pop on a lucky and you will agree. Shaboom, 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 Mr. B. Shaboom. Lucky Strike's a made of light and fine tobacco. You'll get better taste than Lucky Strike's tobacco. Yeah, Lucky Strike's a toasted.
Fellas,
a better
please.
taste than cigarette.
Fellas, everybody's looking at us in the drugstore.
Better taste. Shaboom, shaboom.
Fellas, we're in the drug. Don, I told you.
Shaboom, shaboom.
Fellas, we're in the drugstore. People are not eating. Wait a minute. Boys, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Now, Don, that does it, Don. That's the last straw. I warned you. That if they
But, Jack,
sing
I tried to
shaboom, what? No, I was a nice guy. I gave them another chance.
Jack, now, if you'd only...
I don't want to hear any more about it. I'm going to call a lawyer right now. We'll go over there and see if I can break my contract with that quartet. Come on, Don. Kaboom. Silliest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Is this the lawyer's office, Jack?
Yeah, Joseph S. Kearns, attorney at law. Let's go in. Pardon me, miss. I'd like to see Mr. Kearns.
Do you have an apartment?
I was better off with Shaboom. Well, What? What did you say?
Do you have an apartment?
Yes, I have an appointment.
What?
I said I have an appointment.
What?
An appointment.
Oh, go right in.
Shaboom.
Now, look, Mr. Smith, I'm a busy man. I can't stay on this phone all day. I told you I won't settle this case for less than $50,000. I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. Well, that's up to you, Mr. Smith. Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Mr. Kearns.
How do you do, Mr. Smith?
No. No, Benny. The name is Jack Benny.
Oh, yes, please forgive me. It's just that I've been so busy lately and have so many things on my mind.
Oh, I understand, Mr. Kearns. I'd like you to meet Don Wilson.
Ah, how do you do, Mr. Wilson?
How do you do?
Haven't we met before?
I don't think so.
That's funny. Your name is so familiar. Keeps running through my mind. Smith.
No, his name is Wilson.
Oh, yes, how stupid of me. Your name is Smith.
No, look, Smith was on the telephone, is he?
What happened to Benny?
No, Shaboom wasn't bad. Look, I'm Benny. It's my Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, Mr. Kearns, what I came to see you about...
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
Yeah? Oh, well, send them right in. This won't take long. It seems to be very urgent. A domestic case. Come in.
Mr. Kearns, I'll do the talking and you keep your big mouth shut.
My big mouth? Your lips could be stretched over a piano stool.
Now, we can settle this without harsh words.
That's okay with me. I want to divorce this jerk.
Very well, but you'll need grounds.
If I had that, I'd bury him.
Oh, yeah?
Please, let's not resort to that. What are your names again?
Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer.
Very well, I'll file the application. Goodbye. Now, getting back to you. What did you come to see me about?
Well, you see...
Wait a minute, Don, I'll tell him. Mr. Kearns, as I started to say...
Oh, yes, I remember. You two wanted a divorce.
No, that's Krausmeyer.
Oh, of course. I had you confused with Mr. and Mrs. Wilson, who just left.
But I'm Mr. Wilson.
Oh, yes, then you're Mr. Krausmeyer.
No, I'm Smith. I mean Benny. I'm Benny.
Oh, yes, Benny Wilson.
Maybe.
Now, what's on your mind?
Well, I've got a quartet on my radio program, and I'd like to break their contract. Now, here it is. Would you just look over it?
Yes, it looks like an ironclad agreement. But Oh, excuse me. Yes? What? Oh, good. Send them in. It's that couple who were just in here for a divorce, Mr. and Mrs. Kearns.
No, your name is Kearns.
I mean Mr. and Mrs. Wilson.
Their name is Krausmeyer.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Jack, isn't this the lawyer who pleaded the case and got the jury so confused that they sent the judge up for 20 years?
Oh, so you read about it, huh?
Read about it? I thought he made up a joke. For heaven's sakes.
Come in.
Come, doll face, carry me over the threshold.
No, lover, you carry me. You're stronger.
Okay. Upsy-daisy.
Whoops, not so high. I'll get a nosebleed.
Oh, come. I'm a busy man. Are you sure your minds are made up?
Yeah, me and Porfirio don't want a divorce.
Should we go back to Shaboom and start over again? Somebody has a line in here somewhere.
Fine. Fine. I won't file the application. And good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Now, where were we?
Now, please. Well, please, let's not waste any more time. Benny is the name, Jack Benny. This is Mr. Wilson. Mr. and Mrs. Krausmeyer just left. You're Kearns, and Smith was on the phone. Now, tell me, Mr. Kearns, you said you knew how to break the contract with my quartet. Now, how are you going to do it?
Now, let's see. Since you're suing them for $50,000, we can...
I'm not suing them for $50,000.
Oh, yes, that was Krausmeyer.
Well, that was Smith on the phone.
Well, what are you doing here?
All I know is I had an appointment.
Oh, yes, you came in here about a quartet. I remember now. You came in with this man here, Mr.
Eagle Bottom.
Now, Mr. Kearns, about my quartet. Mr. Kearns, about my quartet, you've got to break that contract. Now, here it is on your desk.
Oh, that one. I'm sorry, but that contract is unbreakable. You haven't got a chance. So I advise you, as a lawyer...
Oh, now what?
Come in.
I'm going to divorce you if it's the last thing I do, you spongehead.
That's gratitude for you. After we left here, I carried you all the way down the hall so you wouldn't tire your big flat feet.
Well, you didn't have to drop me down that laundry chute.
Look, I don't mean to get into this, but we're on the 12th floor, and you dropped your wife down the laundry chute?
I hit bottom like a sack of wet wash.
With your shape, how else could you hit?
Mr. Kearns?
I've got the applications right here.
Good. We'll see you in court. Goodbye.
Gee, that's a shame. They're such a nice couple.
Oh, I wouldn't worry about them. This has been going on for 20 years. They'll get back together, but I am worried about the children.
You mean they've been fighting for 20 years?
Oh,
They
yes.
have children?
That's the tragedy of divorce. Who's going to take care of the little ones?
And I think I have trouble. Mr. Kearns, I'm glad I dropped into your office today. I got a big home, a butler, a swimming pool, and I'm going to do something that'll make me happy, too. I'm going to have their children come home and live with me until their parents make up their minds.
Gosh, that's the noblest thing you've ever done, Mr. Krausmeyer.
Yes, it's a wonderful thing. And from now on, the children are your responsibility.
Well, good.
And the children are here, right in the next office.
May I see the little rascals now?
Well, you certainly may. Go right in.
Thank you. You? You're the children?
Shaboom, shaboom. Shaboom, shaboom.
Oh, for heaven's sakes. Come on, Don. Let's go.
Mr. Bean.
Shaboom.
Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on immediately after this show.
But first, I'd like to say something important to you cigarette smokers. When you light up a Lucky, you can be sure you'll get the better taste you want. That's because a Lucky is toasted to taste better. Of course, the beginning of better taste is fine tobacco. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And then it's toasted. That's the famous Lucky Strike process that brings Lucky's fine tobacco to its peak of flavor. Tones it up to make this naturally good-tasting tobacco taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, that's why Lucky's taste better. It's the cigarette of fine tobacco, and it's toasted. So remember...
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They take fine tobacco, it's light tobacco, it's mild tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted, because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to tell you about my television show, but we're a little late, so tune in and watch it. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Marks. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with "In Old Chicago" from the picture of the same name. Probably every woman listening to this program has heard her family say, "Can't we have something different for dinner tonight?" Well, you can always have something different when you keep a supply of Jell-O on your pantry shelf. For Jell-O is the one dessert that families don't get tired of because there are so many flavors to choose from and so many tempting ways to serve them. One look at Jell-O, one taste of that delicious extra-rich fruit flavor tells you that here's a swell treat. It has a fresh, real fruit goodness that makes every Jell-O dessert a triumph. And now that summer's almost here, you'll be using it a lot for salads, too, combined with fruits or crisp, fresh vegetables. There are recipe suggestions on every package, but be sure to get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Ask your grocer tomorrow for the one and only Jell-O. That was "In Old Chicago," played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, put on your carpet slippers, move your chairs up to the fireplace, and throw the radio on the fire, because here comes Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you through a lot of smoke. And, Don, I must admit that was a very funny introduction, but I guess I'm just not in the mood for it. And incidentally, if I happen to be a little bit irritable and nervous tonight, you'll have to excuse me.
Why? What's the matter with you, Jack?
Well, Don, I've been on a very strict diet for about a week now, and it's kind of getting on my nerves.
Oh, a diet. Well, now, that's something new for you, isn't it?
Yes, since I've been doing well. Yes. But,
Well, you see, Don, I'm starting my new picture next week, and Paramount insists that I take off some weight.
Oh, I see. Well, just what are you allowed to eat, Jack?
Well, for breakfast, I have orange juice, and for lunch and dinner, I have nothing but green salads. I've eaten so much lettuce lately, rabbits follow me down the street. And all because I have to make a movie.
Well, that is pretty tough.
I'll say it is. But, Don, I told Paramount that I'd stick to the diet for the first part of the picture. But when I get to the love scenes, I gotta have raw meat. You know, Don, I'll never go through this again. Believe me.
Say, Jack,
What is it, Mary?
I had an uncle that was on a diet of nothing but soup, and he lost 23 pounds in 1 week.
Nothing but soup. Say, he must have had a lot of willpower, huh?
Yeah, and besides that, my aunt hit his teeth.
Oh, hit his teeth. Well, no wonder, huh?
But you know, Jack, she never should have hit him in the Frigidaire.
Why not?
After he got him back, they chattered for a month.
Well, never mind your uncle. My diet is really doing me some good. Can't you notice any difference in me, Mary?
Well, your hair is much thinner.
That's not what I meant. Anyway, my hair isn't thin. It's just the way I got it parted.
You should have a part that big in your new picture.
Well, don't worry about me. I'm only the leading man, that's all.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I understand they're going to make this picture of yours in Technicolor. Is that right?
No, Don, they're not. I had tests made in Technicolor, but it didn't work out very well.
Well, why? What happened?
Well, due to a peculiar pigment in my skin, I photographed plaid. With a face like that, I'd have to get Annie Laurie for my leading lady.
Well, who is going to be your leading lady, Jack? Has anyone been selected yet?
Yes, Don, it's Joan Bennett. We had our first rehearsal yesterday, and I want to tell you she is beautiful. Gee, I was so excited working with her.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, Mary was there. I couldn't remember a line, could I, Mary?
No, and she couldn't remember your name.
She could, too. She only called me Hey You once. Now, believe me, as soon as I saw Joan Bennett, I didn't mind going on this diet. She's worth it. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hello, Flat Face.
All right, Phil, now don't you start in. I got other troubles.
I know, Jack. I heard you talking about your diet, and I wouldn't go through that for all the pictures in the world.
No, you wouldn't, eh?
No, sir. You know what I just had for dinner?
What?
My mother fixed me a heap of southern fried chicken with hot biscuits and gravy, and the fluffiest mashed potatoes I ever tasted.
Yeah?
And then I had corn on the cob with melted butter just oozing out of it.
Yeah? Oh, boy.
Stop drooling, Jack.
I'm not drooling. Huh?
Tell her what we had for dessert, Phil.
Oh, were you there, Don?
Yes, sir, and Phil's mother prepared a bowl of Jell-O that was a production.
A production? Well,
Yes, sir. She had raspberry Jell-O on the bottom, and then a layer of sliced bananas, and on top of that, a combination of cherry, lemon, and lime that was the most beautiful sight you ever saw.
Well, I must admit that was a marvelous meal, but the way you guys eat is disgraceful. Even when I could eat all I wanted, I never made a pig of myself.
Not much.
Well, I didn't.
Go on, I saw you in a cafeteria one day with a caddy.
Well, I had a club steak. Now, let's not mention food anymore. There must be something else we can talk about.
Hello, Kenny.
That's my line. Hello, Kenny.
Hello.
Now, look, Kenny, you just got here, so before you say anything, I want to warn you about something.
What is it, Jack?
Well, now, don't do anything silly tonight to upset me, because I'm not feeling well. I'm very nervous and irritable and jumpy and jittery.
Gee, you ought to go on a diet.
Kenny, that's the whole trouble. I am on a diet.
You are?
Yes.
Wouldn't I make a lousy doctor?
Kenny, I wish that next Sunday you'd just come in singing. Now, if you want to make me feel good and forget my diet, go ahead and sing your song.
Okay. Here, hold my chocolate bar.
Oh, all right. What's the use? I'm not going to hold out any longer. Yum, yum. Sing, Kenny. Oh, boy, this is good.
The stars are glowing in the jungle night. Golden waves are breaking on the shore. This is like so many other jungle nights, yet I have never felt this way before. Why is the sky an ocean of blue? There's love light in the starlight with you. Why is your kiss a thrill that is new? There's love light in the starlight with you. How many moons have passed with never a dream to guide me? At last I have my love beside me. I fell in love. What else could I do? There's love light in the starlight with you.
That was Kenny Baker singing Love Light in the Starlight from the picture Jungle Love. And, Kenny, I don't have to tell you that it was very good.
I'll say you don't. I heard it.
Now, Kenny, that sounded very hammy, and also in very poor taste. See, you never see me pat myself on the back.
You can't. You got rheumatism.
I have not. I might have a little shooting pain once in a while, but that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, tonight for our feature attraction, the Benny Chautauqua Players will present their version of Mark Twain's great novel of American youth, recently brought to the screen by David O. Selznick. None other than that immortal classic, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Thank you, and go away. Now, in our production, I will, of course, enact the title role. That is, I will be Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer?
Of course, that lovable, freckle-faced, barefoot little boy. No kidding, Mary. Can't you just picture me as Tom Sawyer?
Yes, if George Arliss is Huckleberry Finn.
Now, that's silly. Imagine George Arliss running around in his bare feet.
Gee, that would be some scandal.
No doubt. But no kidding, fellas, I love to play this part because, well, when I was a kid, I was just like Tom Sawyer. I used to play hooky from school and go swimming in the old swimming hole. Ah, those were the days. Of course, the nights were kind of dull, you know. Well, I'll bet none of you fellas have the real childhood memories that I have.
I don't know about that, Jack. I had a lot of fun when I was a kid.
Oh, go on, Phil. You weren't a real outdoor country boy like I was. I bet you were teacher's pet.
I would if she would.
That's not what I mean. I'm talking about the kind of kids that Mark Twain wrote about. And that was me. I was a real Tom Sawyer. I had rosy cheeks, big blue eyes, and long curls way down to my shoulders.
You weren't Tom Sawyer. You were Shirley Temple.
Well, I was talented, if that's what you mean. Anyway, there's no use getting sentimental around this bunch.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I love all this reminiscing. Well, I can remember how limber I was when I was a kid. You know, in those days, I could bend over and touch the floor with my hands.
Well, you can do that now, can't you, Don?
Yes, but I can't get up.
Oh, then I wouldn't reminisce if I were you. But it is fun, though, isn't it?
You know, Jack, I'm not as old as you fellas, but I've got my memories, too.
You have, Kenny?
Yeah. Gee, I can remember when I smoked my first cigarette.
Your first cigarette, eh? When was that, Kenny?
Last night. Boy, am I sick.
Oh, well, it serves you right. So a cigarette made you sick, eh?
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have swallowed it when my mother came in the room.
No, that was the wrong move. But you know, fellas, in all this talk, we've overlooked the biggest thrill of all, and it came to every one of us.
What's that, Jack?
Will you ever forget the day when we got our first pair of long pants?
Yeah.
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 I pass.
Mary. Well, that's enough chatter about our childhood days. Now, getting back to our play, I will be Tom Sawyer, and Phil, you're going to be Sid Sawyer, my half-brother.
I ain't gonna be no fraction.
You're going to be what I say, and if you remember the picture, Phil, you're a little tattletale and a sissy.
I object.
Now, don't spoil the plot. Now, Mary, you play the part of Becky Thatcher, my little sweetheart. Kenny, you'll be Skinny Baker. And Don, let's see, what do we call you? What do they call you when you were a kid, Don?
Puddinhead.
That's it. Puddinhead Wilson. Well, we're all set now, except for one of the most important characters in our play. Who can we get to be Huckleberry Finn?
Hiya, Buck!
Why, Andy Devine, you couldn't have come in at a better time. No fooling. You're just the type we need for Huckleberry Finn.
Now, wait a minute, Buck. Is that a dignified part?
Why?
Well, I gotta be careful now. You see, I was just elected mayor of Van Nuys.
Oh, that's right. You are the mayor. I read about it in the papers. Congratulations, Andy. Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Andy. How do you feel?
That's on the level, folks. He really is mayor of Van Nuys. And you know, Andy, that's quite an honor. Huh?
Yeah. Ma says it's just a question of time now till I'm in the White House.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
My friends...
Now, wait a minute, Andy. Wait a minute. Don't rush things. Huh? And say, now that you're mayor of Van Nuys, I suppose you're going to make your paw chief of police.
No, I'll be satisfied if I can just get him out of jail.
Well, you're the boss now. Say, Andy, I'll bet there was a lot of excitement around the old farm, wasn't there?
I'll say there was. You know that hen I got that ain't laid an egg in over 4 years?
Yeah?
Well, when the news of my election came in, she hit the jackpot.
The jackpot? Good heavens, how many eggs did she lay?
I don't know, Buck. She ain't stopped yet.
Still all right, Andy. Well, settle down now and get ready for our play. We're going to do it right after Phil's number.
Okay, Buck.
And while you're at it, wipe that lipstick off your face. Where'd you get it?
Well, you know us politicians, Buck, we got to kiss a few babies.
That's right. That's right. Yes, sir. Play, Phil. We sure got a high-class program today. Played by Phil Harrison as orchestra. Now, folks, as our play happens to be very long,
we are going to present it in 2 installments. Tonight we will offer Chapter 1 in The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Take it, Bill. And now come with us to the sleepy little hamlet of St. Petersburg, Missouri. A lazy, peaceful river town, nestled on the banks of the mighty Mississippi. It is a bright spring morning many years ago. The sun is up. Aunt Polly is up. Everybody's up. And even eggs are 80 cents a dozen. As the curtain rises, we are in the home of Aunt Polly just before breakfast. Curtain. Music.
Tom Sawyer, get up, you lazy boy. Time for breakfast. Hurry up now.
All right, Aunt Polly. I'll be down just as soon as I finish this dream.
Dream? What are you dreaming about?
Myrna Loy at the age of 6.
Now you stop dreaming and come down here this minute.
Okay.
Goodbye, Myrna.
I'll be right down.
Drat that boy. He's enough to give a body conniption. He gets into more trouble than any child in this town.
I'm a good boy, ain't I, Aunt Polly?
Yes, you are, Sidney. You're always so neat and clean and tidy.
Got pretty hair, too.
You sure have. Now, Tom Sawyer, you come down here this minute or you won't get me breakfast.
Oh, boy, I'm starved. Here I come, Aunt Polly. Oh, I always fall down these steps. But I don't care. I can take it. Good morning, Aunt Polly.
You certainly got dressed fast enough.
Well, I was hungry.
Good morning, Brother Tom.
Good morning, Brother Rat. You put lard on those steps, and I ought to slug you.
You let me alone now, Aunt Polly, Aunt Polly.
Aunt Polly, Aunt Polly. You big baby.
Now stop this quarreling, children, and let's have our breakfast. Tom, did you wash your hands?
Yes, ma'am, I washed them.
Then take off your gloves and sit down.
Some gloves, they got fingernails on them.
Oh, shut up, you little squealer. I'll take a poke at you. You're lucky Aunt Polly is here.
And you're lucky this is a play.
That's so. Gee, I'm hungry. What do we got for breakfast, Aunt Polly? I mean, what do we got for breakfast, Aunt Polly?
Here's yours, Sidney. Here's some hot cakes with sausages, coffee, and cinnamon buns.
Thanks, Aunt Polly.
And, Tom, here's some orange juice for you.
Darn my diet. I'm starved, too.
Now eat quickly, children, or you'll be late for school.
Eat quickly. I'm going to steal a hot cake from you, Sidney.
You do, and I'll tell Paramount.
Why, you little...
Now, children, stop fighting. Sidney, please pass me the crackers.
What was that, Aunt Polly?
Pass me the crackers.
What?
Polly wants a cracker. Ha, ha, ha! Ouch. Well, I thought it was funny.
There's the first bell. Hurry, children, or you'll be late for school.
I don't care if I am. Ouch again. Gee whiz.
Now get along to school. Tom, where are your books?
In my pants. I thought you were going to hit me there. Well, I'm going. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Sidney, dear.
Goodbye, Aunt Polly.
Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Gee, but you're cute. I ought to sock you.
Now, don't you hit me, Tom Sawyer. I'll scream.
Children, you'll be late.
Gee, I hate school. I wish I didn't have to go.
You never go anyway. You and that Huckleberry Finn are always playing hooky.
Well, don't let me catch you snitching, or I'll give you a good kick in the shins. Oh, look who's coming down the street on his bicycle.
Hello, Tom. Hello, Sid.
Hello, Puddin'head.
Say, Puddin'head, your bicycle tires are flat.
They'll be all right when I get off.
Yeah, I wished I had a bicycle.
Me too.
Oh, you always want what I want. I ought to give you a good punch in the nose, you little copycat.
I'm getting sick of this. Take off your coat.
Quiet. Gee whiz. Oh, hello, Mrs. Newton.
Oh, good morning, my little men.
Little men, yes, huh?
Good morning, Mrs. Newton.
Well, Thomas, I can see by the look on your face that you're on your way to school.
Could have been a toothache, you old battle axe.
Well...
Oh, Tom, you ought to be ashamed of yourself talking that way to Mrs. Newton. She'll be awfully mad.
Wait till she finds out I set fire to her bustle. Hiya, Skinny.
Hiya, fellows.
You coming along to school?
I don't have to go to school. I got the measles.
The measles? Oh, yeah. Look at those red spots all over your face. Can I touch them?
You can eat them, too. They're ketchup.
I cannot. It's fattening. Doggone, I wish I had the measles. I never have any luck.
Hey, Tom! Tom!
Oh, that's that bad boy, Huckleberry Finn.
Hiya, Huck. Where you going? Down to the swimming hole. You want to come along? I haven't got a bathing suit. Bathing suit? What's that?
Oh, that's right. We never swim formal.
I'll see you after school, Huck, and we'll go fishing. All right, drop by the city hall and pick me up.
Okay, so long, Your Honor.
Fishing, eh? I'm going to tell Aunt Polly.
You do, and I'll tie knots in your curls. Let me tell you another thing, Sid Sawyer.
Hey, Tom,
What?
here comes your girl, Becky Thatcher.
Oh, yeah. Gee, she's pretty. Wish I'd washed my neck.
Tommy loves Becky. Tommy loves
Now,
Becky.
you cut it out. Now, get away from me, you little pest, or I'll give it
Oh, Aunt Polly, Aunt Polly.
Well, I got rid of him. Hello, Becky. Can I walk to school with you?
Yes, Tommy, you can.
Gee, thanks.
But I shouldn't even talk to you, Tom Sawyer. You promised to take me to the medicine show last night, and you didn't do it.
Well, I'll take you tonight. It's even better. You know who's playing there?
Who?
Jack Benny and his violin. You want to hear him?
Yeah, let's get some ripe tomatoes and go.
Oh, that'll be fun. Say, Becky,
What?
give me a kiss, will you?
No, I won't.
Oh, come on. It ain't nothing.
I will not, Tom Sawyer.
Oh, come on. Give me a kiss. It ain't nothing.
Oh, all right.
Well, how was that?
You were right. It ain't nothing.
Well, gee, I'm only 9 years old. And now we're engaged. Isn't it great, Becky? Gee, I'm all excited.
Yeah, look at your toupee jumping up and down.
Oh, yes. I've been looking for that frog all day. Be quiet, Sherman. Well, anyway, Becky, you kissed me, so we're engaged to be married.
But, Tommy, I can't marry you. You're so poor.
Don't worry. I'm going to get a job in the movies, and I'll have a lot of money when I grow up.
Oh, yeah? I know another kid who thought that.
Yeah. It won't happen to me. Say, who's that boy coming down the street? I never saw him before.
Oh, I know him. He just moved into town.
Who is he?
His name is Freddie Allen.
Freddie Allen, eh? I don't like him even now.
Oh, I think he's awfully cute. Isn't he handsome?
Hanson, he got a face like a mud turtle. I'm going over there and talk to him.
Now, don't you start anything, Tom Sawyer.
Just leave him to me. Hey, you. Is your name Freddie Allen?
Well, sir, if my ears were at my christening, and I think they were, that's my name.
Oh, trying to be smart, eh? And look at you standing there with that big wad of gum in your mouth. I ought to take a poke at you.
You'd better not. This gum happens to be chewing tobacco.
I don't care if it is. You want to fight?
No, it's not nice to fight.
Oh, it's not, eh? Come on, knock this chip off my shoulder.
Now, I told you I don't want any trouble.
Well, if you don't do it, I'll give you a sock in the nose anyway.
You leave me alone now, or I'll tell your Aunt Polly.
Oh, so you're a squealer as well as a coward, eh?
Tommy, leave him alone.
Take off your coat, you little fraidy cat. I'm going to let you have it.
You leave me alone now. I didn't do anything to you.
Oh, no. I heard what you said last Wednesday night. Take that.
Ow!
And that.
Oh!
And that.
You leave me alone now, you big bully. Aunt Polly. Aunt Polly. Aunt Polly.
Look
at him run down the street. That was Alan as a kid, folks, and he hasn't changed a bit.
This will be continued next Sunday night. Will Tom Sawyer marry Becky? Will Freddie Allen stop crying? Will Mark Twain ever forgive us? Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil. If you want to taste the grandest chocolate ice cream you ever dipped a spoon into, ice cream with a wonderful homemade richness, here's the way to do it. Make it with Jell-O freezing mix, and believe me, you have something to smack your lips over. For Jell-O freezing mix gives you chocolate ice cream that's smooth, rich, and real chocolatey. For that chocolate flavor is made by Walter Baker and Company, and they've been making fine chocolate for 150 years. And it's not only swell ice cream, but it's so easy to make that anybody can make it. Just open a can of Jell-O freezing mix, add milk and some whipped cream, and pour into the freezing tray of your refrigerator. Stir only once while it's freezing and take out 6 servings of delicious homemade ice cream. Chocolate will be one of your favorites, but you'll like all 6 luscious flavors. Maple walnut, real vanilla, and fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juices. Strawberry, orange, pineapple, and tutti frutti. So smooth, so rich, you always want more. So easy to make, you can always have more. Ask your grocer for Jell-O freezing mix and have chocolate ice cream for dessert tomorrow. Remember the name, Jell-O freezing mix.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Everything's in Rhythm with My Heart. When you were a youngster, did you ever go out and pick a pail full of fresh wild strawberries? If you did, you remember that wonderful fragrance, so tempting and delicious. Well, open a package of strawberry Jell-O and smell the fragrance that rises from that. You'll be amazed at this immediate proof of Jell-O's extra-rich fruit flavor. Then dissolve it in hot water and enjoy the delightful aroma again. And for your final proof of Jell-O's rich goodness, taste it. Extra rich, crammed with fruit flavor. Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. All 6 taste so refreshing, so delicious, they rival the real ripe fruit itself. For that wonderful flavor is put into Jell-O by a special process which seals it there so that it can't get out. It's caught and held for you to enjoy in dozens of grand desserts and salads. Just be sure you get genuine Jell-O and don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was Everything's in Rhythm with My Heart, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as is customary every Sunday at this time, we bring you a man who, say, Phil, where's Jack?
I don't know. I didn't see him. He came in with Rochester a few minutes ago. I think they're in a little studio next door.
Yes, he's in there rehearsing a scene for his new picture, and he's got Rochester reading Joan Bennett's part.
Rochester reading Joan Bennett's part. Now, how do you know?
I peeked over the transom.
That's fine. You used my shoulders to stand on, didn't even tell me.
I'd like to get a load of that. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
There they are now. Quiet, everybody.
Gee, I hope I don't sneeze.
Listen.
Well, Mr. Benny, how am I doing?
Now, Rochester, you're not giving me anything. How can I be romantic if you don't put feeling into your lines? Now, when you read Miss Bennett's part, for goodness sake, get into the mood of it.
Mood? I did everything but kiss you.
Now, look, Rochester, all I want you to do is read those lines with a little punch. I want to be good, and it's your job to help me.
You always find a job for me.
I am, eh?
I started out driving your car, and now I'm your leading lady.
You're not my leading lady. You're just helping me out so when I go to rehearsal, I won't make a chump out of myself. Now, let's continue.
Okay, is this the scene where we're on a honeymoon?
No. No, we're not even married yet.
You mean we're still in the platonic stage?
That's it. Now, here's the situation, Rochester. It is a warm summer afternoon. You're in the garden surrounded by poppies, roses, and gladiolas.
Yeah?
Yeah. Birds are twittering in the branches of the weeping willow trees.
Yeah.
Little bees are flitting from blossom to blossom, droning a soft, soothing lullaby.
Yeah.
Butterflies are floating through the sweet, scented air. All is peaceful in the garden. Rochester, wake up! Rochester!
Yes, sir.
You'll please do me a favor and not fall asleep until my picture comes out. Now, let's take the scene again. You're by the garden wall picking rosebuds. All of a sudden, you hear a sound. I leap over the wall, and there I am beside you. Now, I'll use this chair for the wall.
I wouldn't jump over that if I was you.
Don't worry about me. If you want to know something, I was the champion high jumper of Waukegan High School.
You had arches then.
Never mind that. Now, this chair is still the wall. All right, let's go. Now, start picking flowers.
Okay, I'm picking them.
And you're singing. See, that's how I know you're in the garden. Now, here's the song right here. Go ahead. Well, go on.
Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Love. Oh, I feel silly doing this.
Now, Rochester, it's only to help me out. Now, take it again.
Okay.
Good.
Love, your magic spell is everywhere. Love, I found you and I know not where.
Oh, Vivian. Vivian, are you alone?
Yes, Conrad, my sweet.
And I will leap over this wall and join you. Here I come, Vivian.
I knew you couldn't make it.
Just pick me up and no comments. I would have to have my fountain pen in my hip pocket. Now, let's go on from there.
Quiet, Mary. This ought to be good.
Good. It'll be better than the picture.
Oh, boy. Shh. Quiet, Kenny.
Now, come on, Rochester. Let's get this. Vivian, my darling, I knew you'd be waiting.
I'd be waiting forever, Conrad. You're the answer to a madman's prayer.
That's a maiden's prayer. Madman. Ah, Vivian, you're so beautiful. You're like a fragile little flower with your dimpled cheeks and golden hair.
My what?
Your golden hair, and don't interrupt. Hark, I hear someone talking. It must be your father. Who's that behind yon magnolia tree?
It's us, you big dope.
Who?
Yes, it's us.
Oh, so you guys were eavesdropping, eh?
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack, but we were looking all over for you.
Well, I was just rehearsing a scene for my picture, and Rochester was helping me. You know, we start shooting pretty soon.
Gee, you're going to be swelling it, Jack.
Thanks, Kenny. Do you think so?
Yeah, Rochester, too.
Kenny, Rochester isn't going to be in it. He was just reading Joan Bennett's lines.
Whose lines were you reading?
My own. I play the part of Conrad Bagel, a dashing young playboy.
Well, you didn't seem very convincing or romantic.
Well, naturally, I was just rehearsing. I can't be romantic working opposite Rochester.
You cramped my style, too.
All right, let's call it a draw.
Say, Jack, are you really going to jump over that wall? It'll be a little tough for you, won't it?
Oh, no, Don. Jumping over a wall is very easy in pictures. You see, it's all done with wires. They hook a wire to the seat of my pants. And then when I say, here I come, Vivian, they yank me up and I fly right over the wall into the garden. Oh, it looks so natural.
Hey. Wouldn't it be funny if just your pants came over the wall?
Yeah, it sure would.
It would be funnier if you came over just ahead of your pants.
Well, let's not get involved in this. If the worst comes to the worst, they can shoot me out of a cannon.
Out of a cannon?
Yes.
If they had a cannon at Paramount, they'd have shot you a long time ago.
Yes, so. I doubt that very much.
Do you need me anymore, boss?
Yeah, stick around, Rochester. You're going to be in our play later on.
I am?
Yeah, so go over in the corner and sit down till we're ready for you.
Okay, see you later, Conrad.
The things I do for Paramount. And his orchestra playing You Couldn't Be Cuter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, the Benny Greek Theater Players will present the second episode of Mark Twain and David O. Selznick's story and production, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Once again, I will play the part of Tom Sawyer, that symbol of American youth. And Mary, again this week, you're going to be little Becky Thatcher, my sweetheart. Remember that kiss I gave you last Sunday?
No.
You don't remember? Why, Mary, I kissed you right smack on your lips.
Well, they've been around a lot since then.
Oh, stop bragging. Now, Phil Harris will be my half-brother, Sid Sawyer, a sissy if there ever was one.
Why don't we change parts tonight, Jack, and let me be Tom Sawyer?
Definitely not. See, Phil, I was talking to Norman Toro, the big director. You know, he's the man who directed the picture. Well, he listened in last Sunday night, and I wish you could have heard what he said about my performance.
Tell him what he said, Jack.
Oh, what does he know? He's in pictures. This is radio. Those directors think they know everything.
No kidding, Mary. What did he say?
Well, it wasn't so much what he said. It was the way he kicked Jack.
Kick me? I could hardly feel it.
Say, Jack.
What, Kenny?
When a big director kicks you, does he say action first?
No, Kenny, it comes as a pleasant surprise. Now, let's go on with the casting. The part of the principal of the school, Mrs. Newton, will be played by that well-known actress, Miss Marlene DeTruck. Are you here, Miss DeTruck?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Now, you had quite a bit of experience in pictures, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Well, tell me, what was your last starring role?
I was awful in The Awful Truth.
Oh, you were?
That's funny. Jack had the same part in Artists and Models.
Mary. By the way, Miss DeTruck, didn't I see you in old Chicago?
Yeah, I used to live near the stockyard.
I thought so. Well, you'll do. Now, let's see. There's Huckleberry Finn. Where's Andy? Say, is the mayor of Van Nuys here yet?
Here I am, Buck.
Well, hello, Your Honor. How's everything in Van Nuys? Have you made any changes in the town?
Yeah, Buck, I passed a new curfew law last week.
A curfew law? What is it?
All bulls have got to be home and in bed by 10 o'clock.
Oh, you're on the reform ticket, huh? Well, how does your own bull feel about it?
You mean Casanova?
Yeah.
He's trying to get me impeached.
Well, I don't blame him. Say, Andy, have you made any new appointments since you've been elected mayor?
Yes, Buck, I made my pa head of the Department of Sanitation.
You did? Well, what was his first move?
He took a bath.
Oh, so you finally got him in a tub, eh?
Yeah, and say, Buck, you know that long beard that Pa had?
Yeah?
That wasn't a beard at all. It was just hay and dust.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Say, did Don Wilson tell you that I made him chief of the police out there?
No kidding. Is that right, Don?
Yes, Jack, I'm the law in Van Nuys, and there hasn't been a single crime since I was put in office.
Is that so? Well, were there any crimes in Van Nuys before then?
I'll say there was an awful wave of jaywalking.
There was. How did you stop it, Chief?
Well, I just put signs on every corner. Look for the big red lights to change.
Oh.
And if they don't wait, I sentence them to 6 delicious days in jail with nothing to eat but bread and Jell-O.
Say, that's not bad. How did it work out?
The jail's full. We've got standing room only.
Well, so much for law, order, and dessert. And now that Mayor Huckleberry Finn is here, our play will go on right after Kenny's song.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Who's going to be Mr. Dobbins, the school teacher?
Well, Don, I tried out several actors to play that part, but none of them seemed to suit me. I don't know, they just couldn't seem to get the feel of it. I mean, they were too... Too
expensive, we know.
It wasn't a question of money. They just couldn't do it. Anyway, I will solve the problem by playing a double role, that of Tom Sawyer and Mr. Dobbins, the school teacher. So go into your song, Kenny, while I get into the mood for my double part.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Are you going to play 2 roles tonight?
Yes, I am.
Well, we ought to get together.
Who are you, anyway?
Just a Frankfurter. Goodbye.
I wish I had some mustard to throw on that guy. Sing, Kenny.
Light on bogies and let me dream of the one I love. Of the one I
singing Silver on the Stage from the picture The Texan. Say, Kenny, that number was written by Robin and Ranger, the 2 boys who wrote Love and Bloom and Thanks for the Memory, wasn't it?
Yes, but they told me not to tell you.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll play it anyway. And now, folks, for Chapter 2 in the Adventures of Tom Sawyer. As you may remember, last Sunday, we finished Episode 1 with Tom Sawyer on his way to school. Now, does he get there? Let us see. Take it, Phil. Come again with us to the sleepy river town of St. Petersburg, Missouri. We take you to the little red schoolhouse on the corner of Maine and Vermont. Ah, folks, that little red schoolhouse with its rusty old pump in the front yard and the lilac bush in the back. It's a bright Monday morning, and school is about to begin. Curtain. Music. Children, come to order now. We will start the day with our usual morning greeting. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Good morning, dear teacher, and phooey on you.
Quiet, children, please. I will now call the roll. Pudd'nhead Wilson.
Here, teacher.
Becky Thatcher.
Here I am, Mr. Dobbins.
Sydney Baker.
Here, teacher.
Skinny Baker, rather.
Here, teacher, and here's a big red apple for you.
Thanks, Skinny. That's very nice of you.
It is not. There's a worm in it.
Oh, yes. Sylvester Worm.
Present, teacher.
Huckleberry Finn.
Mr. Chairman, fellow citizens and taxpayers, I am here.
Quiet! And sit down, Mayor, before I give you a recount with this ruler. Scarlett O'Hara.
I'm here.
Scarlett No'Hara.
Right here, teacher.
Imagine in the 3rd grade and already he's in the market for a toupee. How old are you, young man?
7, going on 35.
Well, the least you can do is plant some geraniums on that head. Rochester Van Jones. Rochester, why don't you answer me?
I thought I was Vivian.
Not in school. Sidney Sawyer.
Here I am, teacher, and I know all my lessons like anything.
I'm sure you do, Sidney, and you have the highest marks of anyone in the class.
That's because he won't bend over.
Quiet, Becky, or you will. Tom Sawyer. Tom Sawyer. Sidney, where's your brother, Tom?
He's playing hooky, teacher. That's what he's doing.
Sidney is a tattletale. Sidney is a tattletale.
Sidney is a tattletale.
Sidney, you stay out of it. And now for our morning exercises. Stand up, kiddies. Now, everybody close your eyes and hold your hands up over your heads.
Oh, no, you'll pick our pockets.
I will not. Now, hands over heads. Now, lean back a little further. Back, back, back. Now, get up, you little brats. That'll keep you. Now, first, we will take up our history lesson. Pudd'nhead Wilson.
Yes, teacher.
Who was the first president of the United States?
George Washington.
That's correct, George Washington. Now, Skinny Baker, tell me, what was the name of his wife?
George Washington's wife?
Yes.
Well...
Come on now, come. Come, I'll give you a hint. Martha
Ray.
Martha Ray. That's right. Now, wait a minute. That's silly. So we'll skip it. Now, Sidney, tell me, what great invention is Eli Whitney noted for?
The cotton gin.
The cotton gin. That's very good.
It's even better without the cotton.
I think so, yes. Now, Becky Thatcher, stand up.
Yes, teacher.
Who was Captain John Smith?
He was an early American settler.
Right. And when he was going to be executed, what beautiful Indian girl saved his life?
Pocahontas.
That's Pocahontas! Pocahontas. But you were close. Now, Skinny Baker. Skinny Baker.
Yes, teacher.
Tell me, who discovered America?
Wouldn't you be surprised if I said Columbus?
Oh, so you know it, huh?
I know more than that, you old goat face.
Goat face, you're lucky I'm deaf. Now, Becky Thatcher.
Yes?
Columbus discovered America. Now, what are the names of the 3 ships he sailed with?
The Pinta,
Yes,
the Nina,
yes.
and the Albany night boat.
The Albany night boat. Columbus never traveled on the Albany night boat.
Sure missed something.
You said it. And now, children, we will take up physiology.
Physiology? What's that?
I don't know. Let's make it arithmetic. Now, children.
I don't know my arithmetic. Let's make it spelling.
No, I got a good idea. Let's make it geography.
Oh, I got a better idea. Let's burn down the schoolhouse.
No, first we must have our geography. Sylvester Worm.
Yes, teacher.
Can you tell me how many countries there are in Europe?
Yes, I can, teacher.
Well, then name them.
There's England, France, Belgium, Salafrobacy, Lursendermison, Paris, Generation for the Tennessee, Belgian Continental, South Golobate, and Czechoslovakia.
That's very good. And what are the principal industries of Czechoslovakia?
Salad for fertility and flump raising.
What raising?
Flump.
Oh, I thought you said Tralsfast. Now, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Can you name the 7 wonders of the world?
Yes, sir.
What are they?
The Sphinx, the pyramids, the hanging gardens, and 4 pork chops.
Now, Rochester, pork chops are not included among the 7 wonders of the world.
I guess you ain't never seen a Harlem geography.
I guess not. Now, Huckleberry Finn. Huckleberry Finn, stand up.
Yes, teacher.
Tell me, what is the capital of California?
Van Nuys.
It is not. Stop plugging your hometown. Sidney Sawyer, what is the capital of the United States?
Waukegan.
Right.
Wait a minute, teacher.
Shut up. We'll now take up zoology. Huckleberry Finn, what animal is it that crawls around like a lizard, has red eyes, a long pointed nose, and a yellow streak down its back?
Fred Allen.
Right. Fred Allen, that's... Now, what is an outstanding characteristic of this peculiar animal?
It hangs by its tail and chews tobacco.
Correct. Now, Becky Thatcher, tell me, what does this odd beast do for exercise?
It always walks up 3 flights of stairs when it buys a suit.
I see. And will this queer specimen rack its brains out so it'll drool a feeble retort next Wednesday night?
Yeah!
Bravo, children! And now, kiddies, since you've all studied your lesson so carefully, I have a little surprise. Our principal, Mrs. Newton, has an important announcement to make to you. Oh, Mrs. Newton, will you come in, please?
I'm right here, Mr. Dobbins. Now, my little men and women, I have a very lovely surprise for you.
What is it, Mrs. Newton?
Next Sunday, we are all going on a picnic at the old Indian cave. There'll be ice cream and cake and sandwiches for all.
Hooray!
Now, don't forget, will you?
Thank you, Mrs. Newton. So, children, be good little boys and girls, and you can all go on the picnic.
Oh, teacher. Hey,
What?
teacher, look, here comes my brother Tom.
Look, he's trying to sneak in.
Oh, I see him. Tom. Tom Sawyer, come here. Tom Sawyer, come here this minute. You've played hooky for the last time, and I'm going to give you a good thrashing. You gotta catch me first, you old grunion.
There he goes through the window.
And here I go after him. I'll catch me, the little scallywag. Tom Sawyer! Tom Sawyer! Tom!
This will be continued next Sunday night. Will Jack catch Jack? Will the class go on their picnic? Will Vivian marry Conrad? Tune in next Sunday night and find out. Play, Phil. Here's a picture for you. Bright yellow saucers heaped up with generous mounds of rich, smooth, delicious vanilla ice cream. Ice cream with that marvelous homemade goodness. And here's the way to make it. Use Jell-O freezing mix and you'll turn out the grandest vanilla ice cream that any family ever cheered for. A smooth, lovely texture, a luscious, rich vanilla flavor. For Jell-O freezing mix uses real vanilla, no artificial flavoring, and that's why your vanilla ice cream tastes so good. But flavor's only part of the story. Jell-O freezing mix is amazingly quick and easy to prepare. And all you do is open the can, add milk and some whipped cream, and pour right into your freezing tray. You get 6 servings from 1 can of Jell-O freezing mix, and what ice cream! Creamy, mellow, and beautifully smooth. When you've tried that rich vanilla, try the other flavors, too. Maple walnut, chocolate, and fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juices. Tutti Frutti, strawberry, and orange pineapple. 6 luscious flavors in all. So for a swell dessert tomorrow night, serve homemade ice cream and make it with Jell-O freezing mix.
This is the last number of the 35th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, when we will bring you the 3rd and final chapter in the adventures of Tom Sawyer. So be sure to listen in and hear the exciting episode in the cave. What laughs, what thrills, what echoes.
I don't know. What echoes?
Oh, good night, folks.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn Roy Productions. The tune You Couldn't Be Cuter from The Joy of Living is a composition of Jerome Kern. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with I've Got a Heart Full of Music from Cowboy from Brooklyn. When your mother sat down to the dinner table back in the early 1900s, she was probably dressed in a stiff starched shirtwaist and a skirt with 100 tucks. But when she brought on the dessert course, more than likely it was the same dessert that you and your family enjoy so much today, Jell-O. For some styles don't change, and Jell-O is still, as it always has been, America's favorite gelatin dessert. That name is a trademark, and it tells you what it told your mother, that here's one of the most delicious desserts anybody ever tasted. But you must be sure to ask for genuine Jell-O when you buy. For that name is your guarantee that here's the real thing, the one and only Jell-O. If you hear any other gelatin dessert called Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect, for the name is the property of General Foods. So if you want to enjoy Jell-O's extra rich fruit flavor, Jell-O's fresh, tempting goodness and gay, glowing colors, don't accept any substitutes for Jell-O.
Yes? Yes? What's that? Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, I know you're the producer of the picture, but I'm the star. And after all, I have some rights. All right, I'm stubborn, but I will not do that scene where I'm hanging out of a window upside down by my heels. Imagine me hanging out of a window. I'm supposed to be a lover, not Monday's wash. Now, look, Mr. Hornblow.
Jack, we're on the air. The program started.
I know, Don. I'll have to call you back later, Mr. Hornblow, but I want this thing ironed out or Mr. Zucker will hear of this. Goodbye. Nothing but trouble. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you that happy-go-lucky fellow, that carefree comedian, that bubbling personality.
All right. That's enough. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. I tell you, Don, it's enough to drive a man crazy.
Well, what's the matter this time?
The same old thing. Every time I make a picture, Paramount wants me to kill myself.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
Do something about it? I've been walking around the studio all week with a sign on my back saying fragile. But they still won't change the story.
Say, Jack, is that the same picture you were rehearsing last week with Rochester?
Yeah.
You know, where he was reading Joan Bennett's part?
Yes, Phil, but I had to give up reading lines with Rochester.
Why?
Well, we were commencing to sound like Amos and Andy. Anyway, fellas, I don't like the whole setup. I have to go through all sorts of...
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary. I have to go through all sorts of physical contortions. I have to jump over walls, fall down flights of steps, and worst of all, hang by my heels out of a window.
Gee whiz, Jack, you ought to have a double for those scenes. You know, a stuntman to take your place.
That's what I told Paramount, but they claim it's too dangerous. I rehearsed that scene yesterday with Joan Bennett. You were there, Mary.
I'll say.
Now get this, Don, for a silly idea. Joan Bennett is passing by on the street, and I want to propose to her. So Paramount has me hanging out of a window upside down to do it. Fine picture.
But you know, Jack, you look much taller when you're hanging by your heels out of a window.
Well, no wonder my knees fly out of joint. Well, anyway, Don, I rehearsed that scene 4 hours yesterday, and believe me, I was all in.
Tell him what happened, Jack.
Oh, it wasn't that important.
What was it, Mary?
Well, Jack was hanging by his heels upside down talking to Joan Bennett.
Well, sure I was. That's what I was supposed to be.
Was your toupee supposed to fall off, too?
Well, that was just an accident.
No kidding, Mary. Did that really happen?
Yes, Jack's toupee fell off and landed right on Joan Bennett's head.
It did?
Yeah. She thought it was a spider and fainted.
And not only that, the guy that was holding my feet went out for lunch in the middle of the scene. I fell right on my head.
On your head? Did you hurt yourself?
No, Don. I've always had a short neck. Did I hurt myself? And Mitch Lyson, the director, he was a big help. He just stood there laughing at me.
Oh, Mitch Lyson.
Yeah.
Say, he's a swell director, isn't he, Jack?
Yes, but he's so temperamental. See, I made one little mistake at rehearsal the other day, and he bit me. I tell you, fellas, someday I'm going to make a real picture and handle the whole thing myself. I'll be the star, the writer, the director, and the producer.
You'll be the audience, too.
I don't know about that. My picture will do business if only my relatives go to see it.
You ain't kidding.
Well, anyway, I'm not going to worry about it anymore. They'll have to rewrite the story or else. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes, he's right here. It's for you, Jack. It's Mr. Zipper of Paramount.
That's Mr. Zucker. Gee, I wonder what... Hello? Hello, Mr. Zucker. Yes. Yeah, but look, Mr. Zucker, all I said was I will not play that scene. Absolutely not. But I do want to make pictures. Gee, I even went on a diet.
If you don't shut up, you'll stay on it.
Quiet. Now, look, Mr. Zucker, I'm the star of this picture, and I certainly have a right to discuss it. Huh. Why, even Washington didn't cross the Delaware without talking it over with someone. I said Washington. I know he isn't in the picture. Now, Mr. Zucker, I'm the star, and if I'm going to fall out of a window on my head, I got to get more money or a helmet. I'd like to get both. Well, how about my having lunch with you tomorrow, and we'll talk about it? Oh, right after lunch? Okay. Goodbye. What I have to go through to make a picture. I wish vaudeville would come back. Play, Phil. The way I'm treated, no rights, no respect, no nothing. Phil Harris and his orchestra playing Jungle Love from the picture of the same name. And, Phil, that was very realistic. I don't know, I could just smell the jungle.
You could?
Yes, I could smell the music, too.
I didn't mind the music, but how can you smell a jungle?
The monkeys are wearing Christmas nights.
Well, that's about the corniest routine we've done in a long time.
Yeah, to top it off, here comes Kenny.
No, I'm cooked. Hello, Kenny.
Hello, Jack. How am I doing?
How you doing? You just got here. But you're looking good, Kenny. You got a sunburn and everything. Where have you been?
Oh, I've been to Lake Arrowhead for Decoration Day. I just got back.
Oh.
I took my girl and her mother. Gee, I had a swell time.
You had a lot of fun, eh?
Yeah. Her mother lost her glasses.
Oh, I get it. Did she find them yet?
I don't think so. I dropped them in the lake.
Why, you little devil, you. Say, Ken, did you do any fishing while you were up there?
Yeah. And a funny thing, Jack, everybody around me was catching trout and bass, but all I got was a barracuda.
Kenny, a barracuda is a saltwater fish. What was he doing in Lake Arrowhead?
I only catch them. I don't explain them.
Some fisherman. You couldn't catch a herring in a delicatessen if you used schlepperman for bait.
Oh, I could, too.
Say, Jack, did you go anyplace over the holiday?
No, I had to stay here and worry about my picture. I wish I had it easy like you fellas. Nothing to think about but have a good time.
Well, if you'd relax a little more, you'd be better off. Every time you make a picture, you try to run the whole works.
Well, Mary, I have to protect myself. After all, I'm the star.
Star, that's all I've heard.
Well...
You're no more star than a $3 sapphire.
Is that so? Well, let me ask you something. When my picture comes out, what do you see on the marquee in front of the theater?
Jack Benny and free dishes.
Well, if you can see me and pick up a soup tureen for the same price, I suppose that's bad. Anyway... Don laughed at that. Anyway, I'm the star. So let's forget artists and models and get on with Tom Sawyer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will overlook our silly arguments, we will present the third and final episode in the adventures of Tom Sawyer. Now, as you may remember, our play last week ended with... Oh, darn it. See who that is, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes, he's here.
Who is it this time?
It's Mr. Winkler. He says he's Joan Bennett's manager.
Oh, I wonder what he wants. Hello? Yes, this is Jack Benny. What? Well, yes, Mr. Winkler, but I didn't mean that I was the only star in the picture. I know Miss Bennett is, too. What? Now, wait a minute. You've got the wrong slant on this, and I'm not a termite. I don't care how I photograph. But, Mr. Winkler, but...
Shut up, Jack. You sound like a motorboat.
Well, all right, I apologize. Goodbye. The client trying to call me up and argue about billing. And now, folks, getting back to our dramatic offering, I will be the star of Tom Sawyer. There'll be no arguments about that. And Phil Harris will be...
Well, say, Jack, I don't mean to keep harping on your picture, but are you really going to make them change the story?
Yes, I am, Don. Why?
Well, I was just wondering, isn't there some place in the script where you can talk about Jell-O?
Well, I don't know, Don. I would if I could find the proper place for it. If you...
Well, I just thought that while you're proposing to Joan Bennett, you could say something like this. I love you, Joan, because you're beautiful. And I love Jell-O because it has 6 delicious flavors.
Well, Don, I could, but that doesn't seem to be quite the right spot for it.
Well, then, Jack, take that scene where you're hanging out of the window upside down.
Well, what about it?
Well, couldn't you just have a couple of boxes of Jell-O fall out of your pocket?
Look, Don, that scene is not going to be in the picture. That's what I've been fighting about. I'm not going to hang out of a window.
Is that what they want you to do, Jack?
Yes, and I'm not a chimpanzee. That I know.
Does Paramount know?
Apparently not. I've got bars in my dressing room. Anyway, I'm not going to do it.
But, Jack, I'd be a little careful if I were you. You're not so big that you can go around telling Paramount what to do.
I'm not telling him what to do, Phil, but I'll be darned if I'll play a love scene upside down. The blood will rush to my head and I'll forget my lines.
If you haven't got any more lines than you have blood, don't worry.
Well, anyway, that scene is out, so for heaven's sake, let's get back to our own play. Now, Mary, you'll be Becky Thatcher again. And Phil, for the 3rd consecutive week, you'll be my half-brother, Sid, a big sissy.
Gee, I wish that part would last one more week.
Why?
I'm making a doily and it's nearly finished.
Well, you'll have to finish it on your own time. Now, let's see. The part of Aunt Polly will be... Oh, heavens to Betsy. Is that the phone again?
Hello? Yes? Oh, Jack, it's Mitch Lyson, your director.
Well, I might as well talk to him, too. Hello, Mitch. Yes. Yes, and I mean exactly what I said. I'm not going to hang out of a window by my heels to play a love scene. I fell on my head once already, didn't I? Stop laughing. What? I don't care if I do get the Academy Award. I still want a round head. All right, tell Mr. Hornblow, see if I care. Goodbye. Well, if this isn't getting to be a joke or something, I tell you, I'm going nuts.
Oh, Jack, let's do our play Tom Sawyer and forget all about it.
All right, but I'm in a fine mess. I've aged 10 years tonight, and I'm supposed to play a 9-year-old kid. Oh, well, sing your song, Teddy. Maybe that'll soothe me a bit and quiet my nerves.
Okay, Jack.
What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing Let's Sail to Dreamland. Now dedicate it to the United States Navy.
I'd like to hit him with the SS Pennsylvania.
I close my eyes and dream you are near me. I hate to wait, for day will take my dreams away. A paradise is mine when you're near me. My dreams live on, although each dawn will find you gone. Let's sail to dreamland on a silvery sea, with love beside us, a dreamboat to guide us. What more can there be? Let's sail to dreamland in the blue of the night, the land of kisses where heaven and bliss is and stars are so bright. We'll build a love nest, just a cozy high above nest, and stroll in stardust that falls just like the dew. Let's sail to dreamland on a silvery sea, where dreams are making and romance is waiting for you and for me. Let's sail away.
Let's Sail to Dreamland, sung by Kenny Baker. And now for our play, The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. As you may remember, in our last episode, Mrs. Newton, the school principal, had promised the children a picnic at the old Indian cave. And this is the big day. The scene is the home of Aunt Polly, where we find her getting Tom and Sidney ready for the picnic. Curtain music.
Come on now, children. Hurry up. It's time for you to leave.
I'm ready, Aunt Polly.
I'm ready, Aunt Polly. You big gumdrop.
You stop calling me names, Tom Sawyer, or I'll scratch you.
Children. Children, behave. Thomas, did you brush your hair like I told you to?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Well, then put it on and get going. Now, I want you to be good little boys when you get to the picnic. Is your basket all packed, Sidney?
Yes, Aunt Polly. I got my sandwiches, my milk, and a book to read. It's so thrilling.
A book? What's the name of it?
The Campfire Girls at the Cotton Club.
That sounds mighty interesting. Thomas, is your basket packed?
Yeah, I got my peanut butter sandwiches, my jelly roll, my lady fingers, and a can of beer.
Let's see that. Why, you bad boy, you forgot your can opener.
I don't need one. I got a buck, too. Comes in handy, too.
All right, now. Now run along, both of you. And remember, be good little boys. Hello? Who? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Tom. Mr. Hornblow.
Hornblow? Give me that phone, Aunt Polly. Hello, Mr. Hornblow. What? Now, wait a minute. I don't care what Mr. Lyson says. I'm not going to hang out of a window by my heel.
Have you been in mischief, Thomas?
Quiet, Aunt Polly. Well, go ahead and tell Mr. Zucker. I don't care.
Hurry, Thomas, or you'll be late.
Now, look, Mr. Hornblow, I haven't time to argue with you now. I'm going to a picnic. Goodbye. They think they can bulldoze me into making that picture. They got another think coming.
Now, hurry, children. It's getting late.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye, Aunt Polly.
Goodbye, Aunt Polly. Goodbye, Aunt Polly. You're as bad as Hornblow.
This is a fine play. Our audience won't be able to follow without a Ouija board.
Quiet.
So Tom and Sidney go on their way, and a little while later we find them at the picnic grounds by the old Indian cave. The picnic is in full swing.
Hey, Skinny, let go of my curve. Tag, you're in.
Children! Not so noisy, and stop slugging each other. That's it. Aren't we having the nicest time?
I'm having a lovely time, Mrs. Newton.
Gee, this food is good.
Hey, look at Puddinhead Wilson. He's got a 10-decker sandwich. Hey, Sidney.
What?
I'll trade you a big piece of custard pie for your ham sandwich.
Okay, here's your sandwich.
Thanks, and here's your custard pie.
Mrs. Newton.
I told you I'd get you.
Hey, Tommy, there's Becky Thatcher, your sweetheart, over there under the oak tree.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Becky.
Hello, Tommy.
Tommy loves Becky. Tommy loves Becky. Becky loves everybody.
That isn't true, is it, Becky? You don't go out with other boys, do you?
No, Tommy.
Hey, Becky, can I hold your hand?
Yes, Tommy.
Can I put my arm around you?
Uh-huh.
Can I hold you tight and hug you?
Yeah.
Can I have some of your potato salad?
What a cluck.
Oh, I get it. You want me to kiss you.
Gee, even I knew that.
Here you are, Becky. Wow, how was that?
I should have given you the potato salad.
Well, you kissed me anyway. Huh?
Tommy loves Becky. You ought to see him necky.
You better go down and save her.
And Jell-O has 6 flavors.
Cut it out. Jell-O has 6 flavors. Say, Becky, I got a swell idea. Let you and I go over in the big cave. Huh?
No, I'd be scared. They say the place is full of goblins and ghosts and all kinds of creepy spooks.
Ah, who's afraid? Come on, let's go.
Hey, where you going?
We're going in the cave. You want to come along, Skinny?
Sure.
You won't be afraid, will you?
Who, me?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nothing. Come on, both of you.
Gee whiz.
Becky, we ain't even in the cave yet. What are you shaking for now?
My nerves are having a preview.
Well, come on, let's go.
And so Tom, Becky, and Skinny steal away and enter the old Indian cave. For hours, they wander deeper and deeper into its mysterious caverns. And now we pick them up. They're trying to find their way out, but they are lost.
Gosh, this is awful. Hang on to me, Becky, so we won't stumble over this ledge. Huh?
All right, Tommy, but be careful.
Yeah. Oh, boy, this is spooky. And it's getting darker, too.
I'm scared.
Now, let's stick close together so we don't get separated, huh? Wait, what's that?
There's something hitting me in the face. Ouch!
Don't be scared, Becky. It's just bats.
Gosh, there are a lot of them.
Yeah, get away from here, you old bat.
Watch your language, young man.
Gee, they talk, too.
Hey, Tommy, listen. This somebody coming towards us.
Where? Oh, yeah.
Maybe he can tell us how to get out of here.
I'll find out who he is. Hey, mister, are you a caveman?
No, I'm an Eskimo.
An Eskimo? What's an Eskimo doing in a cave in Missouri?
What was that barracuda doing in Lake Arrowhead?
I don't know. Say, mister, how do you...
She's gone.
Go on, say, we gotta get out of here.
What'll we do, Tommy?
Let's crawl on our hands and knees through the tunnel. It may lead somewhere. Come on, follow me. Gee, that's scary. What's that noise?
Just my bubble gum.
Now, don't chew so loud.
Look, Tommy, we're coming in a great big cavern.
Yeah, gee, look at the size of this place. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Hey, there's an echo in here. Listen. Hello there.
Hello there.
Gee, there's an echo, all right.
Gee, there's an echo, all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
A fine echo.
A fine price you're paying me.
Echoes, bats, Eskimos. We gotta get out of here.
Hey, Tommy, look. Look down there.
Where?
Right underneath this ledge. There's a big hole with daylight coming through.
Gee, that means we can get out.
Yeah, but how are we going to get down there?
That's easy. Skinny, you hold on to my ankles, and I'll hang down by my feet over the ledge and let Becky down first. Come on, Skinny, grab my ankles.
Okay, Tommy, I got him.
Now, come on, Becky, give me your hand.
Gosh, I'm afraid.
Oh, don't be scared. I can hold you.
All right.
Now, hold my ankles tight, Skinny, while I bend over the ledge. Now, here we go down over the ledge. How did that door get in this cave? Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
That's fine, in the middle of a play. Reach up and take it, Mary.
Okay.
This burns me up.
Oh, Jack, this telegram's from Paramount.
What is it? Paramount? What does it say?
It says if you can hang by your heels on your program, you can do it in your picture.
Oh, there's no use. We might as well give this up.
No, this is fun.
Shut up. Play it.
Here's a swell idea for tomorrow night's dessert. Homemade ice cream. Rich, smooth, creamy ice cream, the kind that will make a special occasion out of an everyday meal. And here's the way to have it. Make your ice cream with Jell-O freezing mix for the best tasting ice cream you ever dipped a spoon in. One of the flavors you want to try first is that swell maple walnut. It's made with the flavor of real old-fashioned maple syrup, the kind you get way up in New England when spring is on the way. And it's chock full of walnut meat, just lots of them, crunchy and inviting. The family will love it, and you'll love the ease and speed and economy of Jell-O freezing mix. Just open the can, add milk and some whipped cream, and pour right into the freezing tray. You get 6 servings of rich, creamy ice cream with that old-fashioned homemade goodness. Jell-O freezing mix comes in 6 luscious flavors in all. Maple walnut, chocolate, real vanilla, and delicious fruit flavors that are real fruits in their own sweetened juice. Strawberry, tutti frutti, and orange pineapple. You'll find the Jell-O freezing mix is the perfect answer to hot weather desserts. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O freezing mix.
This is the last number of the 36th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Am I going to be Becky Thatcher again next week?
No, Mary, we're all through with Tom Sawyer.
Is that right, Jack?
Yes, Phil.
Then take this.
Out! And Polly! And Polly!
Good night, folks.
J-E-L-L-O!
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. This is the National Broadcasting Company. The Grape Nuts Flakes program with Rochester, Dennis Day, Bill Goodwin, Paul Whiteman and his orchestra, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And appearing for Jack Benny, who's confined with a cold, we have Jack's personal friends, George Burns and Gracie Allen. Well, ladies, now that shoes are being rationed, you won't want to waste any shoe leather tracking down your week's food order. So, though I don't say run, I do say walk to your nearest grocer's for a big 12-ounce economy-sized package of delicious, toasty brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Your grocer has plenty of Grape Nuts Flakes, for whole grain cereals are abundant and thrifty, and they are not rationed. And government nutrition experts say we should eat more of them, eat them oftener. You see, Grape Nuts Flakes in your diet help you to make up for other food shortages because they provide many nutritional essentials, including protective minerals and vitamins. And you get more flavor galore, malty-rich goodness, plus toasty brown texture in each luscious spoonful. So take a shortcut to thriftier, grand-tasting, nourishing breakfast by asking your grocer for Grape Nuts Flakes. Ladies and gentlemen, when Jack Benny found that he couldn't do his broadcast tonight, he told me to call on his good friends George Burns and Gracie Allen and ask them to pinch hit for him. So I started for the Burns Hotel to tell them about Jack's problem, never dreaming that another problem was already brewing in the domestic life of George and Gracie.
Gracie, will you please get away from that piano? We've been in New York a week now, and that's all I've heard.
But, George, March 16th is my concert with Paul Whiteman in Carnegie Hall. If I don't practice, I may lose all the magic in my finger.
Look, don't you realize that you're driving everybody nuts with this idea? In the past week, Paul Whiteman has lost 20 pounds.
Oh, I don't think he really lost them, dear. I think they just slipped down a little.
Gracie, why don't you give up the concert idea and try to take an interest in something else?
Oh, I've been busy, George. I spent a whole day showing Herman the sights of the city.
That's great. Sightseeing with a silly duck.
Well, he enjoyed every minute of it, especially at City Hall when I took him in to see Mayor LaGuardia.
Gracie, you shouldn't take a duck in to see LaGuardia.
Well, I simply had to, George. I knew he'd never get another chance to meet a mayor that he could stand beside and look right in the eye.
Well, I never thought of that.
Well, you'll have to excuse me now, George. I have to go work on the gown I'm designing to wear at my concert.
Now, Gracie, that...
Oh, it's a wonderful gown, dear. I decided it should be a musical creation. White satin with a very wide skirt.
What's musical about that?
Well, that's the beauty of it, dear. No one will realize how clever I am until I sit down and lean back.
And then what happens?
Well, I've got an accordion in the bustle.
Oh, no.
Well, I'll be back in a minute, dear.
I wonder how it feels to be married to a woman who makes sense. Oh, well, I'll never know. Come in.
Hello, George.
Well, I'll be Don Wilson. Come on in, Don. How's Jack?
Well, that's why I'm here, George. Jack has a bad cold.
Really? Well, I'm sorry to hear it.
He'd like me to ask you a favor, George.
Well, sure, anything at all.
Well, Jack won't be able to work tonight, so he wants you and Gracie to take over his show. Now, can you do it?
Well, sure, Don. We'll be happy to do anything for Jack.
Naturally, he knows that your time is valuable, and he doesn't expect you to do it for nothing.
Oh, now, Don.
He wants me to tell you that while he's lying in bed, he'll knit you a muffler.
Ah, good old Jack.
Now, all you have to do is buy the knitting needles and 4 balls of yarn.
Isn't 4 balls of yarn a lot for a muffler?
Oh, Jack wants one, too.
Oh, well, that's nice. That's nice. See, I've always envied Jack getting all those laughs. And here's my chance to kill all the people just by saying, or, yipe. And then he always gets a scream when he says, I do not marry and shut up.
Yeah, that Benny does say the funniest
Isn't he a
thing.
scream? Yes, he's a real wit, yes.
Oh, George, did you... Why, Paul Whiteman, I'm glad you dropped in.
No, Gracie. I'm Don Wilson. Don't you remember?
Oh, of course, Don. How silly of me. I should have looked at your face first.
Gracie, Donna's got some news for us.
Yes, Gracie. You see, Jack Benny is sick in bed, and he wants you...
Sick in bed? Oh, my goodness. I must send him a jar of my homemade crabapple jelly right away.
Well, now,
Oh,
Gracie...
he'll love it. He'll love it. I used only the very best apples and the very best crabs.
Well, I don't think Jack...
I sent some of it to my sister Bessie when she had her operation. Of course, I can't tell you about Bessie's operation.
Well, good.
It was done by an army surgeon, and naturally that makes it a military secret.
Gracie, Don wants us to do Jack Benny's program tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, George, but I couldn't think of going on Jack's program.
You what?
Well, isn't that a comedy program?
Oh, yes.
And don't people laugh at it?
Well, sure.
Well, George, what would my public think? I'm a concert artist.
What's she talking about, George?
Well, Gracie thinks she's going to play the piano at Paul Whiteman's concert in Carnegie Hall.
Yes, would you like to hear the number I'm going to play, Don? Here it is.
And that's what you're going to play at Carnegie Hall?
Well, there's no sense in playing something I don't know.
Gracie, forget this foolishness. We've got to do Jack's program tonight.
Well, I'm awfully sorry, but I couldn't accept an offer to appear on the radio, except on a musical program, of course, such as Dear Artie has.
Oh, you mean Artie Shaw?
Oh, my goodness, no. Artie Toscanini.
Gracie, have you gone out of your mind? We can't let Jack Benny down.
Well, George, I have my career to think of. No great musician can afford to be laughed at. Did Mendelssohn do it? Did Mendel's daughter do it? Did Mendel himself do it?
No, that was a great act, too. The musical Mendels. They were next to closing at the Jefferson.
Gracie, now you mustn't think only of yourself. Think of George. He's very anxious to do Jack Benny's show.
Well, I don't know why. George doesn't know a soul in St. Joe.
Gracie, will you stop being so stubborn?
Well, George, I just can't risk my concert career. There's the world of music, and then there's the world of comedy. You can't mix the two. You know what I always say? East is east, and west is west, and north is north, and south is south, and east is east, and... Well, I guess that covers it.
Yes. That even overlaps a little bit, yeah.
This is Paul Whiteman, and here's one of America's most popular singers with one of America's most popular songs, Dennis Day singing There Are Such Things. Are that true? There are such things, a dream for two. Someone to whisper, darling, you're my guiding star, not caring what you own, but just what you are, a peaceful sky. There are such things, a rainbow high, where heaven sings. So have a little faith and trust in what tomorrow brings. You'll reach a star because there are such things.
Gracie, you've just got to listen to reason. The Benny program goes on the air in an hour.
I'm sorry, George.
But, Gracie, in a little while, millions of people are going to tune into our program. And what are they going to hear? 30 minutes of silence.
Well, what's the difference if 1 week the program isn't quite as lively as usual?
Look, Gracie, don't you understand? One of our dearest friends is in a spot, and he needs someone to go on his program.
Oh, I wish we were in California. The Beverly Hills Uplift Society All-Girls Symphony Orchestra would be glad to do the program.
That silly club of yours. Nobody is interested in those hens.
George Burns, that's no way to talk about your wife and your wife's friends.
Well, didn't mean you, sweetheart.
Well, no way to talk about those other hens either.
Oh, all right.
I'm going inside and practice an etude. Who knows? If it goes well, tomorrow I might try a B-tude.
Well, this is fine.
You said it.
Yeah. Come in.
George, listen, I hear you're going to do the Jack Benny show tonight.
Well,
boy, oh, boy, I can't wait to read those commercials, George. Listen, that fat boy they've got announcing on that show is strictly from hunger.
Bill,
Listen, George Benny only keeps him on because he can laugh.
Bill, say hello to Don Wilson.
Hello, Mr. Wilson. You've heard that fat boy on the Benny... Don Wilson? Oh, hello, Don.
So I'm known to you as Fat Boy, huh, Goodwin?
Oh, well, now, don't get sore, Don. I'm always making up nicknames for people. They never fit.
Well, I don't care about that, but what was that about my announcing?
Oh, nothing, Don, nothing at all. I think you're great. As a matter of fact, Don, I'd like to ask you a favor. You see, I thought maybe you could mention my product on the show tonight. You see, I sell
I'm not interested in what you sell.
Well, but, Don, it's purer than the...
I'm sorry, but there's no place that I can mention it.
No soap, huh?
No soap. I talk about Grape Nuts Flakes, and Grape Nuts Flakes happen to be America's fastest-growing breakfast cereal. Yes, sir, Grape Nuts Flakes are my idea of the most tempting, appetizing, toasty brown breakfast dish that was ever put before a hungry family.
Well, Don, after the family finishes eating that tempting, delicious, toasty brown cereal, they have to wash the dishes now, don't they?
Why, certainly.
Well, what do they use to wash the dishes?
Water, of course. Believe me, Bill, once you taste those...
Don, old man, please, what do they put in the water?
The dishes. Believe me, Bill, once you taste Grape Nuts Flakes with their malty, rich, sweet as a nut flavor, their crisply toasted goodness, you'll know why I'm so enthusiastic. And what's more important, Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal, chock full of all-around nourishment. And, Bill, you better make a date for tomorrow's breakfast with Grape Nuts Flakes.
Well, all right, Don. Right after I've had my shower with...
Grape Nuts Flakes.
Okay, you win. So long, fat boy.
Well, Don, we're right back where we started.
George, now, why don't you go in and talk with your wife? Put your foot down.
You're darn right I will. I'll show her who's the boss.
Attaboy.
Gracie.
What do you want?
Well, sweetheart, you know that beautiful fur coat you saw in Bergdorf Goodman's?
You mean the one you said was too expensive for me?
Uh-huh. Well, I've got a little surprise for you. If you do the program tonight, that coat will be in your closet in the morning.
Well, if it isn't, we were robbed.
Oh, fine.
Please, Gracie, now...
Now, I'm sorry, boys. You'll have to excuse me now. I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
You got a what?
I've got to dip some spaghetti in ink.
That's what I thought you
It's
said.
to fool our little darling duck. You see, the hotel won't send up any worms.
So you got to dip spaghetti
Yes.
in ink? Come on, Don, let's get out of here.
Oh, come on, Herman. Dinner's almost ready. Aha, here's Mama's little precious ducky. You know, Herman, your daddy George is mad at me. But and your daddy George will be so proud of me. Oh, come in.
I do, Miss Burns. I'm Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. I suppose you're looking for Mr. Wilson.
That's right, ma'am. I've been talking to Mr. Benny and My, poultry.
Oh, Rochester, that's my little son, Herman.
Son?
Well, yes. Don't you think he looks like his daddy?
Don't believe I ever met the bird.
Oh, of course you have. I'm married to him.
You mean Mr. Burns is that duck's papa?
Uh-huh.
Oh, come now.
Well, I wish George was here, too. You'd notice the resemblance if you saw them both walking. Anyway, I think you two ought to be great friends. Herman, shake hands with Rochester.
How do, Mr. Herman? I've held many a drumstick, but that's the first one that ever withdrew voluntarily.
Rochester, I know he's dying to have a conversation with you. Go on, say something to him.
Is this practical?
Oh, sure. Go on.
Okay. Mr. Herman, what are you going to be doing Meatless Tuesday?
Oh, Rochester, he's busy on Tuesdays. He always goes to Central Park. Would you like to take him for a walk in the park sometime?
You mean you'd trust me alone with that fat little rascal?
Oh, certainly. He wouldn't hurt you.
The vice versa don't trouble you none.
Oh, no. Well, Rochester, maybe you're silly to wait for Mr. Wilson. I'm not going on Mr. Benny's program anyhow.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yes, the piano is my whole life now. Do you play the piano, Rochester?
No, ma'am. I ain't familiar with ivories when they come in large groups.
Oh. Well, goodbye, Rochester. I must get back to my art. From now on, I intend to woo the muses. Terpsichore, Calliope, Schenectady.
It's got us. It's that old black magic that's got us. Yes, sir.
Well, Don, I think we ought to try it again.
No, George, I've got a headache.
So have I, but I wish I could get it to go on Jack's program. Come in.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Gee, Mr. Wilson, you're going to catch it. Mr. Benny just called, and he's all excited because he hasn't heard from you.
Now, Dennis, there's nothing to worry about.
But I don't want Mr. Benny to get high blood pressure with my blood.
Now, just pull yourself together and say hello to George Burns. He's taking Jack's place tonight.
Hello, Dennis. How are you?
Ha, 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 ha!
What's funny?
Gee, you're a scream, Mr. Burns.
What's this anyway?
Aren't you taking Mr. Benny's place tonight?
Well, what of it?
I was afraid if I didn't laugh, you'd twist my arm like Mr. Benny does.
Say, George, maybe Dennis can persuade Gracie to go on the show.
Dennis?
Sure. Believe it or not, the little dope seems to have a way with women.
Gee, have I?
All right, go in and talk to Gracie. We'll find out.
Yes, sir. Hello, Miss Allen.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Yes, ma'am. I'm supposed to ask you to be on Mr. Benny's program tonight.
Well, I won't do it.
I don't blame you, Miss Allen. Mr. Benny says some terrible things about your brother, Fred.
Oh, no. Fred's not my brother, Dennis. And please don't call me Miss Allen. I've been Mrs. Burns since one day years ago when a tall, handsome, charming man came along and pronounced George and me man and wife.
But, Mrs. Burns, if you have nothing against Mr. Benny personally, why won't you go on his program?
Well, I simply can't do it, Dennis. You see, I'm an intellectual, and Jack Benny is well, he...
Isn't he, though?
Well, I'm glad you see my point. You must understand that we intellectuals care only for the finer things in life. You know, Shakespeare and Beethoven and Walter Pidgeon.
Gee, I've always wanted to meet an intellectual, Mrs. Burns.
Well, how do?
How do? I'll bet you read lots of books, huh?
Oh, yes, Dennis. A day never goes by that I don't pick up a book, to dust it if nothing else.
You know something? I'm crazy about books, too.
Oh, really? Do you like Little Women?
Oh, sure, but I like books even better.
Oh, well, so do I. And, Dennis, don't you just adore poetry?
Yeah.
Oh, I know most of Longfellow by heart. Can you ever forget the opening lines of Hiawatha?
Yeah.
Me too. You know what, Dennis? You're the first person I've ever met who's my intellectual equal.
I guess there aren't many of us.
Dennis, believe me, you are just being wasted on the Jack Benny program.
Yeah, wasted.
Imagine you singing.
Yeah, singing.
Why, you should be reading poetry.
Yeah, poetry. I'm crazy about poems.
Yeah, crazy.
I've always dreamed that someday I'd get up on Mr. Benny's program and recite If.
If he'd let you?
Oh, no, If by Kipling.
Oh, that's one of my favorites. How does it go?
I'll recite it for you. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster, if...
Stop. Don't go on. It's too beautiful.
Gee, I'm sorry. I should have warned you that I was pretty heavenly.
Oh, Dennis, we must do... Oh, come in. Why, Tootsie Sagwell. Hello, Tootsie.
Oh, Gracie, I thought you were practicing, so I... Oh, does he belong to anybody?
Well, not yet, Tootsie. Dennis, I want you to meet my girlfriend, Tootsie Sagwell. Tootsie, Dennis Day.
Oh, my, what a gorgeous hunk of child. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Miss Sagwell. Say, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Oh, isn't it cute?
Tootsie is as cultured as we are, Dennis. And she has a lovely singing voice.
Oh, I haven't.
I'd like to hear her sing sometime, Miss Sagwell. I'll bet you've got a lovely vibrato.
Oh, what he said.
Tootsie, Dennis is on Jack Benny's program, but he's very unhappy. You see, he's cultured like us.
Oh, I knew you were a kindred soul, Dennis. You have such a sensitive face.
I'll say, every month it kills me when I have to shave it.
Say, I just had a marvelous idea.
What, Gracie?
I will go on Jack Benny's program with you and Dennis.
Huh?
Well, we'll change the name of that show from the Grape Nuts Flake program to 30 Minutes of Refinement. I'll play the piano, Tootsie will sing, and Dennis will recite.
Oh, boy, now you're cooking with gas. If you'll pardon the expression.
I'll tell George. Oh, George!
Yeah?
George, I've changed my mind. I've decided to go on Jack Benny's program after all.
You mean it?
Yes.
Well, bless your heart. And now I'm going to get you that hat that goes with that fur coat.
You mean this one?
Yeah, that's the one. Come on, let's go to the studio.
Ready, everybody?
Yes, Don.
Yep, all set, Don.
Well, stand by. We'll be on the air in just a second. The Grape Nuts Flakes program.
That's enough, Don. Step aside, please.
Huh?
Gracie. Wait a minute, he hasn't...
Ladies and gentlemen, we now present 30 minutes of refinement. Ready, Dennis and Tootsie?
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's go.
If you can keep your head on all about if you can trust yourself calm and doubtful, if you can wait...
Stop it! Honestly, Jack, I did the best I could. Good night, everybody.
If you can keep your head on all...
Sergeant Gracie will be right back, so I have just a moment to make this one request. Friends, for the sake of your loved ones in service, for the sake of your loved ones at home, give to the American Red Cross War Fund. The Red Cross works on every war front, giving skilled care, saving lives. The Red Cross stands by on the home front, ready to meet sudden danger. But the Red Cross must raise $125 million to carry on its good work. So do your part. Give and give generously to the American Red Cross War Fund. Now, here are George and Gracie.
Oh, good night, everybody. And Jack, hurry and get well.
And please send the muffler. Good night, folks.
Program next week when we'll be broadcasting from Hollywood with Mary Livingston, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The makers of Grape Nuts Flakes want to extend their sincerest thanks to George Burns and Gracie Allen for pinch hitting for Jack Benny on tonight's show. George and Gracie were presented every Tuesday night over another network by the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap.
And now, around the world, the Jack Benny program. Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, spring has come to Southern California. Birds are twittering in the treetops and buds are bursting on the branches. So without further ado, we'd like to show you how a typical gentleman farmer is heralding the arrival of spring. The time, early afternoon. The scene, Jack Benny's backyard. The farmer, Jack Benny.
Da-dee-da-da-dum, dee-dum, dee-dum, dee-da-dum, dee-dum, da-dee-da-dum, dee-dum, ba-bee-ba-ba, da-dee-da-da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum.
Gee, this section I planted last year came up nice. Look at those nice straight rows. 200 stalks of corn, 150 cabbages, 300 strawberry vines. One measly coffee plant. But who knew? Let's see now. I better get these string beans in. I'll set them right next to the tomatoes here. Well, there's one. Gee, I got 100 more to go. Oh, Rochester, I want you to come here and give me a hand.
But, boss.
Rochester, you've been in that swimming pool long enough. Now, come on.
But, boss, I'm not through planting the rice.
Never mind that. I need you here.
Okay.
So worried about the rice. Sorry I gave him those chopsticks for Christmas.
Here I am.
Well, you can start with this row here.
Yes, sir.
Now, first you put the plant in, then sprinkle it over with a layer of Vigoro. Cover that with some dirt, then a 3-inch layer of bone meal, then some more dirt. Then you put on another big, thick layer of Vigoro. And be very careful, Rochester, because you know what we're planting here, don't you?
No, but it ain't going to be lilac bushes.
They're string beans, and let's get started.
Boss, are you planting beans again?
Yes, why?
I thought you'd give up on beans after what happened last year. They were so small, the bugs were picketing them.
I'm not trying to be funny, Rochester. I'm going to plant beans, and this year they'll be the biggest ones in Beverly Hills. Now, let's get going. There. That one's in deep enough.
You sure look funny in those overalls and that old straw hat.
I do look like a farmer in this outfit, don't I?
With those long white gloves on, you look like Hildegard.
Well, I've got soft, lovely hands, and I'm going to keep them that way. I think I got some of these plants upside down. No, I guess they're all right. Dennis, don't mow so close to the tomatoes. Watch it.
I'm almost through, Mr. Benny.
Well, keep at it. And Dennis, when you're through mowing the lawn, I want you to water it.
Okay, I'll turn on the sprinkling system.
I haven't got a sprinkling system.
You have now.
What?
I thought the hose was a snake and shot it full of holes.
Dennis, that was a brand new hose, and I'm going to deduct the price of it from your salary.
I was afraid that would happen.
You were?
Yeah, boy, am I glad I saved the last bullet for myself.
Huh?
Well, here goes.
Dennis, put down that gun. I'll pay for the hose.
I knew you were yellow.
Never mind. You just get back to work. I'll hold on to the gun.
Okay.
Boss, I finished the row of string beans.
Good. Now we'll plant some celery.
You ought to plant pistachios. They're terrific.
But, Dennis, pistachios are nuts.
Well, who isn't?
Dennis, look at that mountain over there. That's it. Now hold your head still.
Boss, put down that gun.
I only wanted to scare him. I couldn't hit a pointed head like his in a million years. Now go ahead, Dennis. Finish your work.
Okay. See you later. Ding, 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 ding.
He always plays conductor when he mows the lawn. What a kid. Now, let's see. Hey, Rochester, look at these mushrooms here. I don't remember planting any mushrooms.
Those are toadstools, boss. They're poison.
No, Rochester. Go ahead and taste one. I think they're mushrooms.
You think?
Yes.
Well, until you're positive, my attitude is negative.
Oh, what a baby. Afraid to eat a little plant.
Uh-huh.
You know, Rochester, there's an old saying, a coward dies 1,000 deaths. A hero dies but once. You ever hear that saying before?
Yeah, and I want to be able to hear it again.
All right, don't eat it. Who cares?
Oh, hello, Rochester. Oh, the garden looks lovely.
Thanks, Miss Livingston.
I see you got the scarecrow up already.
This is me, and you know it. Mary, did you buy that package of cucumber seeds like I asked you to?
Yeah, here they are. They were 10 cents.
Thanks. Gee, just think, Mary. I'm going to take these little seeds, plant them in the ground, and before you know it, vines will spring up with oodles and oodles of cucumbers on them. Isn't nature wonderful?
Yeah.
And, Mary, half of those cucumbers are going to be yours.
The heck with nature. Give me my dime.
Give me my dime. Give me my dime. You'll be sorry when the crop comes in. I feel it's going to be a big season.
Oh, you're some farmer. You and your crazy experiments.
They're not so crazy.
Remember last year? You sprinkled cheese all over the ground and tried to raise au gratin potatoes.
All right, but I still say it doesn't hurt to experiment. Now, let's see. Oh, Mary, I was just having a little argument with Rochester here. Look, are those things there mushrooms or toadstools?
Those are toadstools.
They are? Well, I'm certainly glad you told me. I almost ate one.
You almost ate one?
Well, I mean, I would have eaten one after you did.
With me laying there?
All right, forget it. I better dig these up and throw them away.
I'm all through, Mr. Benny.
Good.
Then, Mr. Benny, as soon as your lawn needs cutting again, you'll be sure to let me know now, won't you?
I certainly will, and I appreciate your interest.
Well, I like to keep the grounds looking nice and in tip-top shape.
Good, good.
This is a beautiful place, and someday I might buy it.
Really, Dennis?
Yeah, I'll throw you out so fast it'll make your head spin.
Dennis, go home already.
Okay, goodbye already.
Goodbye already. Mary.
Yes?
Do you think Kenny Baker is too old to push a lawnmower?
Oh, Jack, every time Dennis gets you a little aggravated, you always...
Hello, Jack.
Hey, Mary, it's Bob Crosby. Hiya, Bob.
Fine, Jack. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Bob. Out for a little walk today?
Well, not exactly. I told the boys in the band to pick me up here in our orchestra bus.
Oh, are you leaving town again?
Yeah, we got a one-night stand in Chicago.
A one-night stand? You and the boys are going all the way to Chicago for that?
Well, the boys just couldn't turn this down, Jack.
Gee, it must be quite an important occasion.
I'll say it is. Petrilla's dog is going to be a year old.
Oh, yes. Yasha Heifetz left this morning. Oh, Bob, I don't mean to be rude, but I want to get all these rows planted by 6 o'clock.
Well, why 6 o'clock?
As soon as it's dark, his help has to run for the border.
Mary, stop making things up. I do all the work myself.
Si, senor.
You keep quiet and put on a dry shirt. Say, Bob, as long as...
Well, that must be the boys, Jack. I better get going.
I'll walk around to the front with you, Bob.
I got to be running along, too. Say, Bob, it must be nice for the orchestra to have their own bus to travel around in.
Yeah, it's a nice bus, too. But, Bob, why is all that smoke coming out of the exhaust?
Well, kerosene always smokes that way.
Kerosene? Why don't you use gasoline?
Well, we tried that, but you see, when the boys smell anything over 80 octane, they run for the olives.
You mean they'd actually drink gasoline?
Well, Bagby even drinks the kerosene.
No.
Yeah, at night the boys stick a wick on his head and use him to read by. Well, I gotta be going anyway.
Okay, Bob, I'll be seeing you.
So long.
Have a nice trip.
Bye, Bob.
Bye, Mary.
What a crazy gang. Look at them in the bus there.
Yeah, and look at that license plate. Brew 102.
Yeah.
Well, Jack, I better be getting home.
All right, I'll have Rochester get the car out.
Oh, no, Jack, it's such a nice day. I'd rather walk. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Well, I suppose I better get back to work. Yeah, I've had enough for one day. I think I'll go in the house and clean up.
Fresh vegetables, tomatoes, lettuce, string beans. Hey, mister, would you like to buy some nice fresh veg? Oh, it's you.
What?
You ain't fooling nobody with these petunias and tulips out here in front. I know what's going on in that backyard.
All right, so I raise a few things to eat.
Look, mister, I haven't made a sale all day. Why don't you give me a break and buy something?
Well, all right. I'll take a dozen oranges.
A dozen oranges?
2 dozen pears.
2 dozen pears?
And a half a dozen apples.
And a half a dozen... I knew it. Everything with seeds.
But...
It ain't enough you're growing vegetables. Now you gotta start with the fruits.
But I
If you want me out of business, get an injunction. Goodbye.
Some businessman. If he's so worried about competition, why doesn't he buy me out? The Wang Fu Laundry did. Oh, well, I guess I'll go in and clean up. I'll just slip into this clean shirt.
Oh, hello, Jack.
Don, where'd you come from?
Oh, I came in the back way. I thought you'd be working in the garden.
Well, I was, Don, but I've had enough for one day now.
I'll get it, boss.
Okay.
Mr. Benny's residence, star of stage, screen, radio, television, and if the farmer's market hasn't got it, we have. What's that? Yes, he's right here. It's for you, Mr. Wilson. It's your wife.
Oh, thank you, Rochester. Hello, dear. How many guests we having for dinner tonight? Oh. Well, then I suggest we have hors d'oeuvres, soup, nice Caesar salad, and for meats, I'd say a couple of chickens, an 8-pound roast, and a chafing dish full of meatball. Yeah, I think that ought to do it. You're welcome, dear. Goodbye.
Don, who's your wife having for dinner tonight?
Just me. The rest canceled out.
I should have known, Don.
By the way, Jack, perhaps you'd like to come over for dinner.
Oh, some other time, Don. You know, I've been working so much that I want to lie down for a while. You know, I'm kind of tired from all the gardening I've done.
Ah, Jack, don't tell me you planted vegetables again this year.
Certainly. Why shouldn't I?
I thought you'd give up after those awful beans you grew last year.
Look, Don.
Those beans were so lousy, even your garbage disposal threw them back at you.
Oh, stop.
So long, Jack.
Goodbye. Gee, I really am tired. I'm sleepy, too. I worked hard today. I think I'll lie down on the sofa here. Ah, that feels good. What's everybody picking on my beans for? So last year they weren't so big. This year they'll be great. That new chemical fertilizer is guaranteed to make anything grow. Say, I wonder if... Nah, it'll probably burn my head. I can't wait till those beans come up. I'll show everybody. I'll show everybody. The big beans. Real big beans. That's funny. Just a second ago, I was inside. What am I doing out here in the garden? Say, look what happened to my beans. The beanstalk goes way up to the sky, through the clouds. I can't even see the top of it. Well, I'm going to climb to the top. I'm going to be like Jack in the beanstalk. Phew. I better rest. I must have climbed 500 feet, and I'm nowhere near the top. Gee, look how small everything looks down there. Hey, the rest of my garden is growing, too. Look at that tremendous honeydew melon. Oh, no, it's Sammy the drummer's head. Well, I better start climbing again. Wow, I'm nearly a mile high. Gee, from way up here you can see everything in Beverly Hills. Look, there's the California Bank. And say, there's Esther Williams out in her backyard taking a sunbath. Gosh, what a predicament. I don't know which to look at. Gee, if I lean out real far, I can see the entire city of Los Angeles. Gee, it looks... Gee, the branch broke. I'm falling. I'll be killed. Gosh. I'm not even hurt a bit. Wow, am I lucky. I landed on the smog. I never knew the Los Angeles smog was thick enough to support you. But then it's been supporting comedians for years. Well, I better start climbing back up. Here I am at the top. Look at this place. It's fantastic. Look at the trees. There's money growing on them. Gee, I'm a stranger in paradise. Hey, what's the matter? The sky is getting dark. Gee, what's that?
Fee-fi-fo-fum. I smell the blood of a comedian.
Say, are you the giant?
No, I'm the assistant giant. You better go see the giant. He owns this place.
Oh. Well, can you take me to him?
I haven't got time. I gotta mow these clouds. See you later. Ding, 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 ding. Whoa!
Well, I better go see the giant, but I don't know where he lives.
Hello, Jackie boy.
Oh, hello. How are you?
Fine. Are you going to give me a great big kiss like you always do?
Sure. Here.
Oh, that was wonderful. Oh, kiss me again.
She has nothing to do with Jack and the Beanstalk, folks. I always dream about her. Well, I better go see the giant. Gee, I wish I knew where he lives. I'll ask that rabbit. Excuse me, Mr. Rabbit.
What's up, Dad?
I'm looking for the giant's house. Do you know where he lives?
Yeah, it's the second castle around the corner, Doc.
Thank you. And for being so nice, I'm going to send you a big bunch of carrots.
Oh, no thanks, chum. I'm on a diet. I was getting so fat I couldn't move.
No kidding.
Yeah, I wasn't happy because I was too hippie to hoppy.
Oh.
Say, why do you keep staring at me like that?
Oh, I didn't mean to be rude, Mr. Rabbit, but you remind me an awful lot of a friend of mine, Frank Remley.
Oh, is he a rabbit?
No, but he's got pink eyes, too. But his nose stays still and his head twitches. Well, I got to go to the giant's house.
So long, Benny.
So long, Bunny. I'm off to see the giant. Well, here's the giant's house. I'm going to knock on the door. Gee, look at the giant's laundry hanging out there on the line. Gosh, he has the biggest underwear I ever saw. The V in BVD looks like a Cadillac. Uh-oh, I hear someone coming to open the door.
Come in.
I'd like to... Wait a minute. Mary, what are you doing here?
I'm the giant's wife.
Just because I kissed that girl? You're the giant's wife?
And he's a big giant, too. He's 70 feet tall. Shh. Here he comes now.
Gosh, imagine that, a chicken that lays golden eggs. What do you call it?
Barbara Hutton.
Oh.
Hey, now, you said you wanted to see me about business. What is it?
Well, your castle and everything else is on top of a beanstalk, isn't it?
That's right.
Well, the beanstalk is growing in my garden, so everything here belongs to me.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it doesn't. First, I'm going to take this wonderful chicken, the one that lays the golden egg. Here, chick, 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 chick. There, I've got you. Come on.
Here, that chicken's mine. Put it down.
No, sir, I'm taking it back to my house with me.
Well, I'm coming after you.
She's gaining us. Oh, I ran off the edge of the beanstalk. I'm falling. Flap your wings, chicken, and give me some help. This is awful. I'm falling.
Boss!
I'll be killed.
Boss, wake up!
Huh? Oh, it's you, Rochester. Gosh, what a dream I was having. Rochester, I dreamt I had a chicken that laid golden eggs.
Well, stop squeezing that pillow. All you're getting out of it is feathers.
Rochester, fix me something to eat. That climbing gave me an appetite.
I would like to talk with you fellas and gals in uniform who plan on making the service your career. You would no doubt like to continue your education while you remain in the service. But perhaps some of you figure such a thing is impossible since you'll be moving around quite a bit. Let me tell you, you're wrong in feeling that way about your education, and USAFI is the reason why you're wrong. With headquarters in every theater of operation, USAFI offers you courses in almost any subject you can name. Although it can't grant or recommend school credits for courses taken, USAFI will, at your request, send an official report on your work to any high school, state board of education, college, or university you select, and they, in turn, can grant you recognition. Yes, even though you remain in the service, you can earn yourself a high school or college diploma. Contact your unit I&E officer or write to USAFI, Madison 3, Wisconsin. For a uniform education, study with USAFI.
Good night, everybody. We're a little late.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
And its 98,000 dealers bring you Mr. Jack Benny in tonight's presentation of Suspense.
Tonight, Autolite presents the story of a successful bank robbery, including the astounding history of the unhappy man who perpetrated the crime. It's called The Face is Familiar. Our star, in his first dramatic appearance of the season, Mr. Jack Benny.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the world-famous Autolite family. Tonight we announce the $100,000 Autolite family charity drawing. During the next 11 weeks, all of you 18 years of age or over can take part in this greatest of all charitable events. And here's how. Just visit the showroom of any Autolite family car dealer and sign your name and address on the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. That's all. Nothing else to do. No need to buy a thing. And yet, you may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will receive a total of $100,000 in cash on the 1st of June. Think of it, thousands of dollars in cash to be given to your favorite recognized charity or charities if you are one of the favorite persons. So go tonight, go tomorrow to Autolite Family Car Dealers and sign your name and address to the registration form he gives you. Later on, I'll tell you the names of the Autolite Family Car Dealers who are participating in this great Autolite Family charity event.
And now, Autolite presents transcribed The Face is Familiar, starring Mr. Jack Benny, hoping once again to keep you in suspense.
Hey, I still can't understand why they picked me, of all people. Me, of all people. That's why it's so hard to believe. That it all happened, I mean. But it did. It really did. Just because I like to go to the railroad station. Walk around, look at the trains, study faces. I never forget a face. I never forget a train, either. But it's easier to forget a face. But a matter of fact, I remember some faces that would be a lot better for me to forget. Like Harry Edmonds' face, for instance. That's the day it all started. The day I saw Harry Edmond way across on the other side of the terminal. At the station. He was talking to a big fellow. Harry's face I remembered right away. I never saw the big fellow before.
Better get going, Harry.
But you can't pull off the job.
I stuck up a bank before.
Yeah, sure, and they spot you the minute you walk in.
I know you, too. This is your hometown.
Oh, sure, neither one of us is right.
Let the boss decide. Come on.
I thought about it on the train down. We need somebody new.
We're not splitting this trade with anybody else. It goes three ways now.
Look, if we have to, we have to. And if we wait too long, we got to let the whole thing go until next month.
Then we wait.
Not for me. This town is too hot for me. Somebody is liable to recognize me.
Yo-ho, Harry! Harry Edmond!
Who's that?
Where?
Over there. Some guy calling me.
Harry Edmond, you old son of a gun.
Brush this guy.
Well. Good old Harry Edmond.
You got me mixed up with somebody else, mister.
No, I haven't. I know who you are.
Yeah?
Harry Edmond. You used to live on 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
What city?
This city. Here. Don't you remember me, Harry?
Can't say as I do, so...
Harry! Oh, Harry Edmond! Harry! Hey, Harry, no kidding. You remember me, don't you? Seriously, Harry. You remember Pinky Smith? He had a wart on his finger. And Alan Davenport. He had a birthmark on his neck. Well, I'm Tom Jones. I have nothing. I'm clean.
Brush him, get rid of him.
No, wait. I think we got our answer.
Hmm.
I think we got the agent paid to handle some of our bank business.
Harry, try to remember. Go ahead now. Try to remember.
Yeah, 12th Street and 2nd Avenue.
That's right.
Well, I used to live around there somewhere, but I still can't...
Let me give you a hint.
Go ahead.
Remember Gordon's candy store on the corner? And remember the great bunch of guys who used to hang out there?
Yeah?
And remember those pesky kids who used to tag along? Nagging, saying, let us in. Can we come too? Always testing. Always trying to horn in. Well, one of them was me, Tom Jones. Remember me now, Harry?
What'd you say your name was again?
Jones. Tom Jones.
The name sounds very familiar.
We grew up together.
Yeah. Well, what are you doing these days?
Oh, a little bit of everything. And you?
Banking.
Oh, money, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a nice field. Well, I gotta go look at the people. It was good talking over old times with you, Harry.
Hey, come on.
Oh, wait a minute. Look, you mind waiting a minute? What's your name again?
Tom Jones. Remember?
Oh, yeah, Tom. Yeah, well, wait a minute, huh?
Well, I'm kind of busy. Lots of appointments this afternoon.
Oh, I'd like talking over old times with you, Tom. Maybe we could have a drink and dinner.
Well.
On me.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Good, except that Joe has an appointment here. Joe, couldn't you break it? Wait here a second.
Tom Jones.
Tom, yeah. Joe, come here. Let me talk to you a second.
What?
Now I know I got the answer. I know I found the pigeon who's going to do it for us.
Let the boss figure that out.
I tell you, I got it figured. Look at that guy.
Yeah?
He is it.
Him? He don't look like nothing.
Right, he's nothing. Isn't that what we want? Nobody that anybody ever saw before. Nobody that anybody would ever think of looking at twice.
Job's ready.
And if we don't pull it this afternoon, we lose another whole month, so come on. Oh, Joe can make it. He is going to join us. Joe, I forgot to introduce you. Have you met,
It's Jones, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
Tom Jones.
Tom Jones, yeah. Well, Tom, meet Joe, and don't get sore. He's a kid I grew up with, Joe. We're going to have a great time talking over old times, you know, 2nd Avenue. That's right, and your name is Tom Jones.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I must admit it is a difficult name to remember because it's so common. Don't you think so?
Oh, yeah, I sure do.
Well, it'll certainly be nice talking over old times.
Oh, yeah, I haven't talked over old times in a long time.
Well, Harry Edmund.
Yes, sir, and good old,
Tom.
Tom, yeah. Better get started.
Where to?
I want you to meet another old friend of mine.
Harry must have been doing very well. Very well. I mean, for a man in the money game. He had a brand new sedan with real leather upholstery. I know it was real leather because that used to be my game. Leather upholstery. Not much money in it, at least not for me. But I didn't let Harry know that. No, sir. What if he ran into another old friend from 2nd Avenue? The other old friend said, "How's old Tom Jones doing?" And Harry said, "Not very well. Not very well at all." Well, that can hurt a man once it gets around.
And then what happened?
Well, when I came back to the main office, I said, I want 40% commission from now on.
Really?
But, of course, that would have made me a partner, the boss said.
Uh-huh.
After all, Harry, I'm not the kind of a guy who can be cooped up in an office. I've been a road man. The lure of the open road.
Oh, yeah.
The call of the open streets. See, I'm an outdoor type of salesman. Something of the pioneer kind, you know? Pioneer?
Yeah, pioneer. Yeah.
You see, there are those salesmen who are made for offices and those of us who get out and break the plains, so to speak.
Tom, you surprise me.
Oh, I could keep going for hours, Harry. Literally hours.
Yeah, well, why don't you hold on to some of it till we have dinner?
Oh, sure. Say, I bet you never expected that pesky little kid who always used to hang around to get so big in his field.
Oh, I certainly didn't. We could sure use somebody like you in our outfit, Tom.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, now, that's very flattering, but I'm not sure it's right for me. I'd have
bet I could get you, I don't know, maybe $10,000 a year to start with.
10,000 a year, you say?
Yeah.
Well, I'd sure like to think about it.
Well, you talk to my boss. Maybe he can convince you.
I'm willing to listen, Harry. I'm willing to listen, all right. The business Harry was in was mighty successful, if the home of his boss was any indication. A beautiful big yellow house with a lovely green front door, and you could tell it was the home of a man who had worked his way up and knew what to do with what he had. Inside it was very homey. 2 fireplaces and a living room that looked like they were burning. A beautiful plaid carpet that must have been a real Oriental, and they wanted me in the business. Me, Tom Jones. Of all people.
Brandy, Mr. Jones?
No, thanks. Thanks. Spoil my dinner.
Cigar?
Well.
All clear Havana.
Oh, I can see that. I can always tell a good cigar just by looking at it. I know cigars, faces, trays.
You're a very well-informed man, Mr. Jones.
Well, you're kind of unusual yourself.
Why?
Well, you remember my name.
Don't most people?
Most people don't even recognize me. People I've known for years.
Is that so?
Now, don't get me wrong. It's an asset in my business. See, people who tell me no when I try to sell them something say, come back next year. But I come back next week, and they don't even remember I was in the first time. Believe me, a face like mine doesn't come along every day.
I like you, Tom. Mind if I call you Tom?
Certainly not, Mr.
Just call me Boss. Everybody calls me that, especially people I like, and I like you.
I like you, too, Boss.
Then you're interested in coming into the organization?
Oh, I might give it a whirl. Let's put it that way.
I wouldn't want it any other way. A trial for both of us.
And the pay Harry mentioned?
Oh, I told him a starting salary, boy.
Now, let's talk about that at dinner. Come on, we'd better get started.
Isn't 2:45 in the afternoon a little early for dinner?
We have a few errands to do. Excuse us just a minute?
Oh, of course, sure.
You like the idea?
Perfect. Nobody'll ever remember it. I couldn't even describe to you what he looks like. Where's the thatch?
Right here, boss.
I thought you put the note inside.
Well, we wanted you to okay it first. Here, read it.
You are being covered by a gun from 2 different places in this bank. Do not send an alarm or you will be killed. Put $50,000 in the satchel. That's it. On a note.
How will you get them to take it in?
Always come up with the answer, don't I?
Yeah, sure, boss.
Come on, let's go.
Oh, we talked it over, and the boss likes you a lot.
For the last time, it's Jones. Tom Jones.
Yeah, well, I was only kidding, Tom.
Yeah.
Well, all right.
We better get started.
Where to first?
To the bank, Tom.
That's very kind, but completely unnecessary. I don't need my salary in advance.
I told you this is a high-class outfit.
To the bank. Gee.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Jack Benny in The Face is Familiar. Tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
This is Harlow Wilcox again. Tonight, the worldwide Autolite family is privileged to salute a distinguished member, the DeSoto division of Chrysler Corporation. So, I've stopped in at my local DeSoto Plymouth dealers to learn all about the wonderful DeSoto's 454.
Well, you're right about the new DeSoto automatics, Mr. Wilcox. They are wonderful, and for many reasons. For instance, there's the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Firedome V8 engine, the world's most efficient engine design.
Well, explain why, Mr. Dealer.
The secret's in the hemispherical design of the combustion chamber. That's where your fuel is exploded to give you power. This design squeezes every last drop of power out of your fuel. Lets you use regular gasoline for real economy. This, plus DeSoto's fully automatic power flight transmission, power steering, power brakes, and Autolite electrical equipment are just a few of the many reasons why the 1954 DeSoto automatics put you ahead automatically.
Thank you, Mr. Dealer. Autolite is proud of its long connection with DeSoto and DeSoto Plymouth dealers everywhere.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Jack Benny in Elliot Lewis's production of The Face is Familiar, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Gee, isn't it funny how you wait a long time for your ship to come in? There I was, watching a train, and my ship came in. Just because I recognized Harry's face. Boy, you gotta keep on your toes in this world. Because when opportunity knocks at your door, you gotta be all set to open it. Well, anyway, I'd opened the door, and before I knew it, we were downtown. See, the bank already? I hardly noticed we were moving.
Do you mind waiting a few minutes?
Oh, not at all.
I like you, Tom.
Let me tell you, I like you, too.
I'm certainly glad Harry met you after all these years.
And I'm glad, too. I like Harry.
And I like you, too, Tom.
Tom, yeah. You know, I feel like I've known all of you. Just all of you since 2nd Avenue. Boss, I even feel like I grew up with you.
That's very nice of you, Tom. Who's going to get the payroll?
Is that why we stopped at the bank? You pick up your own payroll?
Sure, why not?
For how much?
$50,000.
$50,000. And you pick it up yourself?
It's my money, and I worked hard for it. It's my way. And if you don't like my way of doing things, Tom...
No, not at all. I've always felt, personally, I've always felt that people should pick up their own money. Always. Especially if it's $50,000 or more. Besides, armored cars haven't been doing too well in the past few years.
I like the way you think.
Well, maybe we should all pick up the payroll.
Wouldn't that make us a little too conspicuous?
Yes.
Besides, I want to discuss you a little more. And I think you'll work out.
Fine. Say, maybe Harry can pick up the money while we talk.
I wanted to discuss you with Harry.
Oh. Well, how about Joe?
Joe picked it up last time. I don't like the same man going in twice in a row.
See, not Harry, not Joe, or you. Me?
I hate to ask you. You're not really part of my organization yet, and I don't like to see a man work unless he gets paid for it.
Well, I'd be happy to. Just delighted. Besides, I'm going to have to get used to large sums of money, and I guess there's no time to start like the present.
Just take this satchel up to the window and give it to the teller. The withdrawal slip is inside. The teller will know exactly what to do.
Fine. Oh, sure, of course. Did you call me?
No. It's right ahead.
My, it's certainly crowded. So many people waiting in line.
Yeah.
People certainly must be doing well these days.
Yeah.
I'm very busy myself, you know.
So?
I have some friends waiting for me outside.
Good.
Now, I was just wondering, if you weren't in a hurry, would you mind...
No.
Oh. These lines certainly move slowly, don't they?
Yeah.
Well, he certainly took long enough at that window.
Yeah.
I hate people who dawdle over money. Don't you?
I guess.
Your transaction isn't going to take very long, is it?
Nope.
Good. That big bag you're carrying had me worried.
Yeah?
What sort of business are you in?
Penny vending machines.
Pennies? All those are pennies?
Something wrong with pennies?
Oh, no. No, of course not. Excuse me. I think I'll try that other line. My, it's certainly crowded.
I beg your pardon?
No, I say it's crowded. For such a big bank. Wouldn't you think they'd have more tellers?
I certainly do.
I mean, one, say, to handle pennies and so forth, you know. Well, there's one gone. I like the way that teller works.
I suppose.
Will your transaction take long?
Oh, no.
Good. I'm in a terrible hurry. Some friends are waiting for me on the outside.
Next, please. Yes, madam.
Well, in 1950, my husband opened an account in his name, a savings account. Then he transferred it to a checking account. Then we split up that money and opened a joint savings account and joint checking account. But we found out we didn't really close the other savings account. Of course, we thought we did, so some of our checking deposits have been...
Look, don't you think you should see the manager instead of taking this teller's time?
I'll handle this, sir, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all.
Madam, would you please take this up with the manager?
But...
If you don't mind, may I get to the window?
Well...
Yes? The withdrawal slip is in the bag.
Oh, a withdrawal. Next window, please.
Now, just a minute. You in there, teller. Open up. Yes, sir? You see, I've been moving from line to line, and I insist you handle it.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't violate the rules for anyone.
But this is a very important matter, you know. This isn't just some piddling sum.
How much are you withdrawing, sir?
I believe it's $50,000.
Oh, you're quite right. That is a lot of money. Now, will you please remove this bag and go to the next window?
Well, all right. At least the lines are getting shorter.
Yes, they are.
Wouldn't you think a bank this size could afford a few extra tellers?
How do you mean?
Like, say, one kind of teller to handle only pennies and another kind to handle matters of $50,000 or more.
I beg your pardon?
I suppose that sounds a little strange, but you'd be surprised how it would speed things up.
Oh, I'm sure.
And it needs it. See, I came in feeling fine, just fine. Now I'm nervous from waiting.
I'll be through in a minute.
Well, it's terribly important. You see, some people are waiting for me outside.
Next, please. Here you are. 20, 30, 40. Thank you. Next, please.
Yes. Oh, wait, just a minute.
Something wrong?
I'll be back in a minute. My friends are calling me. Did you fellas call me?
No. Go back.
But someone honked the horn. I saw somebody else wave.
Go back.
A mistake. Just turn around and go back. We'll be here.
Oh, sure, of course. All right, sir. Here's the bag.
Your deposit slip, sir.
Withdrawal. The slip is on the inside. From time to time.
Is this a joke, mister?
Listen, you. I've had enough. Now, you can read, can't you?
Yes, sir.
Then don't dawdle. Do what it says. That's fine. That's much better.
Yes, sir. Come on.
Oh, get it. Well, here's the money.
Give me that.
Hey, Harry! Where are you going? Stop! What are you doing? Harry!
That got him. All right, Jenkins, take some rope down there and tie their hands. I set off the alarm as fast as I could, officer. Oh, come on, let's get down there. You can show me which one of those guys held you up. All right, officer. I'm sure I'll remember it.
This is terrible.
Step back, buddy.
But it was me.
It was you what?
It was me, officer. Look, I took the bag in and I didn't know.
Are you kidding?
Tell her, look at me.
I am. You must be nuts.
No, I'm not nuts. It's me. Don't you recognize my face? Look at it.
Nothing like it. What did the fellow look like? Well, he had a lean face. Or slightly fat. No, lean.
Oh.
And brown eyes. No. Oh, gosh, I don't know.
It was me. Look, blue eyes. See? Me. And I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Now beat it, Bud. Now think hard. I am. But it was the most nondescript face I've ever seen.
Well, that's pretty nasty if you ask me.
Now tell me what you remember.
I can.
I was standing there. I just counted out $40.
Look, and I walked up to the window.
Oh, it wasn't you. This fellow was about 6 feet tall. Or 5 and a half.
5 feet 8. I'm 5 feet 8.
And he had a real menacing look.
No, I was smiling. See, look, I'm smiling. Look. Now do you remember?
Now, look here. Get out of here before I run you in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I remember now. He was 6 feet tall. He had red hair. He was carrying a gun. He had a handkerchief over the lower part of his face. And he carried a cane.
Well, that's what happened. That was an eyewitness account of a bank robbery from the man who did it. Here I walked into the bank, robbed them of $50,000, and didn't even know I was doing it. Imagine. And nobody recognized me. They didn't know my face. You know, I bet I could walk into another bank and do the same thing. Nah, I better not.
Suspense. Presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Mr. Jack Benny.
Be sure you take part in the great Autolite Family charity drawing now at your Autolite Family car dealers. No need to buy a thing. Just sign your name to the registration form he gives you. Ask him to sign the receipt portion. You may be one of 25 selected to name the recognized charities that will share a total of this $100,000 cash distribution on June 1st. Here are the car dealers in your territory who have the Autolite Family charity drawing registration forms. DeSoto, Hudson, Dodge, Nash, Packard, Plymouth, Kaiser, Studebaker, Willis, and Chrysler. Visit them tomorrow. Fill out a registration form. Do your part to help favorite charities in your community share in this $100,000 cash distribution.
Next week, a story based on fact. The dramatization of one man's deadly way of earning his living. All he needed was the morning newspaper, a telephone, and a gun. It's called Want Ad. Our star, Mr. Robert Cummings. That's next week on Suspense. Suspense is transcribed and directed by Elliott Lewis. Music composed by Lucien Morawick and conducted by Lud Gluskin. The Face is Familiar was written for Suspense by Arthur Ross. In tonight's story, Sheldon Leonard is heard as Harry and Clayton Post as Joe. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Gene Wood, Hy Averback, and Stan Farrar.
The Jack Benny Show may be heard every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Benny Program.
Sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Why, sure.
Yes, sir.
You said it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select the riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Sold to American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now we take you to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills. It's Saturday night, and Jack has invited Mary over to spend a pleasant evening.
Gee, Mary, I'm glad you came over to help me straighten out my household expenses. These bills have accumulated all summer while I was away.
Oh, Jack, this is Saturday night, and I want to go dancing. Let's go to the Palladium.
The Palladium? Mary, with all these bills I'm paying. Gee.
But, Jack, it doesn't cost much to go to the Palladium. They charge $1.50 for men and 75 cents for women.
I know. For you, it's cheap. Think of me, $1.55 just to go dancing.
$1.55? It's only $1.50.
Mary, only a cheapskate doesn't check his hat. Now, let's get on with these bills.
Okay.
Let's see. $12.85 for vitamin pills.
$12.85 for vitamin pills.
$9.72 for Samson's concentrated iron capsules.
$9.72 for Samson's concentrated iron capsules.
$10.35 for Dr. Berman's bodybuilder.
$10.35 for Dr. Berman's bodybuilder.
$7.96 for Dr. Horton's health tonic.
$7.96 for Dr. Horton's health tonic.
$22.50 for muscles.
Muscles?
Yes, $16.
Imagine buying muscles again. What happened to the ones you bought last year?
Oh, I wore them in the shower and the buckles rusted. Wish I could get some of that pre-war stuff. Yeah? Now, let's see. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Remember the time you bought those build-up shoes to make you look taller? Oh, boy, did you overdo it.
Overdo it. Those shoes didn't lift me so high.
Then why was your nose always bleeding?
Oh, Mary.
I'll never forget how silly you looked patting Gary Cooper on the head.
Mary, stop being ridiculous. Now, let's get back to the bills. Here, read this stack to me here.
Okay. Homeway Dry Cleaners, $18 for cleaning rug.
$18 for cleaning a rug? How could a rug get that dirty? I was away all summer. There was nobody here but Rochester. I can't understand it.
Jack, here's another bill signed by Rochester. It's from Scratch, Match, and Patch, Interior Decorators.
Interior Decorators?
$78 for patching ceiling and repapering living room.
Patching ceiling, repapering living room. I'm going to ask Rochester about this.
You don't have to. Here's a bill that explains it. $7 for 18 bottles of gin.
18 bottles of gin. Let me see who that bill is from. The Central Avenue Personality Shop. I'm going to find out about this. Oh, Rochester!
Yes, boy!
There's something I want to talk to you about.
Couldn't you write me a letter?
No, I couldn't, and come right out here.
Okay.
Rochester, take a look at this rug cleaning bill. Now take a look at this bill for repapering the living room. And this bill for 18 bottles of gin. Well, say something.
What a soiree!
And you don't have to tell me. And that party almost ruined my house. What happened?
Well, boss, it was kind of a dull evening, so I invited a few friends over.
Uh-huh.
And some of them got, well, to use a medical term, coagulated.
Well, that explains the rug and the wallpaper. What happened? What about the ceiling?
Some of them were higher than others.
What?
Man, were they flying.
Rochester, that still doesn't explain the ceiling. How did you get those holes in it?
I told you my friends did that.
Oh, the ones that were flying?
No, the ones that were shooting them down.
Rochester, this is the last straw. I'm going to punish you.
Oh, Jack, put down that hairbrush. He's too old for that.
Okay. Anyway, it always hurts me more than it does him. Now, Rochester, this is the final warning. I don't want your friends holding those kind of parties in my house anymore. My goodness, in their condition, how did they get home?
Oh, it was easy. You know that white line down the middle of the street?
You mean they followed it?
Followed it, boss. They were holding on to it.
I don't doubt it, and I'm going to talk with you later about your... Come in!
Telegram for Mr. Benny.
I'll take it, boy.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Here's a tip for you.
Mr. Benny, these blue tokens aren't good anymore.
Well, I'm all out of red ones. Goodbye.
Jack, who's the telegram from?
Let me see. Look, Mary, it's from my sponsor, George W. Hill. It says, Dear Jack, please forget about what happened in my office last week. You have nothing to worry about. You have a 3-year contract, and my lawyers told me I can't get out of it. Unless you breach clause number 3A regarding a singer. Sincerely yours, George W. Hill. Gee, Mary, isn't that a nice telegram?
But, Jack, he said if you don't get a singer, he'll break your contract.
I'm way ahead of him, Mary. I've not only got a singer in mind, but I wrote him a letter asking him to come over for an interview tonight.
Oh, you and your singers. Who is it this time?
Well, if you must know, Smarty, it's Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra?
Yeah.
Boss, you mean, won't you tell me when we will meet again?
That's him, Rochester.
Sunday, Monday, or always.
That's enough, Rochester.
If you're in my...
That's enough! That's enough! Come on, Mary, let's finish these bills before Sinatra gets...
Tell me now what makes the world go round.
Rochester.
When at the sight of you my heart begins to pound and pound and pound.
Rochester, I said that's enough. Come on, Mary, let's finish these bills.
All right, but next Saturday night you got to take me to the Palladium.
The Palladium.
Oh, Jack, don't be so...
Mary, it's a matter of principle. Why should they charge $1.50 for men and only 75 cents for women?
Well, Jack, you got in for 75 cents once.
That was an accident. I just happened to go to the Palladium right from the studio when I was made up as Charlie's aunt.
That's what I mean. You've still got that dress here. Why couldn't you
Mary, I'm not dressing up like a girl again. I'll never forget what happened last time. Guy buys you a drink, he thinks he owns you. What I went through...
Jack. Jack, it was bad enough being dressed like a girl to get in, but you didn't have to let a fella buy you a drink.
Well, for goodness sake, Mary, I danced with him all evening. I deserve something. What a rotten dancer he was. Say, Mary, I wonder what he'd have thought if he knew who I really was, especially when he tried to put his arm around me.
He tried to put his arm around you. Well, gosh, Jack, why didn't you tell him?
I didn't have the heart to. He was a Marine, and he was going overseas in the morning. Now, let's get back to these bills. Say, that must be Frank Sinatra. Come in, please.
Hiya, Jackson. Hiya, Mary. Hello, Rod.
Oh, it's you, Phil.
Yeah, Jackson, I dropped in to talk to you about a new singer.
Phil, don't worry about it. I got one lined up.
Yeah, but who've you got? You can't get just anybody. I ain't gonna let you hurt the dignity of my band.
The dignity of your band? Phil, I don't want to disillusion you, but just because your boys were taken off parole doesn't mean they're dignified. And here's another thing about your band that ought to make you ashamed of yourself.
What's that?
Well, when I was in the South Pacific, I saw 15 natives with rings in their noses banging on hollow coconuts with overripe bananas.
Well, what's that got to do with me?
They were singing, "That's What I Like About the Solomon." You and your dignity.
Phil, don't worry about it. Jack has a singer in mind who will lend plenty of dignity to your band.
Like who?
Like Frank Sinatra. Jack's expecting him over tonight.
Now, wait a minute. This is a trick, Jackson. You're just trying to get my band to wear bobby socks.
Well, I'd be happy if those guys wore any kind of socks. So just take my advice and don't... Come in. Hello. Remember me?
I'm Hyman Peabody, the insurance salesman.
Oh, hello, Herman. Herman, I'm glad to see you, but I'm busy. I wish you'd come over some other time. I'm expecting someone.
Well, okay. But before I go, I'd like to leave this folder with you.
Folder?
Yeah, it tells all about a new life insurance policy we're putting out.
Well, thanks, Herman. I'll read it when I get a chance.
It costs $2 a month, and you only have to pay on it until you die.
I'll read it when I get a chance, Herman.
After you die, you only have to pay 25 cents a month.
That's ridiculous. After you're dead and buried, why pay 25 cents a month?
For that, we keep the weeds out of your daisies.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard of.
I don't think so. Just because you're dead, you don't have to stop being neat.
All right, Herman. I'll let you know about this policy as soon as...
Should I answer the phone, boss?
That's all right. I'll get it, Rochester. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Oh, Don, right now.
I just thought of a terrific idea for a contest. Boy, you'll be crazy about it.
Well, look, Don, right now...
Get this, Jack. Why don't you give a prize of $5,000 to anyone who knows the meaning of LSMFT?
Don, are you crazy? Why, if I gave $5,000 to everyone who knows what LSMFT means, I'd have to pay out $800 billion.
Don't do it, boss. It'll leave you with practically nothing.
Now, Don, don't be silly. Everybody knows that LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, you know it and I know it, but I'm going to phone some people at random and find out if they know it.
Imagine suggesting I should give away $800 billion. See, fellas, I'm getting kind of worried about Sinatra. It's time he got here.
Yeah, I'd like to audition the kid.
Bill, believe me, he won't hurt
Hey, Jack, wait a minute. I just thought of something.
What?
Frank Sinatra isn't even in town. He's in New York.
All right, so he'll come... What?
Hey, Jackson, Mary's right. Sinatra is in New York. This is Saturday night, and he's doing the Hit Parade program.
But that's impossible.
His program is on right now. Tune in the radio and see.
Okay, I will.
And in the fourth race at Bay Meadows, the winner was Painted Red.
That's the wrong station. Maybe this is it, too.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you suffer from upper plate wobble? Do your friends avoid meeting you because your uppers avoid meeting your lowers? If so, try a bottle of sympathy soothing syrup. Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamis. YHTAPMYS.
Yatapamis, 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 drive your blues away.
So remember, friends, years of research in our own private laboratories has established the fact that when you pass the age of 35, you will be 36.
Mary, don't fool with the dial. I'll get Sinatra. Here, I think I've got it. Gee, that was wonderful. You know, he'd be great on my show. I'm going to phone New York right now. Maybe I can catch Sinatra before he leaves the studio. Hand me the phone, Mary.
Long distance.
Oh, operator, I want to speak to New York. I'd like to get Frank Sinatra.
So would I, Poopsie.
Look, miss, will you please ring Mr. Sinatra for me, person to person? He's on the Hit Parade in New York.
Just a moment, sir. I'll try the New York circuit. Los Angeles calling New York. Los Angeles calling New York.
Hello, Los Angeles. This is New York. How are you, Los Angeles?
Fine, thanks. And how are you, New York?
Oh, I'm feeling grand. But Brooklyn's got the mumps.
Look, operator, I don't care if San Francisco's got water under the bridge. I want to speak to Frank Sinatra. Now, please hurry.
All right. Keep your shirt shirt on. I haven't talked to New York since she had a baby.
Congratulations. Get me my number.
Just a moment. I'm sorry, sir. The lion is busy. Will you call back when it's clear?
Okay, call back. Goodbye. Well, kids, the line is busy, but I'll get him in a minute.
Say, Mr. Benny, when you talk to Mr. Sinatra, will you let me say hello to him?
All right, Herman, all right, but don't bother me now.
Gee whiz. Wait till my wife finds out I talked to Frank Sinatra. Gee whiz.
I'll bet you'd be thrilled, eh, Herman?
No, she'll beat the stuffings out of me. She likes Crosby.
Herman, I wish that you'd... Oh, that must be him now. Quiet, kids. Hello?
How do you do, sir? I'm conducting a survey. Do you know what LSMFT means?
Hey, kids, it's Don Wilson. He called my number by mistake. I want to have some fun with him.
What was that?
I said I'm conducting a survey. Do you know what LSMFT means?
No, can't say that I do.
Well, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, imagine that.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed.
Do tell.
So free and easy on the draw.
Well, I'll be darned.
Thank you, sir. And give my regards.
Regards to who?
To Mary. Who else, you dope?
How do you like that? He knew it all the time. Say, kids, while we're waiting for Sinatra's call, I'll go in the kitchen and make some lemonade.
Good, I'd like some.
Me too, Jackson.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Say, Mary, Jackson must really be excited. This is the first time he ever offered us anything for nothing.
Still, we're not out of the house yet. Anyway, Jack isn't quite as bad as he... I'll answer it. Hello?
I have Mr. Sinatra in New York now.
Well, put him on. I'll talk to him.
And please limit your call to 3 minutes.
Don't worry. If you talk over 3 minutes on Benny's phone, a time bomb goes off.
Okay, here's your party. Go ahead, Mr. Sinatra.
Hello?
Hello, Frankie. This is Mary. Mary Livingston.
Oh, hello, Mary. How are you?
Fine. Gee, Frankie, your voice sounds just as nice over the phone as it does on the radio.
Well, thanks, Mary.
You know, the reason Jack put in this call for you is that he'd like to have you as a singer on his program.
Gee, that would be swell. I'd love to be on Jack's show. Then I'd get to see you a little more often.
Oh, Frankie, it's a good thing I'm not the type of girl that gets excited because if I was, I'd be so excited.
Mary, who in the world are you talking to?
Frank Sinatra.
Sinatra, give me that phone. Hello? Hello, Frank. This is Jack Benny.
Hello, Jack.
Now, Frank, I won't beat around the bush. How would you like to sing on my program?
Well, Jack, it sounds interesting, but, of course, there's the question of money.
Money?
This call ain't gonna last no 3 minutes.
Quiet, Phil. What did you say, Frankie?
I said, Jack, that I'd like to sing on your program, but there's the question of money.
Money? Oh, a minor matter, to be sure. A minor matter.
Yes, I know, but unfortunately, I'm not a minor.
No kidding, Frank. You come on my program and you'll go places. You know, when Dennis Day left me to join the Navy, he was doing okay. Although I will admit he started for a modest salary.
Jack, that salary wasn't modest. It was just ashamed of itself.
Now, Frankie, look, after Dennis was with me for 5 years, he worked himself up to $35 a week. Now, I'm willing to give you the same money to start with that he got the hard way. How is that?
$35 a week?
Frankie, look, all you have to do for that $35 is sing a song that takes 2 minutes, which means you get paid $17.50 a minute or $25,000 a day, which means I'm paying you a weekly salary of $186,000.
I know, Jack. I know all about that. You see, there were lots of times that Dennis told me about you paying him $186,000.
Oh, really? When did Dennis tell you that?
Every time he borrowed lunch money from me.
Well, Frankie, I can't help it if Dennis didn't know how to handle his finances. Well, what do you say, Frank? Is it a deal?
I'm sorry, Jack, but I can't accept that salary. You see, a man gets into the habit of eating 3 meals a day.
What? What did you say, Frankie?
I said I'm in the habit of eating 3 meals a day.
Well, brother, I've seen you, and you... No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. Now, Frankie, why don't you say okay and accept the proposition?
Well...
Look, to clinch the deal, I'll send you $5 in advance. And remember, there's plenty more where that comes from. What do you say, kid? Just give me the word and we'll have
I'm sorry, Mr. Benny. Your 3 minutes are up.
What do you mean, 3 minutes? Listen, operator, it's only 2 minutes and 41 seconds. I got my watch right here in my hand.
Well, I've got a watch, too, and it's 3 minutes.
You're wrong. It's 2:41.
It's 3 minutes.
It's 2:41. Darn it, there goes that time bomb. I must have set it a little too early.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Mr. F.E. Boone.
At 45 sold American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The riper, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So the next time you buy cigarettes, remember Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 44 sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
43 sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
For real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Say, Jack, where are we going to do our broadcast from next Sunday?
Next Sunday, well, Mary, we'll be broadcasting from the Army Air Base at Gardner Field.
Well, what are you going to do about a singer? You didn't finish talking to Frank Sinatra.
Oh, I'll get somebody. Gosh, Mary, if I hadn't set that time bomb so early, I might have gotten Sinatra.
Well, there's no use talking about it now, so hang up the receiver.
I would, but there's nothing left to hang it on. Good night, folks.
Jack Benny program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is KFI, Los Angeles.
The Jack Benny Program.
At 45 sold American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing.
You said it.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At markets now open in the South, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Sold American.
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to Jack Benny's home in Beverly Hills, where we find Rochester very busy addressing Christmas cards.
There. Just about 10 more and I'll be through addressing Mr. Benny's Christmas cards. Now, let's see. Mr. and Mrs. Bing Crosby and family, Mr. and Mrs. Eddie Cantor and family. Man, he sure killed a bunch of birds with those two stones. These are pretty nice cards the boss is sending out this year, and he sure knows how to economize on them. Just look at that. Christmas greetings 1944 to 1950 included. And to whom it may concern. Well, last I got all the cards addressed. Doggone, I wish the boss would buy a stamp. I feel so conspicuous putting on that gray uniform and going from door to door.
Oh, Rochester. Are you through addressing those cards?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Good. I'll be down in a minute.
Okay. Say, I wonder what the boss is going to get me for a present. I heard him say he was going shopping this afternoon, so better start dropping a few hints. No, he's immune to hints. I better lay it right on him.
So you're all through with the cards, eh, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Jingle bells, jingle all the way.
Say, you sound happy today. What happened?
Oh, nothing. I've just been thinking how lucky I am to be working for a man like you.
Really?
Yeah. Now, you take my friend Sam. He works for one of the stingiest men in the world. Why, last year for Christmas, all he gave Sam was 3 little handkerchiefs.
Well, Rochester, I don't think that's such a bad...
I'll never forget Christmas Day. Down on Central Avenue, everyone was showing off their new wristwatches and gold cigarette cases and diamond rings, and there was Sam with those 3 little handkerchiefs.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. It really embarrassed poor Sam when people asked him what his boss gave him for Christmas, and he had to pull out those 3 little handkerchiefs.
How can a man be that cheap?
It's possible, boss. It's possible.
Well, Rochester, you don't understand the spirit of Christmas. The important thing is the fact that you'll remember. The gift itself is nothing.
I know. That's the kind of propaganda I'm trying to overcome.
Oh. Say, I better hurry up if I want to get my shopping done. I've got to pick up Miss Livingston first. Rochester, while I'm dressing, turn on the radio, will you?
Okay, boy.
And in case you don't like chops or steaks, then simply take a 12-pound standing rib roast. Cover generously with strips from 2 or 3 pounds of bacon, and then place in oven. While this is roasting, you can make a tasty frosting for your cake by mixing 1 quart of sweet whipping cream with a large-sized can of crushed pineapple and a pound of butter. Then call in all your friends and neighbors to help you eat this simple meal.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just listened to another weekly broadcast of Memories of Yesteryear.
Rochester, wipe off my chin and get another station.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, does your complexion suffer from tattletale gray? Do the crow's feet around your eyes have fallen arches? Do you have dandruff? When you comb your hair, do your shoulders remind you of a white Christmas? They do? Then why don't you try a bottle of Sympathy Soothing Syrup? Remember, folks, sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamist. Y-A-T-A-P-M-Y-S-T. Y-S.
Yit, 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 tap a miss. Yit, 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 tap a miss. Yit, 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 tap a miss. Fight your blues away.
Say, Rochester, that's pretty good stuff. Did you ever use any of that sympathy soothing syrup?
Boss, if it comes in a bottle, I tried it.
I know.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Sympathy Soothing Syrup Quartet will sing Dance with the Dolly, accompanied by Snoogey Getz and the sweetest music this side of the La Brea Tar Pits Orchestra.
Well, Snoogey Getz. You've got a good band, Rochester. See, I'll just have time to listen to this, and I'm going to walk over to Mary's house. That's what I'll do.
As I was walking down the street, I met somebody who was mighty sweet, mighty fair to see. I asked her, would she like to have a talk, make some talk. All the fellas standing on the walk, wishing they were me. Oh, mama, put the cat out tonight. Meow, wow. I worked all day, I'm gonna scat. And I won't be home until dawn. Gonna dance with the dolly with a hole in her stocking while her knees knock and our toes rock. Gonna dance with the dolly, hole in her stocking. Gonna dance by the light of the moon.
It's nice out today. I hope Mary will be ready when I get there. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-bee-da-da-dum. Hello. Hello, little doggy. Ya-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da-da-da-dee. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Go away, doggy. Well, it's my own fault. Try to be nice to people. Sweet Georgia Brown. Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, hello, Jack. I was just coming over to your house.
You were?
Yeah, I got that Christmas present you ordered for your sponsor.
Oh, the ashtray? Good. Did you have it engraved like I told you to?
Sure, Jack. Here it is on the side. See?
Oh, yes. To my sponsor, Mr. Hill, I hope this ashtray you will fill. And when you do, just think of me and good old LS MFT. LS stands for Lucky Strike, and MFT means fine tobacco. So season's greetings and the like to you and yours from Little Jacko. Isn't that cute, Don?
Yes. And by the way, Jack, I hope you don't mind if it costs more than you expected. I had a little music box installed in it.
A music box?
Yes, our sponsor will love it.
Gee, an ashtray with a music box is a swell idea. Let me hear it, Don.
Okay, wait till I wind it up.
Okay. That's perfect. Send it right over to him, will you, Don?
All right, Jack. See you later.
Okay. Da-dee-dum-ba-da-dum-dum, sweet Georgia Brown. Here's the drugstore. I think I'll go in and try some of that sympathy soothing syrup. Seems to be good for everything. And that's just what I've got. Anyway, I've got a few minutes before I have to call for Mary. Might as well go in.
What can I do for you, sir?
I'd like to try a bottle of that sympathy soothing syrup.
Sympathy soothing syrup?
Yes.
Sympathy, spelled backwards, is you tap a miss.
I know.
Yit, you tap a miss. Yit, you tap a miss. Yit, you tap a miss. Drive your blues away.
Yes, that's what I want.
Well, you know, this is rather an old-fashioned drugstore.
Old-fashioned?
Yes,
I wouldn't want this to get around, but we still have some products in here that are spelled frontward. Frontward? Yes. Frontward, spelled backwards, is Stroganoff.
I don't care about it. Now, look, I want a small bottle of sympathy soothing syrup.
Oh, the 10-cent size. Here you are.
Thank you. Would you mind giving me a glass? I'd like to try some of it right now.
All right, I'll fix the correct dose for you. I just pour 1 tablespoon of this soothing syrup into this glass of water.
Uh-huh.
There. Now, listen to it fizz. With a 25-cent size, we give you a hip boost.
Never mind. Just get me a towel. Now wrap up my bottle.
Okay.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Frankie. How are you? How's Mrs. Sinatra?
Fine. Say, Jack, don't forget you're going to be on my program tomorrow night.
Oh, sure, I won't forget. See you tomorrow.
Okay, so long. Oh, by the way, Jack, do you know what I found out?
What?
That Sinatra spelled backwards is Artanas.
That's pretty good. So long, Frankie.
So long, Jack. Why did I have to ask him to come on my program? His jokes will probably louse up my singing.
What'd you say, Frankie?
Oh, nothing, Jack. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yeah, sorry I promised to go on his program. The singing will louse up my jokes there. Oh, gee, look how late it is. I better go over and pick up Mary.
Pardon me, Mr. Denny.
Yes? What is it, honey?
Well, all the girls in my class in high school were collecting autographs and...
Well, how do you like that? I only spoke to Frankie, and I got some of it on me.
Yes.
Miss Livingston is expecting me, Pauline.
Oh, yes. Come right in, Mr. Benny.
Is Miss Livingston ready yet?
No, Mr. Benny. I was just helping her squeeze into her...
Into her what?
Well, anyway, she'll be putting on her dress next.
Oh, for goodness sake, why are women always late?
Oh, hello, Jack.
Oh, there you are, Mary. How come you're never on time when we have an appointment?
What are you talking about exactly? 3 o'clock now, look.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Ruin watch time.
What?
Cuckoo.
I'm sorry, Mary. I thought you were cuckoo. I mean late.
Anyway, you were supposed to pick me up 10 minutes ago, so you're the one that's late.
Well, I would have been here sooner, but first I gave a girl an autograph, then when I got to the corner here, I gave an autograph to a little boy. You know?
Oh, for heaven's sake, Jack, why don't you stop chasing him?
I didn't chase him. They asked me. In fact, the little boy said that he'd be very happy if he could have the autograph of an actor as famous as I. Naturally, I couldn't refuse such a request.
Well, Natch.
But Mary, when I signed my name, the boy said, "Oh, pardon me, sir, I mistook you for someone else."
Another actor?
Yeah. Mary, who is Vitamin Flintheart?
It's hard to explain, Jack, but Vitamin Flintheart is the same to Snowflake as you are to me.
Well, thank you, I think. Anyway, come on, Mary. We won't get any shopping done.
All right. I've got my car parked in the driveway.
Good.
Oh, say, Jack, Larry Stevens was here a few minutes ago looking for you. He wanted you to hear a new song he was going to do on the program.
Oh, get in the car, Mary. What was the name of Larry's song?
It's called A Sleigh Ride in July, and it's from a new picture, Belle of the Yukon.
Oh, darn it. I wish I'd have heard it. Is it a good number for our show?
Oh, it's beautiful. Larry sang it for me. It goes like this.
Mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune. of the moon. I was taken for a sleigh ride in July. Oh, I must have been a setup for a sigh. A mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the moonlight. So the big romance was only make-believe, just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in
Drive carefully, Mary. Not so fast. Slow down. Watch out, there's a red light. Now it's green. Now it's red again. Hey, wait, there are 3 red lights. No, they're green. No, they're red, but there are 3 green lights, too. Hey, there's a blue light.
Jack, put on your glasses. That's a Christmas tree.
Oh, yes. Merry Christmas. Well, take it easy anyway, Mary. Don't drive so fast. Look out. Slow down. You're turning this corner too wide.
Oh, Jack, calm down. Don't be so nervous.
I can't help it. I'm always frightened when I'm with a woman driver.
Woman driver, woman driver. That's all you men always say. Woman driver this and woman driver that.
Mary.
And I'm getting sick and tired of it. We women can drive as well as you men any day. And lots of my girlfriends are better drivers than their husbands.
Mary.
And I read in a magazine where scientists have proved that women are better drivers than men.
Mary.
Because they're less nervous and they concentrate on the road better. They have a
Mary.
It was the other driver's fault. He didn't put out his hand.
But, Mary, you crashed into the side of a house.
What?
I kept trying to tell you for the last 10 minutes you've been driving on the sidewalk. My goodness, you've smashed your fenders, broken your grill, and busted your headlights.
So what? Munce will give me more money for it now.
Yes, well, anyway, there's a store across the street. We can leave the car here.
But, Jack, we can't leave the car here. We'll get a ticket.
A ticket? Where would he tie it? Let's go. Take it easy, will you? Hey, stop pushing. Mary, are you all right?
Yes, Jack, but you better let me hold your hand.
I can't. Somebody's standing on it. What a crowd. Say, Mary, let's not get separated. You've got my Christmas list. I got to buy something for Fred Allen and the Quiz Kid. You know, they lived at my house. Mary, what have I got marked down for Rochester?
Rochester?
Yes.
3 little handkerchiefs.
Oh, yeah, I better make that an even 4. I wonder where the perfume counter is. I want to get a present for my sister Florence.
Well, why don't you ask the floor walker?
Yeah. I beg your pardon. Are you the floor walker?
Yes, and stop breathing on my carnation. It's not as rugged as I am.
What?
They're hard to get, you know. I've kept this one for 3 years.
For 3 years? How comes it looks so fresh?
Because it's growing out of my chest. Anything else you want to know, nosy?
Yes, I'm looking for the perfume counter. Where is it?
It's straight down this aisle on the left.
Oh, there it is, Mary. Let's go over and see if we can...
I beg your pardon, mister.
Oh, me?
Yes, what do you think I ought to buy my wife for Christmas?
Well, I don't know. Besides, that's a personal thing between you and your wife. You ought to figure that out yourself.
Figured out myself, he says. I've been racking my brains and knocking my head against the wall, and do I know what to buy my wife? No.
Well, I'm sorry, mister, but
That's all right. I'll figure it out. You ask the guy a simple question, what does he tell you? Figure it out yourself. That's fine Christmas spirit.
Silly guy. Come on, let's go to the perfume counter.
All right, but you never get waited on. The girl is so busy.
Well, I'll just reach over the counter and see what they have.
Oh, no, you don't.
What?
I saw you trying to steal some perfume.
I wasn't stealing it. I just wanted to see if it was alluring.
At your age, what difference does it make?
Now, look here. I told you I'm not trying to steal this perfume. I was only...
Stop breathing on my carnation.
I'm not breathing on your carnation, and get out of here.
Oh, you're just mad because my eyes are bluer than yours.
They are not. It's just this suit I'm wearing. And furthermore...
What can I do for you, sir?
I'd like to get some perfume. What would you recommend?
Well, we have a very popular brand called Friendship, 68 cents a gallon.
68 cents a gallon. What do you think, Mary?
The same as you. The price is right.
I didn't mean that. I was thinking about my sister in Waukee, and I wonder if she'd like this bottle of perfume.
Well, pull out the cork. You can smell it from here.
Oh, stop. Say, miss, haven't you got something else? What's in that bottle over there?
That's the new French perfume that just came in. It's called La Nuit Toujours Très Jolie Ici Maintenant.
That sounds nice. What does that mean in English?
Condensation of steam that's been forced through a motorman's glove.
Well, that's ridiculous. Come on, Mary. Let's go to another counter.
Oh, I beg your pardon, mister. What do you think I ought to buy my wife for Christmas?
Look, I can't tell you what to buy your wife. You'll have to figure it out yourself.
Okay. I'll figure it out myself. Nobody wants to help me. Fine Christmas spirit. You think it was my fault that I'm married?
Thousands of people in the store, and I'm the one he had to pick on there.
Jack, I want to buy something for my mother. Ask the floor walker where the ladies' department is.
I'm not going to ask that guy anything.
Jack, we'll never find it in this crowd. You better ask him.
Oh, all right. Oh, Mr. Floorwalker.
Yes, my little bifocal yokel.
Say, Mr. Floorwalker, would you please tell me where the ladies' department is?
It's right down at the end of the... Oh, the department. That's over to your left.
Thank you. Come on, Mary. Let's get away from this
Hey,
guy.
Jackson.
Oh, look, Jack, there's Phil.
Hiya, Phil. Come here.
You come over here.
I can't. I'm looking for the ladies' department.
You're wasting your time, Jackson. They're all out of your size. All filthy like a pair of glasses. You're making a spectacle of yourself.
Mary, come on. Let's get away from here so we'll wind up in a routine.
I beg your pardon, mister. What do you think I ought to buy my wife for Christmas?
I don't know. For heaven's sake, stop following me. I don't care what you buy your wife for Christmas.
Oh, you don't care, huh? Suppose I buy her something she doesn't like, then she'll get mad at me.
Then don't buy her anything.
Don't buy her anything. We've been married for 12 years. What are you trying to do, break us up?
I'm not trying to do anything. I don't know your wife. I don't know what you're picking on me for. I've never seen your wife.
Hey, what's going on here?
What's the trouble? That man's been caught stealing somebody's wife.
What?
At your age, you gray-haired wolf.
Now, wait a minute. Wait, this man started the whole thing over his wife's Christmas present.
Well, I don't blame him. You had no business sending her one.
I didn't send her one.
Well, I wouldn't brag about it, you cheapskate.
Cheapskate?
Jack, it's your own fault for getting into this thing.
My fault? These people accuse me of trying...
Let me through. What's going on here?
Oh, it's you little goopy with the droopy toopy.
Now, cut that out and don't blame me for this because it isn't my fault. This man came over to
Stop breathing on my carnation.
I'll breathe on it as much as I like.
Stand back, everybody. The man's mad.
You're darn right I'm mad. This is all your fault, mister. Following me around the store asking me what to buy your wife for Christmas. Buy her a dog collar for all I care.
What size?
What size?
there you are, folks. You see what a crazy guy he is, and you blame me. Why, it's not my fault. I'm not the type that would start trouble. I'm a peaceful, home-loving... Shut up! Oh, come on, Mary. Let's get out.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here are my good friends Effie Boone and Kenneth Delmar.
At 45 sold American.
If you could be present at the tobacco auctions now open down south, you could see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. Effie Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Sold American.
Basil Risedale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure all of us have run across men in uniform who are trying to get home for Christmas, but can't because buses and trains are so crowded. We know how important it is that men on furlough get to be with their loved ones at this time especially. Every time a civilian crowds into a train or a bus for a trip that's not absolutely necessary, you can bet 10 to 1 he's preventing a serviceman from being home for Christmas. That serviceman may have spent long months overseas. Mothers and wives have every right to ask, won't you give my boy a chance to get home? We should answer, I certainly will. I promise you I will not travel unless my trip helps win this war. And another important thing, folks, don't forget to buy Christmas seals. Thank you very, very much.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crosley poll. This evidence reveals the smoking preference of auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, the men who really know tobacco. Here's what the Crosley poll found.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These experts know their business. Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's and to the real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as there are only 8 more programs left in the current Lucky Strike series, at this time I would like to pay tribute to a man who for the past 30 weeks has brought joy and happiness into millions of American homes.
Don't forget the 569,000 trailers.
A man whose wit, charm, and personality have endeared him to the hearts of his public.
Keep going, Don. We have a half hour.
A man who is loved, admired, and respected by every member of his cast.
How true.
A man who every year at this time picks up our options, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, since you brought the matter up, I suppose you received the contract I mailed you for next season.
Yes, I did, Jack, and I'm not quite satisfied with some of the clauses.
Huh?
After serving you faithfully for 14 years, I'm surprised that you had the effrontery to present me with a contract that was not only insulting, but relegates me to a position that no self-respecting man would accept.
Well. And just what is your complaint, Mr. Wilson?
Well, here's the situation, Jack. Now, you get a lot of laughs at the expense of my being fat.
Uh-huh.
And this year, my weekly salary has been at the rate of $2 a pound.
Uh-huh.
So I think it's only fair that next year I get $3 a pound.
$3 a pound. Don, I wouldn't give you $3 a pound if all your fat was trimmed off and you were hanging on a hook. Anyway, the raise I offered you is as high as I can go. Now, what do you say?
I can't sign the contract now, Jack. I'll have to talk it over with the little woman.
Oh, you and the little woman. Haven't you got a mind of your own?
Yes, but I respect my wife's opinion. I'm very devoted to her.
I see.
After all, I'm at home with her every day except Sunday.
Well, I can fix that, too. Now, look, Don, I've been very fair about this whole thing, and I've... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What are you talking about?
Oh, Don isn't satisfied with his new contract for next season.
He isn't?
No.
Oh, my goodness. And after all you've done for him.
Well, that's the way it goes, Mary. There isn't much gratitude in this business.
Why, Don Wilson, you ought to be...
Never mind, Mary. Thanks just the same. By the way, have you read your new contract?
Yeah, what are you trying to do, bring back slavery?
Oh, so I'm going to have trouble with you, too. What's wrong with your contract?
I don't like Clause 7.
Clause 7? Oh, Mary, I mean, it only happens once or twice a year.
I don't care. If you buy a turkey, kill it yourself.
Mary, can I help it if I'm sentimental?
You're not sentimental. When you pay for a whole turkey, you hate to chop anything off.
Oh, stop.
Sentimental. You even use the head for badminton.
I stopped doing that. I mean, I couldn't stand the way it came over the net staring at me. Anyway, Mary, you've got a lot of nerve complaining about your contract. After all...
Hiya, Jackson. Hiya, Don. Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil.
Phil, it's about time you got here. What made you so late?
It ain't my fault, Jackson. I had plenty of time to get here, but just as I left the house, Alice fainted.
Oh, my goodness. That must have scared you to death.
Nah, happens every time I kiss her goodbye.
Oh, brother.
That's what she said as she hit the floor.
Phil, do you really have that effect on Alice?
Jackson, she won't even let me shave with a mirror. She don't want my love divided.
Phil, if I paid you by the pound, your head would ruin me, you know. Now, look, just pick up your baton and let's have a band.
Hold it a
number.
minute. No, you don't, Jackson. I ain't making with no downbeat till I talk to you about that new contract you sent me. My lawyers don't like it.
Your lawyers? Who are they?
Kirchie, Bagby, Fletcher, and Fink.
Oh. Well, Phil, just what is it you and your lawyers object to in the contract?
We don't like the clause that says I got to get to bed on Saturday night before 3 a.m.
Well, it's for your own good, Phil. After all, you have a program to do on Sunday. I want you to look bright and fresh.
I know, but if I lose that red glow in my eyes, I ain't got no personality.
Phil, I've been playing badminton with a turkey head for 2 years, and it looks better than you do. Anyway, I'll talk to your lawyers about your contract later. But right now, let's have a band number.
Okay, Jackson. What would you like to hear?
Henry Bussey, but I'm stuck with you. Now, go ahead. Play anything. Hold a minute, Phil. Come in. Well, look who's here.
Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mr. Kitzel. Well, Mr. Kitzel, it's certainly nice to see you.
I'm sorry to bother you, but I wonder if you could spare a ticket to your next week's broadcast for my uncle who's visiting me from the east.
Oh, you have an uncle visiting you, eh?
Uh-huh.
What part of the, what part of the East is he from?
Pomona.
Oh. Well, anyway, Mr. Kitzel, I'll be very glad to give your uncle a ticket.
You are wonderful, boy. You know, for this, he'll give you a box of oranges. He owns an orange grove.
An orange grove? Oh, of course. Pomona is in the citrus belt.
Belt suspenders during the drought. He lost his pants.
Oh, well, that's too bad, huh?
Thank you. Anyway, Mr. Benny, I hope my wife will have better luck.
Your wife?
Yeah, she's opening a restaurant on Olivera Street called Mama Kitzel's Adobe Hacienda.
But, Mr. Kitzel, that's Spanish. Can your wife cook Spanish food?
She specializes in tamales with sour cream, enchiladas with chopped liver, chili con corned beef, and Spanish smorgasbord.
Spanish smorgasbord. What's that?
A herring that's taking a siesta on top of a slice of onion.
Well, that sounds novel. Huh?
And the tortillas, you'll be crazy about it.
The tortillas?
Yeah, that's a crepe Suzette that shouldn't happen to a dog.
Oh, well, Mr. Kitzel, let me know when you open your restaurant. I'll come down and visit you.
Buenos dias, senor.
Goodbye.
What did I say?
I don't know. I think... Mama Kitzel's Adobe Hacienda. That's a cute name. All right, Phil, let's have the number. Will you? To a band number. Yes, sir. That was the new look played by Phil Harris and his Gin Rummy Orchestra. 18 rummies full of gin. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our...
Say, Jack, where's Dennis?
Dennis, I don't know, but I hope he gets here pretty soon. I want to talk to him about his new contract for next year.
A new contract for Dennis?
Yeah.
I thought you had him sign up till next Haley's Comet.
Well, it's the same contract, Mary, but I added a new clause.
Hey, Liv, you should have seen the clause Jackson tried to get into my contract.
Never mind.
What was it, Phil?
If I ever find a dime, before I can spend it, I got to call Jackson and find out if he lost one.
Phil, I did that for a gag. Where's your sense of humor? I mean, just because Hey, maybe that's Dennis. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I've been listening to the program, boss, and it occurred to me we haven't discussed my contract yet.
Well, Rochester, you've been working in my house for 10 years, and I feel there's no necessity for a written contract. Everything is perfectly clear, and we have what is known as a verbal agreement. Now, that means we have a mutual understanding. Why put things on paper? The amount of money involved is too small.
That's what I mean. Let's get it up.
You'll be taken care of. And believe me, Rochester, there's no necessity for a written contract.
But my attorneys advised it, whereas and to wit.
Your attorneys, who are they?
Remus, Bemis, Sugarfoot, and Smythe.
Oh, well, tell Remus, Bemis, Sugarfoot, and Smythe to get in touch with Kirchie, Bagby, Fletcher, and Fink. Let them handle it.
It's the same firm. They got a branch on Central Avenue.
Well, anyway, Rochester, you've got nothing to worry about. I'm giving you a substantial raise next year.
Substantial?
Yeah, you know what the word means, don't you?
I ain't illiterate. I'm skeptical.
Well, you're getting it, so don't let it bother you. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you still going to have company for dinner tomorrow night?
Oh, yes. I'm glad you reminded me. You better run down to the store and get a leg of lamb.
A leg of lamb? Why don't you get a turkey?
Why?
After dinner, they may want to play badminton.
No, just get a leg of lamb and a small squab. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Now, let's see. Where were we? Oh, Don.
Yes, Jack?
I think right now would be a good time for a commercial.
But, Jack, the quartet isn't here. How are we going to get laughs?
Why, it's simple. Remember a few weeks ago when you did the commercial wearing that old straw hat? People loved it.
I know, Jack, but we don't want to do that again.
We don't have to, Don. The idea is to give the people something different.
What do you mean?
Now, look, every announcer in radio reads his commercial standing up at the microphone.
Well, how else can you do it?
You can lie down.
What?
Go ahead, Don. Lie down on the floor. I'll bet you the audience will be crazy about it.
Oh, but, Jack, I think it's silly to do a commercial lying down on the
But it's different, Don. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about. Lie down.
Oh, okay.
But do it gently now. You know, we don't want to just... Don, we don't want to disturb the seismograph at Berkeley, you see. Now, Don, I'll hold the microphone down to your face. There. Now, go ahead, Don. Read the commercial.
Oh, okay. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Don, talk louder. The radio waves aren't getting over your stomach.
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh on to 25 years. Because I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
All right, folks, wasn't that clever? You see, Don? You see, Don, you did get laughs. And I got a Lulu for next week. You're going to read the commercial with your head sticking out of a cement mixer. You know?
Say, Jack,
What?
while you and Don were doing that classy commercial, a note came for you.
A note? Who's it from?
Dennis Day.
From Dennis. What does it say?
It says, Dear Mr. Benny, my mother won't let me be on the program until she talks to you about my new contract. Your loyal subject, Dennis Day.
Well, how do you like that?
Oh, wait a minute, Jack, there's more.
More?
Yeah, P.S. I found a dime today. Please let me know as soon as possible, as a good humor man is waiting.
Imagine Dennis not showing up. He's supposed to sing. What are we going to do for a song, Don? I mean, my contract with Lucky Strike says I've got to have a song every week.
Oh, Jack, I've got an idea.
What is it, Don?
Well, Frank Sinatra's rehearsing a special broadcast in Studio B, and maybe he'll come over and help you out.
Sinatra?
Yeah.
Say, that would be great. Oh, Mary, will you please go over to Studio B, and if Sinatra's there, ask him if he'll come over, will you?
Will I? I'll be glad to. Gee, am I excited? I better see if my stockings are straight. Or maybe Frankie'd like it better if I'd roll them down. There, that'll do it. Let's see. Studio B is at the other end of the hall. Da-da-da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-da-da. No, that's Jack's tune. He's liable to sue me. Gosh, I bet millions of girls all over the country would love to be in my place right now, going to see Frank Sinatra. But I don't feel any different. Hasn't the slightest effect on me at all. Steady, girl. Steady. Well, here goes.
All right, fellas. Let's rehearse But Beautiful once more, huh? Fellas, that was great, man. That'll be enough for today.
Frankie.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Frankie. Nice seeing you again.
Nice seeing you. Gee, you sure look gorgeous today, Mary.
Oh, steady, girl, steady. Say, Frank, I came to ask you to step over to our studio. Jack would like to see you.
Well, that's a coincidence. I was just going over to see him myself. Yeah, I'm a little peeved at him. He's ruining my singing on the hit parade.
Well, I don't understand. How can Jack hurt your singing?
I can't hit those high notes anymore. He puts too much starch in my collars.
Oh. Well, that's Rochester's fault. Jack's specialty is rough dry.
Well, that isn't my only complaint, Mary. Yesterday, my bundle of laundry came back and 2 of my handkerchiefs were missing. And they were the handkerchiefs that Crosby gave me for my birthday.
Well, how do you know they were the handkerchiefs Bing gave you?
They had chloroform on them.
Well, Jack doesn't want to see you about the laundry. He'd like to have you sing a song on his program.
Today?
Yes, right now.
Well, okay. Come on, let's go over and we'll have a talk with him. Where's Jack broadcasting from, Mary?
Right here in Studio C. Let's go in.
Okay, wait a second, Mary. I'll open the door for you. Thanks, Mary.
Oh, that's all right. I kill turkeys, too.
Listen, Don, if Fred Allen thinks he's that funny, he's got... Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Jack. Do you want to see me?
Yes, come right in. By the way, you know my gang, don't you?
Sure, yeah. Where's Don Wilson?
Any place you look. Hey, Don, here's Frank Sinatra.
Well, hello, Frankie.
Holy smoke, I'm surrounded.
Yeah, there's quite a difference in your size.
Oh, I got a goose pimple bigger than him.
Don, lie down, please. Now, Frank, I'll get right to the point. You see, Dennis couldn't be here today, so I'd like to have you sing a song on my program.
Well, I don't know.
It's strictly business, Frank. I mean, I intend to pay you.
You're gonna pay?
Certainly. Frank, what are you doing?
I'm calling RKO. This is another miracle of the bells.
Well, you can hang up and we'll talk business. Now, how much would you want to sing just one song?
$5,000.
Why doesn't he fall down? I know he fainted.
Mary, please. Well, look, Frank, for $5,000, you sing both the verse and the chorus of a song, don't you?
Uh-huh.
Now, look, Frank, most people don't know the verse anyway. Now, what would you charge? What would you charge for just the chorus?
$3,000.
Well, you know, we wouldn't need a whole chorus. I wouldn't want to be cut off the air again. Now, Frankie, how much would you charge me for, say, 16 bars?
$1,500.
Gee, that's almost $100 a bar. Can't you give me something a little less expensive?
Well, for $10, I can blow my nose in C sharp. That might help you out a bit.
No, Frankie, I know you're short 2 handkerchiefs, you know?
Now, look, Jack, what's the use of dickering? My price is $5,000.
But, Frank, let's compromise. Look, I'll give you $500.
5,000.
501?
$4,999.
502?
$4,998.
503? Mary, what are you doing?
I'm calling Paramount. This is going to be another lost weekend.
Never mind. Now, Frank, since we're so close to an agreement on price, why don't you just do your song and we'll settle it after the program? I mean, we shouldn't haggle in front of the audience, you know. It makes you look cheap, you see. Now, come on, sing your song. Huh?
Well, okay, Jack. But who's going to accompany me?
Phil Harris's orchestra.
Oh, no. No, not that.
Well, wait a minute, Frankie. A few weeks ago on my show, they accompanied Bing Crosby.
I know, but he already made his.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll accompany you on the violin and Frank Remley on the guitar.
Frank Remley?
Yeah. That's Phil Harris's nature boy. Now, I'll get my violin. Oh, darn it. Excuse me, Frank. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester again.
Oh, what is it this time, Rochester?
Well, I'm listening to your program, and I just heard Frank Sinatra.
That's right. He's here. What about it?
Boss, you've got to get an Oscar to give back to Mr. Coleman.
Yes?
Well, Mr. Sinatra won an Oscar a couple of years ago in a picture called The House I Live In.
Say, that's right. He did. Gee, I wonder if he'd lend it to me.
He might if he hasn't thrown it away.
Now, why in the world would he throw an Oscar away?
Could be jealousy. It weighs more than he does.
Gee, Rochester, I'm glad you told me about it. By the way, I think you're putting a little too much starch in Mr. Sinatra's collars. He looks like a dehydrated Herbert Hoover. Be careful, will you?
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, look, Frank.
I'm all ready now, Jack. You get your violin.
Look, Frank, let's hold the song for a minute. I want to talk to you about something very important.
What is it, Jack?
No, not here. Let's go out in the hall.
Okay.
Now, Frank, I'm not going to beat around the bush. As you know, I lost Ronald Coleman's Oscar, and I've got to get one to replace it.
Yeah?
Now, you won an Oscar, didn't you?
Yeah, we won it for the house I live in, Jack.
Well, look, Frankie, you can do me a great favor. I'll only need it for a few weeks. You see, I got to get an Oscar back to Ronald Coleman before he comes
Hey,
over.
would you guys mind moving over? We're trying to vacuum this hall.
In a minute. They're always cleaning up around here. Now, Frankie.
Yes, Jack.
I've never been in such a spot in all my life. I'm not asking you to give me the Oscar. I just want you to lend it to me until we
Now,
get...
look, you guys. I'm trying to vacuum this corridor. I'm asking you once more to move.
Look, don't be in such a hurry, Bud. Now, Frankie, look. How about it? Let me have your Oscar.
Well, Jack, as long as you're in that kind of a spot and it's only for a few weeks, maybe I can arrange.
Frankie. Darn it, he got too close to the vacuum cleaner. Now I'll have to go outside and wait till they empty the bag. Everything happens to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, savings bonds are vitally important in the nation's battle against price inflation and for the future welfare of all of us. It is important that we continue to build financial security for ourselves and for our children. Protect your future. Buy extra security bonds now. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack will be back in just a minute. But first, here's Basil Rysdale.
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
At 57, American.
The famous Crosley poll has just completed an impartial survey in 11 southern tobacco states. This poll, taken among tobacco experts, reveals the smoking preference of men who really know tobacco. Yes?
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These are the experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, and we believe their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's.
You've heard the poll results. Now, listen to what Mr. Carl Hartfield, 29 years an independent tobacco buyer, recently said.
At auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Good ripe leaf that's got real smoking quality. I've smoked Lucky's 28 years.
So, for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Gosh, where could they have emptied that vacuum cleaner? I've looked in every rubbish can in the alley here. Frankie! Frankie, where are you? Oh, he's not in this one. Go away, Kitty. I'm working this side of the alley. Frankie! Well, there's nothing left for me to do. Next week, I'll just have to go over and apologize to Ronald Coleman.
Ronald Coleman?
Yes. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, smoking enjoyment depends on taste, and taste alone. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the taste that makes the difference. And you can taste the difference in a Lucky Strike. So mild, so smooth, so firm and fresh, with better taste in every puff. Yes, Lucky's taste better, and here's why. First, LSMFT Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild tobacco that tastes better. There's no substitute for fine tobacco, and don't let anybody tell you different. Second, Lucky's are made to taste better. In fact, they're the best made of all 5 principal brands. Yes, that's a fact. Established by tests measuring those important factors of workmanship that affect the taste of cigarettes. Tests made in the research laboratory of the American Tobacco Company and verified by leading independent laboratory consultants. So remember, your smoking enjoyment depends on taste, and taste alone. And you'll find Lucky's taste better. Always so mild, so smooth, so firm and fresh, with better taste in every puff. Make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're broadcasting from Palm Springs, California. This being such a romantic spot, I'd like to make the opening introduction with a little poem.
A poem?
Nestled in the hills, far away from care, is a place we go to breathe the desert air. And there, out by the pool, far from strife and toil, is our blue-eyed star selling suntan oil. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, since we're in a poetic mood, I've written a poem for you, too.
Oh, you have?
Yes. I did not like your jingle, and if one more joke you tell, it's Bon Voyage, Don Wilson, and Welcome Home, Von Zell. Let's not have any more of your poems, eh, Henry Wadsworth, fat fellow?
Now, wait a minute, Jack. If you get fresh with me, I'll follow you around all day and keep you in the shade.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Well, anyway, it's sure good to get back to Palm Springs, isn't it, Don?
Yes, Jack. I always have a wonderful time here.
I do, too, particularly because a fella can have such privacy here. You know, Don, yesterday I passed a big crowd in front of the drugstore, and not one person turned around or even bothered to look at me.
Really? Well, Jack, why was there such a crowd gathered?
They were getting Eddie Cantor's autograph. Imagine.
But, Jack, if you say people here have so much privacy, why did they ask Eddie Cantor for his autograph?
They didn't ask him.
They didn't?
No. Don, when a man stops you on the street, sings 2 choruses of Ida, then stamps his name on your forehead, there's nothing you can do about it. What a nigger. What a nigger beaver.
Jack, you're just mad at Eddie because he beat you on the golf course yesterday.
Sure, but he wouldn't have beaten me if he'd have played fair.
Fair?
Yes, imagine this, Don. When we both got on the last green, just as I was getting ready to putt, he put down a dime to mark his ball.
What's wrong with that?
He divided my point of interest. Then when I missed the putt, I got so mad I took a swing at the dime and sliced it right into my pocket. The first hole-in-one I ever made. Anyway, Don, I'm glad you mentioned golf because tonight our program is dedicated to the formal opening of the new Tamarisk Country Club here in Palm Springs. And it's really one of the most beautiful
pardon me, but does this dull twosome mind if a funny man plays through?
Oh,
hiya, folks.
Well, look who's here, Sir Thomas Beecham. Say, Phil, Don and I were just talking about Tamarisk, the beautiful new golf course. Since you're such a good golfer, Phil, you'll love it.
Yeah, I know, Jackson. I played in the tournament out there yesterday. It is. It's a great course.
I thought I saw you out there yesterday, Phil. You were playing with some of your musicians, weren't you?
No.
Well, I saw Remley, Sammy, and Fletcher going around the course with you.
Yeah, but they weren't playing. Remley was carrying my bag.
Well, what was Sammy doing?
He was carrying Remley.
Well, what was Fletcher doing?
He was carrying the stuff that made it necessary for Sammy to carry Remley.
Oh, yes, Remley is your handicap.
He ain't no water hazard.
I know.
Hey, Jackson, how about you and me playing out at Tamarisk someday?
Okay, Phil, maybe we can make a match.
Yeah, what do you usually go around then?
Well, my handicap is... Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Don, watch me get him this time. Phil, ask me that again, will you?
Ask you what again?
What do you usually go around in?
Shorts or slacks, depending on the weather. Oh, Harris, Sammy may be carrying Remley, but you're carrying this program.
Phil, if that joke is carrying the program, I'd rather dragged a little bit. Anyway, I'll play golf with you anytime you want to.
Okay, Jackson, how much you want to bet?
I don't want to bet anything. All I want you to do is every time we get on the green, mark your ball with a dime.
A dime? Why?
I got a slice that'll make me a fortune. Say, Don, if you like to play at Tamarisk sometime, I'll get you...
Hey, Jackson, I heard you and Don reciting poetry before.
So what?
Hey, I got one that's a fifth.
A poem?
Yeah. It's about the weather that we had yesterday. Listen to this. I was getting some sun. Then I went inside, 'cause the little white cloud sat down and cried. Isn't that cute? That's very cute. Phil, I was pretty good, you know. I expected some... Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, everybody.
Well, Dennis, I hope you're having as much fun in Palm Springs as we are.
I sure am, but boy, am I tired.
Tired? What have you been doing?
Well, last night I went to the movies and I had to stand for 2 hours.
That crowded, huh?
No, there was plenty of room.
Then why'd you have to stand in the movies?
I went to a drive-in and I didn't have a car.
Now, wait a minute, Dennis. How did you get into a drive-in without a car?
Oh, I was carrying an umbrella and they thought I was a convertible.
Oh, stop being silly. What's that on your nose?
A windshield wiper.
What? Now cut that out! Windshield wiper. I suppose that thing on your forehead is your license number.
No, Eddie Cantor's autograph.
Oh, yeah. Now, Dennis, stop being silly and answer me. Are you having a good time?
Oh, I'll say. Friday night I went to the Chi-Chi and saw Sally Rand. I never laughed so hard in all my life.
You know, Don, the weather here has been so beautiful today. I think
Wait a minute, hold it. Let's go back here a minute. Look, didn't you listen to what this kid just said?
I listened to it, heard it, and ignored it.
Well, I ain't going to ignore it. Dennis, you went to the Chi-Chi and saw Sally Rand's act?
Uh-huh.
The Sally Rand?
Uh-huh.
And when you finally saw Sally Rand's act, you, laughed?
Yeah, I was sitting up so close those fans tickled.
Don't look to me for sympathy, Phil. Years of experience have taught me that the only way to get along with Dennis have nothing more to do with him than is necessary. Like this, for instance. Now, Dennis, we're doing a program and you have to do a song.
Yes, sir.
What song are you going to sing?
The date boats are coming.
You mean shrimp boat?
This is Palm Springs, Bud.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and sing. Mistake, sung by Dennis Day and accompanied by Phil Harris and his stumbling tumbleweed orchestra. And now, folks...
Hold it, Melvin. Just a minute. Just slow up a minute.
Huh?
I mean, look, I don't mind so much when we're at home, but when we're out of town, let's don't be making insulting remarks about the orchestra, huh?
Well, Phil, I got a right to make comments about your band. After all, who's the star of this show?
Well, when I see my paycheck, I know it ain't me.
Oh, stop complaining.
I'm not complaining, Jackson. It's just that I'd like to pay income tax like everybody else.
What?
They don't even think I'm a citizen.
Phil, the only reason people don't think you're a citizen is because with that bottle of Lord Talbot in your hand all the time, you look like an Englishman. Such a long line for such a little laugh. So don't argue with me about money, salary, or... Come in.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, Mr. Kitzel. Mr. Kitzel, it's certainly nice seeing you. What are you doing here in Palm Springs?
Oh, I just came down for a little visit.
Oh, good, good. Where are you living?
At the Hacienda Paseo de la Sal.
The Hacienda Paseo de la Sal?
Sal is my brother-in-law.
Oh. Oh, he's married to your sister?
Yeah, her name is Hacienda.
Well, what about Paseo?
He's a silent partner.
Oh, I see. Well, tell me, Mr. Kitzel, is your wife is here with you?
Yes, and we having fun. We go swimming, we play tennis, and you know, this morning my wife rented a bicycle built for two.
Oh, and you both went for a ride, huh?
No, just her.
Then why did she get a bicycle built for two?
Believe me, she can use it.
Mr. Kitzel, you mean your wife is on the heavy side?
If it was only on the side, I wouldn't mind.
Oh, well, what's the difference? As long as you're in love with her, Mr. Kitzel, that's all that matters.
That's what I keep telling myself. Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny.
So long, Mr. Kitzel. Thanks for dropping in. Well, it seems that everybody's in Palm Springs this week.
You know, Jack, I'm glad I'm here, too, because I did some research on this community that I'm sure will please our sponsor very much.
Please a sponsor? Why?
Well, what's the name of the company that makes Lucky Strike cigarettes?
The American Tobacco Company.
That's right. Now, who were the earliest Americans in America?
Why, the Indians, of course.
That's right. Now, here around Palm Springs, there are many Indians. So yesterday I went out in the desert till I met some members of the tribe that first settled Palm Springs, the Coahuila Indians.
The Coahuilas?
Yes, and do you know what those Indians said to me?
No, Don, what? Oh, for heaven's sake. What else? What else do they say, Don?
Me like 'em, Lucky Strike. Me send 'em smoke signals. LS, MFT-'em. LS, MFT-'em.
T-'em?
You betch'em. Lucky Strike, heap round, heap firm, heap fully packed, heap free and easy on the draw.
Now, look, Don.
No call me Don. Me heap big Indian chief.
You big heap, that's all. And I got another word here. Ugh. What's that?
Shh. They send 'em signals from reservation. It say only fine tobacco can give 'em good taste in cigarette. And don't let any drum tell you different.
Don, that was very good. What are those horses' hooves?
Commercial finished. Take 'em plugged back to reservation.
Oh, me catch 'em up. Me catch 'em. And, Don, that was a very educational commercial, but you made one little mistake. It was the Tockwitz Indians who founded Palm Springs, not the Coahuilas.
Oh, no, you're wrong, Jack. It was the Coahuilas.
I'm not wrong, Don. I'll prove that I'm right. There happen to be quite a few Indians in the audience, so I'll ask one of them. I'll ask that one in the front row. He must be a chief. He's wearing a headdress. Excuse me, but was it the Tockwitz Indians or the Coahuilas who founded Palm Springs?
I don't know.
Well, what tribe do you belong to?
I don't know.
Well, where's your reservation?
I don't know.
You don't know anything. You're a fine Indian.
I'm not an Indian.
Then how come you're wearing those feathers in your hair?
I went to the Chi-Chi last night and sat too close.
Oh, well then, Smarty, if you went there last night, you must be an Indian because I know you had a reservation. Hey, that was pretty funny, wasn't it, Dennis?
I don't know.
Look, Dennis, why don't you just... I'll get it. Hello?
I have a long-distance call for Jack Benny.
This is Jack Benny.
It's collect.
Hello? Hello?
I'm here. A collect call, Operator, find out who's calling.
Just a moment. Mr. Benny will not accept the charges till he knows who's calling.
Tell him it's Lana Turner.
Rochester. Rochester, I thought you'd be down here by now. Where are you calling from?
From Pomona.
Pomona? What'd you stop there for?
I got a flat tire.
Oh, that's too bad.
No, that's good. It was laying in the road, and it's better than the one we had on.
Oh.
If I find 3 more, I'll be there by morning.
Well, you better be here by morning. I'm going to play golf, and I want you to caddy for me.
Oh, boss, I hate to caddy for you at Palm Springs.
Now, stop complaining. Tamarisk is a very level course. There's nothing tough about it.
Nothing for you, but how about me? I have to carry a golf bag, 12 clubs, a basket of sandwiches, a gallon of lemonade, a first aid kit, and a parasol.
So what?
You don't need a caddy, you need a burro.
Oh, Rochester, you don't carry so much.
I don't. Remember what happened last time I went out loaded down like that?
What happened?
An old prospector tied a rope around my neck and led me off into the mountains.
Why'd you go with him?
I couldn't see where I was until he unloaded me.
Well, stop making things up. Anyway, I'm going to play golf in the morning, and I want you to caddy.
Okay, I'll do it, but do me a favor this time, will you?
What is it?
If we lose a ball, let's forget it. Those bloodhounds are hard to handle.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Aren't you doing another television show next Sunday, March 9th on CBS Network at 4:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time?
That's right. Why?
You're paying for this call. Let's put a commercial in it.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, in honor of the opening of Palm Springs' newest golf course, Tamarisk, we are going to
Jack, before we go any further, I must tell you something, and I know you're going to be surprised.
Surprise? What is it, Don?
There's a friend of yours who also belongs to Tamarisk, and he'd like to come on and say a few words.
A friend of mine? Is it Mr. Anderson, the president of Tamarisk?
No.
Well, is it Ben Hogan, the pro at Tamarisk?
No.
Well, who is it?
Danny Kaye. Come on in, Danny.
Danny Kaye. Well, hello, Danny.
Hello, Jack Barney.
But, Danny, this is such a surprise coming right out on my program. It's...
Oh, stop stuttering. I'm not going to charge you for it.
Oh.
Now, Jack, the reason I'm here is, well, because every time you come to Palm Springs, you always do an informal show. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Well, some of the boys at the club cooked up an idea that I'm sure you're going to like.
What is it?
Well, we decided to form a quartet and sing the song you wrote.
My song?
Mm-hmm.
When you say I beg your pardon, then I'll come back to you.
Suddenly I'm sick.
What?
Oh, anyway, Jack, the other 3 fellas are out outside. Can I call them in?
3 fellas? Who are they?
Yeah, well, Frank Sinatra, George Burns, and Groucho Marx.
George, Frankie, and Groucho. Hello, fellas.
Hello. Hello, that's brilliant dialogue.
Well, welcome to the show, fellas, and if you say the magic word, you get a bottle of suntan oil.
Say, Jack, that reminds me. Jack?
What?
That reminds me.
Yeah?
That bottle of suntan oil you sold me was much too greasy, and boy, was I embarrassed.
Why? What happened?
Well, yesterday when I put some on, I slipped right out of my suit.
No kidding.
Look, fellas, I came here to sing, so let Jordan get it over with, okay?
Okay. When I say I beg your pardon.
Hold it.
Groucho, that's me.
I may sing lousy, but I'm grammatically correct.
I'm sorry.
I'm Groucho.
Now, look, fellas.
Fellas, come on now. Let's sing Jack's song.
And, fellas, I want to tell you how much I appreciate your coming over to do it. No one but real friends, real pals would give up a Sunday afternoon just to come over here and do this wonderful
Jack.
song. What?
Shut up. All right, fellas, let's take it.
What key we're going to sing it in, Danny?
It'll help if we all take different ones.
Look, boy.
All right, fellas, let's go. Can we have a nice introduction, please?
When I say I beg your pardon,
Then I'll come back to you.
When you ask me to forgive you, I'll return.
Like the swallows at Serrano, return to Capistrano. For you, my heart will always, always yearn. Will always
When you say that you are sorry, and I will understand. Neath the harvest moon we'll pledge our love. And now, honey child, don't be listening to anybody else. Still we're parting, but went back to whence we started. And sweetheart, I'll come back to you. When I say a big party, and then I'll come back to you.
Frank?
So, my darling, though we've parted, come back to whence we've started.
And sweetheart, I'll come back too. Sweetheart, I'll come back too. Sweetheart, I'll come back
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
Be happy, go lucky, get better taste today.
Friends, whenever you want the smooth, mellow, completely enjoyable taste of truly fine tobacco, reach for a Lucky. For the difference between just smoking and really enjoying your smoke is the taste of a cigarette. And Lucky's taste better for two important reasons. First, LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Fine, mild tobacco that tastes better. There's no substitute for fine tobacco, and don't let anybody tell you different. Second, Lucky's are made to taste better. In fact, they're the best made of all 5 principal brands. Yes, you'll be happy when you go Lucky, because Lucky's taste better. So mild, so smooth, so firm and fresh, with better taste in every puff. So next time you buy cigarettes, try a carton of Lucky's. You'll find Lucky's taste better.
Be happy, go lucky strike today.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Danny Kaye, George Burns, Frank Sinatra, Groucho Marx, and Benny Rubin for appearing on my program today. We'll be back with you next Sunday on radio at the same time and on television a half hour later, when I hope you will all be watching. Excuse me. Hello?
Hello, is this Jack Benny?
Yes.
Is this the Jack Benny that was born in Racine, Wisconsin?
No, I was born in Waukegan, Illinois.
Well, you got a sister named Jeanette, haven't you?
No. My sister's name is Florence.
Well, are you the Jack Benny that drives a light green DeSoto?
No. I have a Maxwell.
But you play the piano, don't you?
No, I'm sorry. I play the violin.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Bye.
Goodbye.
Jack, who was that?
A phone call from a stranger. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes. This is Don Wilson reminding you to listen to your hit parade with Guy Lombardo every Thursday night, presented by Lucky Strike. Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Show, which follows immediately. This is the CBS Radio Network.
The Jack Benny Program.
American.
Fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. And
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Year after year, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Real Lucky Strike tobacco. Fine tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, yours truly, Don Wilson, and our guest stars, Victor Moore, Peter Lind Hayes, and Frank Capra.
Well, if it isn't yours truly, Don Wilson.
Hello, Rochester. Is Mr. Benny in?
No, Mr. Benny took Miss Livingston to the movies.
Oh, well, when he comes back, will you tell him that... Say, Rochester, did you bake a cake or something? I smell melted butter.
Oh, that. Well, you see, every time Mr. Benny goes to the movies, I make him a bag of popcorn.
That's ridiculous. Why doesn't he buy it at the theater? With butter and everything, it must cost more to make your popcorn at home.
Theoretically, yes, but actually, no.
What do you mean?
Well, I make 2 bags, and he sells one of them to Miss Livingston.
Oh, I see. Well, in that way, you break even.
Break even? Since the OPA went off, we're showing a profit.
But, Rochester, don't you take a loss on the kernels that don't pop?
Mr. Benny will pop them if he has to take them to a blast furnace.
Well, as long as Jack isn't home, I think I'll run along.
If you care to wait, he ought to be back any minute now. They went to the neighborhood theater.
Gosh, Jack, I'm sure glad you took me to see It's a Wonderful Life. I think it's a marvelous picture.
Yeah.
I thought the direction was great. Jimmy Stewart was sensational.
Yeah, sensational.
Jimmy gave that part just what it needed. I thought his acting was superb.
All right, so his acting was superb. He's supposed to be a great actor. That's what he got paid for.
Well, Jack, I saw your last picture.
I returned the money. So don't be so smart. Anyway, Mary, don't get me wrong. I like the picture, It's a Wonderful Life, but it's awfully hard to believe that part where Jimmy Stewart's angel comes down and shows him what would have happened if he hadn't been born. I don't know, it's too fantastic.
Oh, you've been mad at pictures ever since they put out Bank Night.
I have not. It's just that I don't...
Oh, Jack, let's stop and look in this jewelry window.
Okay.
Gee, what gorgeous jewelry they have here.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Jack,
What?
look at that beautiful engagement ring.
Mary, are you hinting?
Uh-huh.
Well, it won't do you any good. I'll never wear it. Come on, Mary, let's go.
No, I want to look at all these things in the window.
Okay.
Oh, Martha.
What is it, Emily?
Isn't that Jack Benny standing over there?
Well, I declare. My, but he's handsome. Every time I see him, I get weak and wobbly all over.
Oh, Martha.
It's the truth, Emily. He really sends me. And if I was 20 years younger, I'd go. Emily, who's that girl with Mr. Benny?
Why, that's Mary Livingston.
Look how tight she's holding on to his arm. I'd like to go over and pull her hair out.
Oh, stop being so irritable. You've been acting like this ever since Van Johnson got married.
You should talk, Emily. You broke your baseball bat when Lippy married Lorraine. Anyway, I think Jack Benny is...
Quiet. Here they come.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, hello there. Isn't it rather late for you girls to be out?
Girls.
Come on, Mary. Let's go. Gee, Mary, Wilshire Boulevard looks beautiful at night, doesn't it?
Yeah, all the light and... Say, Jack, isn't that Frank Capra?
Who?
Frank Capra, the man who directs the picture we just saw. It's a Wonderful Life.
Yes, it is. Hello, Frank.
Hello, Jack. Mary?
Well, this is a coincidence, Frank. We just came from seeing your picture.
Really? I go to that theater every day.
You go to see your picture every day?
No, I just go for the newsreel. I love to hear the governors of Georgia talk.
Oh, I see.
Mr. Capra, I want to congratulate you on your direction of It's a Wonderful Life. I thought it was great.
Thank you, Mary. How'd you like it, Jack?
Oh, I thought it was fine, Frank, but that part about the guardian angel was just a little too unbelievable.
Well, Jack, in the picture I didn't try to show what did happen. I tried to show what could happen if someone had never been born.
I know,
For example, what do you think would have happened if you'd never been born?
Well...
There'd be a lot more money in circulation.
Mary, stop. But all in all, Frank, I did think it was a very entertaining picture.
I'm glad you enjoyed it, Jack. Well, I have to run along now.
Oh, just a minute, Frank. I'm glad we ran into each other because I've been wanting to talk to you about a picture for me.
For you?
Yes, you see, the studios have all been after me, but I thought that you, with your great insight into human nature, might better capture my personality.
Jack, I'm late already.
Think of it, Frank, think of it. Frank Capra presents Jack Benny in King Lear. Then there's a tremendous blast of trumpets, and the scene opens with me in royal robes walking majestically toward the throne. Can't you just see it, Frank? Can't you? Can't you?
Jack, let go of his collar. His face is turning blue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow. Well, smog or no smog, it's good to be breathing again.
What?
Well, so long, King Lear. See you later. Goodbye, Mary.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Frank. Come on, Mary. I'll walk you home.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Oh, quiet. Rochester! Oh, Rochester!
Is that you, boss?
Yes.
Mr. Wilson dropped by, but I told him you were at the movies and he wouldn't wait.
Oh, well, I'll see you tomorrow. Come here a minute and... Rochester, What's that penny on the table?
Huh? Oh, while Mr. Wilson was here, he stepped into the bathroom and weighed himself.
Good. How much does Mr. Wilson weigh now?
I don't know, but you got a lot of broken tile in the bathroom. Say, boss, how'd you like the picture?
It's a Wonderful Life? Oh, very much, Rochester, but a little too fantastic. You know, the angel and everything. I don't know. Say, Rochester, I'm a little sick to my stomach. I'm going to the medicine cabinet and take something. There it is. A couple of swallows of this, and I'll feel much better. This ought to fix me up. Oh, darn it, I dropped the glass. Well, I'll just drink a little out of the bottle and... Oh, my goodness. Look at that label.